Hey guys, tonight we step through a wooden door that sighs like it has memorized a century of bedtime stories. And we slip into a monastery at the hour when the world decides to whisper instead of shout. Candles breathe, stones cool, and sandals scuff a rhythm on the cloister walk, because you are about to learn what it feels like to live by hours that don't yet have hands. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're here, tell me in the comments which city you're listening from and the exact time on your clock right now, because tonight time becomes a character with a personality, and yours will help it feel more real. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Stone breathes cold underfoot as sandals find their rhythm along the cloister arcade, and the last syllables of Compline still hover above the courtyard like thin smoke that can't decide where to go. The night has that fresh-laundered feeling after prayer, like clean linen laid over a tired day. A sky the color of watered ink leans above the roofline, and every stair, every lintel, every iron hinge seems oversized because quiet makes architecture feel big. You trace the square of the garth with your steps. Garden at the center, covered walk like a picture frame, and the bell tower stands like a thoughtful index finger against the moon. This, you realize, is a house trained to listen. Behind the wooden screens of the choir, benches wait the way a harbor waits for boats that already know the way home. Nobody talks about sleep as a personal hobby here. Rest is a shared resource, like the well. The day has been an embroidery of tasks. Psalms, psalms again, copying, sweeping, stirring the soup, mending, reading, and then more psalms. Canonical hours divide attention into pieces that are just the right size to hold without spilling. Prime, terce, sext, none, vespers and compline bookending the evening, and in the dark hours matins also called vigils, like midnight's secret appointment. In a world where households guess the time from a sunbeam sliding across the floor, a community like this needs a different sun. Monastic life promises rhythm, not convenience, and you feel how promise becomes pressure the moment darkness settles. How do you tell midnight from almost midnight when clouds smother the stars and the moon takes a personal day? Matins demands precision. The community rises together, prays together, then returns to sleep or to study in the silent intervals before dawn. The rule of Saint Benedict insists on order and punctuality, not a militarized punctuality, but the steady heartbeat of a body that knows when to breathe in and when to breathe out. Oversleep, and it's not just your problem. It is a missing voice in a chord, a step in a procession that wobbles because one foot forgot to move. Consider what time means when you can't reach for a watch or tap a glowing rectangle. The monastery has its instruments, of course. A water clock if the house is lucky enough to afford a stable, protected setup, perhaps an hourglass for short intervals, and always someone with an eye for stars who can whisper, "Not yet," or "almost," but weather bullies every method. Clouds erase the sky. Wind tilts the water's surface. Sand clumps in damp air. A draft sneaks through a crack, and a flame shrinks or flares, and a night planned like sheet music turns into a jam session nobody asked for. You don't crave perfect accuracy. You crave a cue that's reliable enough that 24 sleepy people can trust it in the dark. Instead of chasing the heavens, you bring the heavens down to your table in a small column of fire. That's where the candle becomes more than a candle. Familiar, domestic, almost boring in daylight, a candle at night is a timeline you can hold in your hand. You watch a brother monk. Call him the sacrist. Draw faint lines on a fat beeswax pillar with the point of his knife, each line marking a measure of burn. With practice, he knows how many finger widths vanish per hour in this room's usual air, on this season's typical wicks. He will call it a helpful approximation, never a miracle. Time gets domesticated, like a barn cat that keeps the mice of confusion in check. Silence acquires sound when the sacrist presses tiny metal pins into the wax at the marks. Slender things, cut from old wire or shaped from bits of scrap, each bent to hold with just enough stubbornness. He slides a shallow tray of metal beneath the candle, a little stage waiting for gravity to do its routine. When the flame eats its way down the hour, the softened wax unclenches, the pin lets go, and the tiny piece of metal taps the tray with a bright ping that slices the hush cleanly, like a bell without bravado. This is the candle alarm, a small, elegant hinge between intention and habit. Somewhere in the back of your head, skepticism stretches and yawns. Surely this is too fussy to work every night. And yet the charm of the thing is precisely in its modesty. Nothing moves except what already wants to move, the fire falling into its own appetite, the wax relaxing into a puddle, the pin succumbing to weight. The sacrist doesn't trust magic. He trusts repetition. He records burn rates in his head or in a margin of some notebook full of practical notes. How drafts behave in November, which wick knots stand straight, which batch of beeswax burned long and clean after the hives drank from clover instead of heather. The main historical point is solid. Monastic houses depend on canonical hours and develop practical means to mark them when the sun refuses to help, and simple devices like candle clocks are part of that story. Picture the first night you're assigned to help. Compline is done. The passages about protection and peace still glow on the inside of your ribs. You set the candle in its sconce within a niche where crosswinds can't misbehave, but where sound can carry to your cell and to the sacristy next door. One pin sits at the burn line for Wake the Waker, the brother whose job it is to rouse everyone else. Another sits deeper for Start Moving Truly. You think of modern alarms that can play your favorite song, and you smile because this little piece of wax and metal is the ancestor of all those options. It doesn't sing. It nudges. It is the light knock on the door, not the battering ram. Between the choir and the dormitory, the building turns time into architecture. A long stair, shallow step after shallow step, keeps sleepy feet from tripping. The dormitory door is heavy enough to tell the wind, no thanks. Stone walls hold night like a cup holds water. A single lantern on the landing paints a gold triangle that looks like a prayer folded into geometry. You carry the candle like a miniature comet with its own orbit and its own rules. If it were just light, you might be careless. Because it is also time you move with care. Around the refectory, benches have already become quiet ships anchored to the tables, and the plates are stacked like promises of breakfast. You steer your small son through the doorway and into the corridor where the sacrist has set up a second experiment. A flat mirror that catches the flame and throws it, faint but serviceable, toward the night watch. The reflection doesn't measure anything. It just helps a human being keep being human. There's a kindness to that detail that makes you like these monks even more. Bells make their presence known by their very absence during most of the night, because large ringing would wake the town and the cows and probably the saints. Here the candle clock shines as the polite alternative. In some places, a brother might carry a small handbell and shake it softly down the dormitory row. In others, the simple pin-on tray does the job, a private cue that takes responsibility and makes it portable. The mainstream knowledge is straightforward. The rule shapes ours. Bells punctuate them, and every monastery invents or borrows techniques to keep everyone in sync, even when the sky withholds its blueprints. Tradition loves tools that can be repaired. When a pin bends, it's straightened on a windowsill. When a wick frays, It's clipped with a nail cutter's cousin kept in the sacristy drawer. One quirky fact floats to the surface as the night deepens. Some houses scent specific candles with herbs, lavender not for luxury, but for memory. So a particular smell associates with a certain hour, helping the mind put on the right coat. Whether every monastery did this is uncertain. Practices vary like dialects. Still, the idea that scent can be a companion to sound makes sense in a world that reads the air the way you read a screen. Scholars sometimes argue about the terminology, and your brain nods along because the debate sounds familiar even from centuries away. Is a candle clock a mechanical device or merely a calibrated consumable? Does a falling pin count as a mechanism or just gravity being gravity? Historians are still debating this question, partly because sources describe practices unevenly, and partly because definitions change like fashion. You don't need a verdict in order to feel the usefulness of the thing. Names matter in papers. Pings matter in the night. Practicality hums under everything like a bass note. A candle has to be thick enough to hold pins without splitting. Beeswax burns more evenly than tallow, which smokes and sulks. The wick should stand like a good citizen. Upright, neither mushrooming too quickly nor drowning in its own little lake. Drafts remain the enemy, and so niches and reflectors do double duty, protecting the flame and shaping the sound's travel. Too loud, and the whole house startles. Too soft, and a brother swears, hand on heart, that he never heard it, which may be true or bedtime's version of creative nonfiction. Funnily enough, redundancy becomes a virtue, not an insult. One candle in the dormitory niche, a second in the sacristy, and a third small setup tucked near the stair landing. Each pin aimed at a slightly different minute, help ensure that waking is a process, not a jump. The first ping belongs to the waker, the second to the waker's conscience, the third to the waker's reputation. You participate in this choreography not as a guest but as a body in the body. You hear how the house breathes and you breathe with it. Elsewhere in the complex, the kitchen maintains its own quiet tempo. Someone, usually the lay brother with a talent for anticipating mornings, sets a pot of barley and water to soak, a small act of kindness to 6 hours from now. Time felt in ingredients turns out to be as important as time heard in metal. Breakfast will be better if the grains have rested, and better breakfast feeds better prayer. You forget how much of life depends on little head starts until you live where everything has a schedule with manners. Midnight spreads like ink that decides to stop running, and the pin knows its assignment. The candle has shrunk past the first score. The wax around the tiny sliver of metal softens. The shank loosens like a tooth ready to give up. A breath later, gravity gets its way. The miniature ping rings as clean as a snowflake's idea of music. It's not even loud, and yet your ears widen as if someone opened a door in your head. Wakefulness doesn't crash in. It steps across the threshold with 2 polite knocks, holding its hat. After the ping, the waker swings his feet to the floor because muscle memory doesn't need debate. A second pin waits deeper in the candle, promising a follow-up in case the first sound dissolves into a dream. In your cell, the air smells of cooled stone and old books. Your blanket has collected the day's warmth in a way that makes it difficult to escape. And yet you move because this house trains desire by giving it helpful rails. The pathway from sleep to choir becomes a kind of liturgy all by itself. Corridors at night practice the art of moderation. Candles don't roar. They teach you to look like you're listening. The waker pads along, tapping a door frame lightly here, touching a shoulder there. No names spoken because sleep should be given up with dignity. You follow, and the choir fills by handfuls, not piles. The air stipples with the sound of benches accommodating new weight. The first antiphon arrives not with a flourish but with that comfortable feeling of returning to a book whose page you dog-eared in the afternoon. Reading by candlelight challenges each letter to earn its keep. Pages smell of ink that has long ago married the fibers. Margins carry soft corrections. A faint smudge marks the spot where a previous reader always rested a thumb. The Psalms don't mind the hour. Their ancientness seems designed for it. You catch yourself noticing how time works differently for words than for flames. The candle shrinks, and the text grows large, not on the page but in the room, in the ears, in the body. Clock and prayer trained each other for centuries. One measured, the other remembered. Gentle as it is, the system isn't perfect. On damp winter nights, pins cling as if they've signed a loyalty oath to the wax. On dry nights, they leap early like eager students with answers that weren't asked. Calibration never ends. The sacrist keeps a small ledger, mental or actual, of which pins behave well and which cut corners. A surprising trick emerges. Slightly warming a pin before pressing it in can help it seat, so it will release more predictably later. Odd, yes, but you log it with appreciation because small hacks keep big ideas alive. Memory, in a place like this, becomes machine and manual at once. You memorize how the flame's posture at certain heights corresponds to likely minutes. You note that a wick trimmed too short loses courage and hides. You feel in your bones when the next cue is due even before the ping announces itself. In an age before algorithms, bodies conduct the computation. The candle is an elegant interface because it partners with your senses rather than replacing them. Debate returns whenever new brothers arrive, as it should in a living tradition. One insists that candle alarms will make everyone lazy, that reliance on devices erodes vigilance. Another counters that the tool is simply a tutor for attention, not its replacement. You've heard contemporary versions of this argument about almost everything: maps, reminders, search bars, and the echo across centuries makes you smile in the dark. Nobody wants to become a servant of the gadget. Everyone wants to be the friend of a prompt well-timed. Lore accumulates the way lichen builds a soft beard on stone. A traveling monk swears his old house used a thread weighted with a bead, stretched across a flame. When the thread burned through, the bead fell and clicked against a shell. Lovelier sound, he claims, than any scrap of metal. Someone else mentions a scriptorium in winter where thin ice inside a water clock formed like glass lace. Astonishing and useless at the same time. These stories don't prove anything. They prove everything. Namely that necessity invites creativity, and bedtime invites tales. Accuracy, even now, is a matter of temperament. You don't need minutes tied up with a ribbon. You need reliability enough to keep the community in tune. The candle alarm offers that kind of accuracy. A near midnight that is close enough to midnight not to hurt anything. The main thing is that nobody stands alone in the dark wondering whether to move. Instruments promise solidarity. That might be the sweetest line written into the history of timekeeping. Feet finally align themselves under robes. Shoulders collect breath. The first psalm settles into the room with the comfort of bread that rose just right. You are not here as an observer alone. The candle's pin trained you too. Body yields its sleep. Mind yields its hurry. There's the gentle comedy of a yawn swallowed at the wrong moment. The soft duet of pages turned almost in sync. The quiet miracle that a building and its people can share the same metronome without seeing it. The device that made it possible glows not on the altar but in a niche where only duty can see it. Simplicity hides subtlety, which is one reason the candle clock delights you. A score on wax presumes seasons, rooms, materials, and human consistency. Beeswax from different flowers, clover, chestnut, heather, burns differently. Wicks twist or don't. The same tray rings louder on Mondays because somehow a monk who sharpens knives also polished it on that day. None of this would survive a modern lab test as controlled conditions. And yet it works anyway, the way recipes work without scales when the cook knows the bowl by feel. After matins, the house doesn't sprint. It stretches. Some return to sleep. Some stay to read. One or two heads down to the kitchen to nudge the porridge into becoming itself. The candle that served as clock will be trimmed, remarked, and set again for the next interval if needed. Timekeeping becomes part of cleaning up, like washing a pan or folding a cloth. The humility of it wins you over. Time is not a tyrant here. It is a guest whose coat you hang carefully by the door. Morning hovers like a thought that hasn't yet found words, and the sky decides whether dawn will enter like a brass band or like water poured gently into a glass. Either way, the candle has done its work. You find yourself loving the idea that a community can keep its promise to pray together using nothing more than flame, steel, habit, and hope. The great clocks of later centuries will be grand, authoritative, municipal. Tonight's clock is personal and affectionate. The way a whisper is more persuasive than a shout. Humility extends to innovation, which the monks do not fetishize but also do not fear. If a nearby abbey perfects a better pin, someone will copy it. If a scholar suggests a more even blend of wax, someone will experiment. This is not capitalism's race. It is a family's willingness to borrow a good spoon. You belong to that willingness now. Tools align with vocation and vocation with attention. Devising a way to wake gently at midnight is not gadgeteering for its own sake. It is care for a promise, wrapped in beeswax and lit. Memory reaches forward as it always does, and you trace an invisible line from this candle to the pocket watch and then to the alarm on your phone that plays rain or bells or a groovy bass line. The continuity is not in the materials but in the feeling. The desire to step from sleep into purpose without scaring either of them. The candle ping is the ancestor of that feeling. Future centuries will add gears and pendulums, springs and quartz. Tonight gives them permission by proving that time can be taught to speak softly. Outside the cloister, the world will keep improvising time from shadows and guesses. Inside, a tiny sound earns a community's trust. The candle takes nothing from the stars. It merely offers company when clouds get possessive. Reliability, it turns out, can smell faintly of honey and smoke. You walk the cloister again post-matins, and the flagstones feel less cold because you own the night a little more now. Gratitude at this point becomes the best measure of accuracy. Were you woken kindly? Did the house move without stumbling? Did the hours arrive on time the way a friend arrives? Maybe a minute early. Never late? Then the clock succeeded. You tuck the pin back into its little dish, straighten the tray as if combing a child's hair, and smile at a device that will never make a museum label glow but will always make a night livable. Later, when breakfast bowls clink and a thin ribbon of steam makes halos above impatient spoons, conversation will bump into the candle as casually as it bumps into weather. Burn true, someone will say, or sticky this morning. No treatise required, just the shorthand of colleagues who share a task. It's easy to misjudge how much civilization hides in small sentences. The candle clock asks for exactly that kind of sentence and gives back a morning that feels held together. Some final thoughts circle quietly like birds deciding whether to land. The mainstream history here is simple. Monastic schedules carve the day into canonical hours, bells and routines enforce them, and clever aids, candle clocks among them, Make precision possible before mechanical clocks rule towns. The odd tidbit about scented hour candles adds color. Maybe some houses used it. Maybe your imagination wishes they did because it's charming. The scholarly debate about whether such contraptions deserve the title clock persists with academic stamina. Definitions, like wax, soften under heat. None of that prevents you from hearing a ping that asks for your presence and trusting it with your feet. Quiet returns to the cloister as dawn makes up its mind, and your sandals find the rhythm of the day's next beginning. The candle has grown shorter. The community has grown steadier. The night has become a partner rather than a problem. A house of sleepy monks needed a way to slice darkness into hours, and a candle agreed to become a gentle knife. That is the whole trick, really, letting small, faithful things carry big responsibilities, and remembering to say thank you when they do. Morning begins as a rumor long before the sky commits to color, and a house like this survives on the rumor schedule. In the gray hush, canonical hours aren't just appointments on a sacred calendar. They are the bones of how you move, work, and rest. Matins or vigils, claims deep night, lauds greets dawn, then prime, terce, sext, and none articulate the day like careful joints, while vespers and compline close the book without slamming it. The mainstream fact is steady enough to lean on. Medieval monasteries live by these hours as a spiritual metronome, shaping attention in song-length pieces so prayer never drowns under the day. Without a wristwatch, you cultivate instruments that listen to light and silence. A bell isn't merely a call. It's punctuation. A shadow isn't merely a shape. It's a fraction. The result is a life that turns time into a habit instead of a hazard. Habit, in this world, speaks a language made of small, faithful gestures. You know matins belongs to the dark when your fingers go searching for the lamp hook without thinking. You know lauds by the way the birds rehearse a few bars and then suddenly commit to the whole song. Prime arrives like a friend who knocks twice and then lets himself in. It's not mystical. It's muscle. The rule of Saint Benedict gives the schedule, and the building turns it into choreography. Stairs that don't betray sleepy feet, corridors that collect echoes like helpful ushers, windows that frame the sky exactly where your eye needs a hint. What you call timekeeping today, the monks call keeping faith. And the difference is less about vocabulary than about posture. You aren't racing the minutes. You're meeting them at agreed-upon places. Between the hours, work pours like water from one vessel to another. Copying a psalter, pruning vines, stirring the pot, mending a hem, teaching a novice to respect ink as if it were wine. Ora et labora is not a slogan for a tea towel. It's a physics lesson about attention. Prayer needs structure so it can be generous. Labor needs interruptions so it doesn't become a tyrant. Without reliable cues, the day smears. With them, every task stands up straight. A bell in the distance is enough to raise your head. A slant of light on the cloister walk is enough to move your feet. The trick is not to demand precision beyond your materials. Clouds, wind, seasons. These are your coworkers, and they are moody. Calendars matter here, but clocks, as you understand them, do not yet hold office. The year is a woven thing. Advent's expectant hush, Lent's lean grace, Easter's bright sunrise, and within that textile, canonical hours are the regular stitches that keep the cloth from unraveling. Medieval Europe leans on temporal hours, which expand and shrink with the season. An hour of daylight in winter is shorter than an hour in summer, because the day itself is playing accordions with the sun. The concept of equinoctial hours, 60 minutes that ignore season, will gain traction later in learned circles and urban life, but here the living clock is the sky, and it edits itself every month. That's not sloppy. It's intimate. You aren't obeying a statute, you're answering a relationship. Bells carry this intimacy into sound. A tower bell says now, and the whole valley agrees. A handbell in a corridor says gently now, and only the sleepers who must wake obey. The sacrist keeps a vocabulary of strikes. Single, double, rolling peal. The big public bell respects the town's nerves. The small indoor signal respects your neighbor's dreams. A practical tidbit sneaks in like a cat through a side door. Iron tongues aren't the only voices. In some houses or on storm-fretted nights, a wooden semantron, basically a plank struck rhythmically, does the job as a discrete alternative, though it's more common in the East than the West. The point is the same everywhere. Sound binds community with the least violence possible. A good bell ringer is less a drummer than a poet who knows where the line breaks go. Sometimes a bell rope loiters in your palm like a well-behaved snake, warm with the memory of yesterday's grip. You test it before the hour, because a stretched rope lies about timing, and a bell that clappers too slowly can confuse the choir into adding an extra measure of silence. There's a low comedy to the rituals, and humor keeps humility from hardening into pride. Somewhere a brother swears he counts to 100 between chimes by reciting the first line of a psalm at a steady pace. Another claims he feels the seconds by the rate at which a candle's tear hits the tray. Nobody's offended by the approximations because nobody promised a stopwatch. Reliability, not rigidity, is the currency. Elsewhere, outside the cloister, the countryside invents its own timepieces. A shepherd judges half an hour by how far the flock has chewed a strip of hillside. A miller listens for when the river's argument grows louder after rain and knows the wheel will turn faster, so sext might arrive earlier in the racket of prosperity. Travelers check the angle of the moon through tree branches the way you check your lock screen. Not to be exact, just to know whether to push on or pause. Such folk knowledge wanders over the monastery wall and informs your own habits, because a monk is a citizen of his place as well as of his rule. Stars, once the clouds surrender, serve as both lamp and ledger. The North Star sits where it always sits, acting more like a hinge than a headline, and the Great Dipper rotates around it with an arrogance you come to trust. If the bowl points down and the handle curls just so, you guess the night's passage within a comfortable margin. Mariners later make a handy instrument called a nocturnal to read hour from star positions, and astrolabes already allow learned folks to do sky math with style. Whether your house owns such tools or merely borrows their logic, you still internalize the lesson. Heavens turn with a regular patience, and you can ride that patience like a current. Practical timekeeping begins to feel like a conversation instead of a hunt. Sundials, when the day cooperates, are your office assistants. A gnomon planted in the garden prints a shadow letter on the ground that you learn to read like script. On walls, painted or carved lines catch the sun like musical staves holding notes. A refectory might have a noon mark so exact that you can see lunch arrive on the stone a minute before the bell admits it. Dials are parochial, made for this latitude, this courtyard, this height, and that provincialism is their strength. They aren't trying to be universal. They are trying to be kind. When winter shortens the light and the dial sulks in the low sun, you don't scold. You switch to other cues. Shadows write their own treatises without ink. In the scriptorium, the angle of a ray on the desk tells you more than a page number about how long you have until vespers. The cloister walk becomes a giant analog display, where the bright rectangles drift along the paving stones in obedient procession. With practice, your body becomes the hand of a human sundial. You stand at a known spot and check where your own shadow lands relative to a crack or a tile, and a little grin sneaks across your face because you have become your own instrument. The technology is cheap, maintenance is low, and uptime depends only on the planet's persistence. Sand, in an hourglass, looks like a polite, well-dressed waterfall, and the little hiss it makes turns into an almost musical texture for work. You've seen them on desks in kitchens near the organ, useful for short intervals like baking, copying a line, or timing a reading. The tricky part is history's own hourglass. The glass becomes common in the later medieval period, and its earlier presence in the West is a patchwork of suggestive but thin references. Historians are still debating this question, partly because artwork loves to draw what it wishes existed, and inventories sometimes list timers without telling you which kind. Either way, the idea lives. A calibrated trickle that you can reset with a brisk flip becomes a friendly way to measure slices of attention. Water, compared to sand, behaves like a university lecturer, steady, logical, and prone to complications when the room temperature misbehaves. A clepsydra leaks time at a controlled rate, with a float rising to trigger a marker or just to show where you are in the lecture. Monasteries that can afford them tuck them away from drafts and dust, and someone adopts the unglamorous job of checking the drip and skimming the surface. A quirky tidbit makes the tour. In cold spots, a caretaker might pour in a splash of wine to nudge the freezing point and keep the water from sulking into ice. A luxurious fix in a place that otherwise practices thrift. Accuracy is decent if you treat the device like a friend, not a servant. Float sticks? Tap the side. Meniscus misleads? Read from the same angle every time. Practice teaches your senses to interleave signals. You listen for a distant mill's shift in tone to tell you the wind has changed. You watch the wick of a candle to tell you the air has settled. You notice that the rookery's evening argument softens exactly when it's time to rehearse antiphons. A novice arrives brimming with zeal and leaves brimming with situational awareness. When the bell finally calls, your body is already halfway to the choir because an earlier hint told your muscles to gather their things. You keep discovering that time is not a line you chase but a room you furnish. Seasons refuse to be shy about their edits. In summer, daylight lingers like a guest who won't take the hint, and Compline lands under a sky still flushed with leftover blue. In winter, the same prayer sits inside a darkness that feels older than stone. Temporal hours flex with these swings, so sext will float closer to real noon on the short days and wander with the sun on long days. The intellectual fashion for equinoctial hours, the equal 60-minute slice, appeals to scholars who love consistency, and as mechanical clocks spread later, standardization rides their coattails into cities. But in the middle portion of your story, season-sensitive hours stay practical, homely, and wise, the way farm recipes respect weather rather than ignoring it. Memory helps when instruments sulk. You learn to associate the warmth of the refectory's hearth with a halfway mark to Vespers on cold months. You match the length of one psalm recited steadily to the time it takes to walk from the dormitory to the garden gate. You notice that dew quits the grass by a particular moment on clear mornings, and that absence becomes a cue more trustworthy than a sleepy neighbor's promise. The countryside trains you to read absence as carefully as presence. A missing bird becomes a clock. A new smell from the bakery becomes another. Scholarship doesn't keep quiet for long. Even here, someone in the library copies a treatise on the astrolabe and tries to adapt its celestial grammar to monastic nights, and someone else scribbles skeptical notes in the margin about cloud cover and humility. The community remembers the big chronology, that mechanical clocks with escapements will flourish in the 14th century, that town squares will acquire iron throats that tell everyone when to trade and sleep, but daily practice keeps the present honest. You still require stars, shadows, sand, water, and bells. A careful phrase finds a chair in your mind. Historians argue about how strongly monastic schedules drove the development of public clocks, and whether civic ambition did the heavier lifting. The evidence is rich but unequal, and neat conclusions wobble on the cobbles. Humor saves the schedule on days when the sun misbehaves. Someone jokes that the bell is a domesticated thunderclap with better manners. Someone else swears the bell rope grows longer and damp, whether just to make novices miss a beat. A lay brother insists he can time terse by how quickly the cat finishes its patrol along the warm sill. None of this mocks the hours. It keeps them human. Laughter, like the ping of a candle pin or the single soft knock on a dormitory door, slices tension into edible pieces. You learn that a schedule survives better when it's allowed to smile. Eventually, a question starts poking at your sleeve. How do you turn all these cues into a wake-up call gentle enough for a holy house and reliable enough for a sleepy one? Bells are honest but loud. Water is subtle but needy. Sand is portable but persnickety. Stars are grand but coy, and shadows refuse to work nights. Something has to bridge the gap between midnight's stubbornness and matin's insistence. That's where the candle returns, newly charged with responsibility, because wax can burn at a knowable pace while carrying tiny surprises in its belly. The sacrist stands over a fat pillar, scores careful measures, and presses the pins as if he's composing a line of music meant for ears that have not yet decided to wake. Gravity says yes, the tray says ping, and the hour says present. Markers collect as you walk the campus of your day. On the south wall of the cloister, a faintly painted dial keeps score for sunlight hours. In the sacristy, a shallow bowl waits for the next pin. In the library, a water clock grumbles to itself like a scholar between footnotes. On a desk, a small sandglass pretends to be shy and then proves useful while copying a page. Each instrument thrives by making peace with its habitat. The sundial loves the bright courtyard but sulks indoors. The water clock recites perfectly until a draft bullies it. The sandglass performs like a gentleman until humidity turns it into a pessimist. You keep your attention agile enough to switch companions without sulking yourself. Details stay stubborn because they confer reliability. Beeswax has a good reputation around here, burning clean and consistent, while tallow gives smoke and attitude. Wicks matter. Twisted linen performs differently from braided cotton, and the shape of the mushroom at the tip tells you whether to trim. Bell metal, often a bronze alloy, brags just enough to carry across fields, and a handbell size means you can tuck it into a sleeve like a polite secret. Even the garden's geometry helps, because a straight path with evenly spaced stones lets your feet measure intervals without your brain's permission. Technologies hide in plain sight, and humility is their camouflage. Roles turn into instruments too. The presenter who starts the singing learns to aim the first note at a specific breath so the choir enters as one, effectively measuring seconds with lungs. The cook knows the stretch between stirring and simmering by the shape of the steam and times the noon bell with gratitude. The porter at the gate reads traffic as time. Merchants at mid-morning, peasants at mid-afternoon, pilgrims near dusk. Clock faces are scarce, but clocks are everywhere if you redefine the term to include anything that tells you when to lay one thing down and pick up another. Textures of time differ within the same day. The hour before terse feels nimble, full of small tasks that polish the larger ones. The hour after sex stretches like warm wax and tempts you to add a nap where none belongs. None arrives thin and clear, the way distant hills look thinner and clearer in certain light. You come to trust that moods have schedules too. A good housekeeper of attention expects these tides and sets the day's rocks accordingly so boats won't scrape. In this, the monastery anticipates modern notions of chronobiology without needing syllables that long. Anchors keep the community from drifting. Canonical hours structure what you do, bells anchor when you start, and sensory instruments tell you where in the passage you stand. A mainstream truth stands up without fuss. Before mechanical clocks dominate town squares, monasteries function as islands of regularity, and their practices indirectly teach surrounding villages how to notice time. Folks look up when they hear the bell. Fields empty toward worship. Markets time their bustle to the monastery's rhythm. It isn't control. It's influence via reliability. The polite power of consistency turns neighbors into participants. Synthesis is the quiet result. Stars for the grand arc, shadows for the day's embroidery, sand and water for short spans, bells for communal pivot points, and candlelight for the tender border between sleep and duty. A quirky morsel decorates the plate. Some houses supposedly flavored the idea of hours with incense sticks calibrated to burn for fixed lengths. Sandalwood for a psalm cycle, frankincense for a chapter of reading, though whether this was common in the Latin West remains doubtful. The thought lingers because it's lovely, and loveliness sometimes helps the memory hold onto truth. Still, the safe center remains. A mixed toolkit, tuned by place and season, keeps a house faithful when the sun is busy elsewhere. Continuity carries you back to the niche where the candle waits like a companion who knows both your virtues and your vulnerabilities. Hands that earlier read stars and shadows now press pins into wax at measured intervals with the same calm confidence. The bell that would boom across fields respectfully keeps quiet, and the tray that will sing later now rests like a promise. It all adds up to a language you can hear even half asleep. Counting hours without clocks is not a deficit. It's a discipline. The materials are ordinary, the tone is gentle, and the result is a community that arrives, together, at the right door at the right time, night after night. Rulebooks rarely smell like anything, yet this one carries the faint aroma of beeswax and bread because it lives where life is cooked and sung. The Rule of St. Benedict is not a tome of thunder. It's a set of gentle rails, meant to let a community roll forward without derailing on its own enthusiasm. Open it and the day stands up straight. Times for prayer, times for work, times for reading, times for rest. The flesh of the schedule is ordinary. The nerve endings are spiritual. The promise hides here, quiet as a mouse in the refectory grain bin. If the hours stay steady, attention becomes kindness, and kindness becomes the climate you breathe. That climate needs oxygen from punctuality, which is how a monastery turns timekeeping into a shared craft rather than a lonely chore. Between dark and dawn, responsibility conducts its private orchestra. The abbot, more shepherd than general, knows that waking people on time is a pastoral act. Matins in the small hours, lauds when the sky blushes, then the cascade, prime, terce, sext, none, before evening gathers itself for vespers and the soft landing of Compline. Each hour calls not for perfection, but for presence. A schedule in this place is a covenant. The bell is the signature. When you miss the bell, you don't merely miss a meeting. You interrupt a vow. That's why the monastery builds redundant cues. Bell, candle, ping, a shoulder tapped by the week's waker, to make rising as gentle as it is non-negotiable. Discipline sounds stern until you feel how it cares for your future self. The rule asks sleepers to keep their clothes and belts near at hand, and to sleep in tunics so midnight doesn't become a scavenger hunt. Knives are laid aside by custom before bed, because rushing half awake with a blade is a poor idea in any century. Beds line up in the dormitory like commas in a good sentence. Privacy is thinner than a page because community is the point. Late-night whispering is discouraged not because joy is illegal, but because tomorrow's attention needs tonight's quiet. Punctuality, here, is housekeeping for the soul. A broom that sweeps away grit so prayer won't grind. Benedict writes with the kind of practicality that betrays long acquaintance with human sleepiness. When he sketches the divine office across the night, he doesn't pretend that stars are always helpful or that brothers never drift. He arranges for readings to anchor wandering minds and for psalms to carry drowsy voices like rafts. He specifies sleeping arrangements, clothed, belts at hand, so motion can be swift and modest. The spiritual core is unmistakable. Rising promptly means refusing to leave your neighbors carrying the harmony alone. The historical center of gravity is firm enough for beginners to lean on. Benedictine houses in medieval Europe used this rule as a spine, even as local bones grow differently according to climate, building, and custom. Obedience, a word that usually bristles, changes temperature inside these walls. It stops meaning someone else's will pressed onto you, and starts meaning the community's promise carried by you, which turns punctuality into a gift rather than a leash. When the candle pin drops at the agreed moment, when the waker's hand touches a shoulder with practiced respect, when the bell chooses the right voice for indoors or out, the choreography teaches obedience as listening. One step late and the pattern sags. One step early and the line breaks. The rule doesn't give you a stopwatch. It gives you a reason to own one eventually. In the meantime, attention is your most accurate instrument. Punctuality announces itself not with trumpet flourishes but with small mercies. The choir fills without scraping benches. The first antiphon finds every mouth awake enough to form syllables without violence. Latecomers are not humiliated, but the rule knows how to place them so they feel the gravity of their choice. The last bench, the waiting spot at the door, the pause until the abbot's signal allows them to rejoin. A mainstream fact holds steady. Monastic customs often require a tardy brother to make a modest prostration or to ask quietly for pardon. Because lateness is not just a private accident. It is a ripple that disturbs shared waters. The sting isn't punishment. It's pedagogy. Silence works as the monastery's operating system, especially in the hours when candles think for everyone. Before bed, a holy hush keeps nerves from jangling. After the first ping in the night, the dormitory remains a library of moving bodies. Even the steps on stone learn to pronounce consonants softly. The funny part is that silence contains many sounds. The fabric sigh, the tiny lick of flame, the small metals ping in a tray, the human exhale that decides to exist without announcement. You discover that punctuality, in its most generous form, is an acoustic art. The less you contribute to unnecessary noise, the more space the necessary sounds have to do their work. Schedules in the rule behave like ribs. They protect soft organs but flex as you breathe. Read the chapters about the divine office and you find scaffolding, not cement. A template for how to distribute psalms through the week, guidance for seasonal adjustments, freedom for the abbot to consider local conditions. A rigid schedule would break under weather, harvest, guests, illness. A living one bends and survives. This is the mainstream knowledge worth pocketing. Benedictine time is firm where it must be, forgiving where it can be. That's why a candle alarm is not a contradiction but a complement. It lets the house keep its promise on nights when clouds bully stars and wind heckles water clocks. Communal identity grows out of these inches and minutes. A monastery is not a factory for prayer. It is a city of attention. Every official role, cellarer, precentor, infirmarian, porter, interlaces with the hours so tightly that you start hearing job descriptions as time signatures. The porter meets visitors without derailing choir. The cellarer times cooking to bells. The infirmarian measures medicine and sleep against the day's cadence. Responsibility in such a place is measured not only by tasks completed but by the cleanliness of transitions. A house can forgive many mistakes if the rhythm survives. Late arrivals don't turn you into an outcast, but they mark you for repair. The rule knows that shame paralyzes, so the medicine is mild. A visible but dignified delay before rejoining, a gesture of respect toward the choir and the abbot, perhaps a private word later about habits of preparation. Quirky local customs sometimes appear in the ledger of memory. A certain abbey seats chronic latecomers near the door for a week as both convenience and reminder. Another assigns the forgetful brother to be waker for the next round, which turns irresponsibility into responsibility by fiat. Whether each house did these things is uncertain, but the logic smells right. The cure sits near the cause. Practice keeps the whole engine honest. Before sleep, you lay out belt and cowl. Check the candle's pins. Confirm the tray's position. Feel the bell rope for slack, and glance at the window's curtain for drafts. After waking, you coil the rope, trim the wick, update the tiny mental notes about burn rate in humid air. Ora et labora sounds lofty until you watch how much of both consists of setting up the next hour to succeed. Responsibility works best when it arrives disguised as habit. Ask any modern who lays out running shoes by the bed. The method is medieval and the wisdom ageless. Sleep in the rule is not stingy but curated. The dormitory is one long room because togetherness protects against fear and nonsense. Lamps stay lit low enough to add courage, high enough to avoid spectacle. Blankets are simple. Mattresses are straw that crackles when a body turns, a natural break on nocturnal adventures. A novice learns to trust that rising at an ungodly hour is less about cruelty and more about trimming the day so prayer has edges. The candle alarm fits this design like a tool fits a hand. It wakes without scaring, it tasks someone with a clear duty, and it leaves most sleepers within a pocket of peace until the line of the office calls them. Stations in the night give structure to what would otherwise be chaos. The week's waker, sometimes called the hebdomadarian in choir matters, has the honor of being first responder to the pin's ping. Another brother checks the water clock or the sandglass if the house keeps them. A third makes sure the passage lights are honest and the stair not a stage for slapstick. These responsibilities rotate, because no one should become permanently married to midnight vigilance unless he's called to the rare vocation of watchfulness. Rotation democratizes duty. Everyone learns what it takes to make sacred punctuality look effortless. Kitchen timing gets baptized by the bell. A cook who hears none gathering pulls bread from the oven because steam is a clock and crust, like a psalm, has an appointed time. In winter, porridge is soaked at night so sext can gossip over bowls that smell like hospitality. A minor, charming fact elbowing for inclusion says that some houses stored a backup candle in a covered niche by the hearth, both for light and to keep a reliable flame for rekindling. Useful insurance when drafts behave like pranksters. Whether every kitchen did this is doubtful. Practices varied. Still, the combination of appetite and punctuality teaches that a kept schedule is edible as well as admirable. Study sessions bow to the hours with the politeness of well-bred guests. The scriptorium hums after prime, purrs after terce, takes a long blink after sext, and returns to business with sharper ink before none. Readers choose texts whose length suits the interval, because starting Thomas in a 10-minute slot is a romance doomed to frustration. Here the rule's artistry becomes visible. The day's rhythm distributes attention across muscles and meanings so that no single part of a person is overworked. You discover that responsibility is easier to carry when it has handles spaced for human hands. Architecture turns the rule into stone choreography. Doors sit where feet need them. Corridors bend at angles that teach bodies how to slow down. The dormitory stair is shallow, so monks descending in the night do not invent new verbs for falling. Windows are cut to receive the sun exactly where the refectory needs a noon mark in bright seasons, and low niches guard flames where drafts would otherwise pick a fight. The building is a companion instrument. Its acoustics and pathways amplify punctuality the way a well-tuned box amplifies a lute's strings. Maintenance therefore becomes part of obedience. Oil the hinges, sweep the stair, check the latch. Faults, when they happen, are treated like potholes to be filled, not cliffs to be feared. A brother who chronically oversleeps meets with the prior, who prescribes practical remedies, earlier bedtime, lighter supper, rotating him off heavy labor the day before matins duty. A penance might be assigned, not humiliation, but service at an hour that teaches the body to honor the bell. The curiosity cabinet of monastic trivia offers a sweet oddity here. Some houses allegedly used a tiny clapper in the dormitory, more felt than heard, to signal lights truly out without turning bedtime into a parade. Authenticity of such practices varies, and historians are still debating this question. But the soul of the claim fits the rule's instinct: caution with noise, abundance of mercy. Skeptics sometimes imagine that such schedules extinguish personality, but the opposite happens. The rhythm gives each person a shape to blossom into. Freed from the anxiety of improvising the day's scaffolding, you spend your energy on the actual beams. Study, charity, handiwork, song. Responsibility becomes colorful rather than gray. The precentor's flair with modes, the cellarer's intuition for supply lines, the gardener's friendship with soil, all are more themselves when timing holds. The rule removes drama where it doesn't belong so that joy can have center stage without tripping over clutter. Craft turns duty into pleasure when hands meet materials with comprehension. Wax teaches patience, wicks teach moderation, pins teach humility, and trays teach acoustics. Rope teaches feedback. You learn to feel a bell's voice in your palms. Books teach cadence. You begin to hear a psalm's natural breathing so perfectly that the choir seems to inhale as a single lung. None of this is flashy. All of it produces a community capable of landing a complicated aircraft, prayer, meals, study, sleep, on the same runway several times a day, no collisions. A schedule this good is an ethical artifact. It helps people do what they promise to do. Candles, by now, have become little professors. Markings on their sides translate the rule's abstract hours into a visual slope you can trust even with eyes half shut. Pins add punctuation to the slope, turning expectation into sound. The candle alarm is not a hack in the pejorative sense. It's a sacrament of responsibility, an outward sign of an inward grace, though a modest one you can hold in your palm. The mainstream knowledge sits happily here. Before mechanical escapements rule the streets, monks devise and borrow simple devices to keep appointments with God and one another. A quirky sidelight flickers in certain workshops preferred beeswax from particular flowers for consistency, swearing that clover-fed bees burn truer than heather-fed ones. Whether that's chemistry or affection is a debate for another bench. Ritual, at its best, protects meaning without strangling it. The night waker kisses the cross carved into the candle's base before pressing the pins, not from superstition but from the same instinct that makes a surgeon tap the instrument tray. Respect before use. The dormitory's last lamp is lowered with the same gesture every night so the body recognizes, we are entering quiet. The first bell of lauds climbs the tower rope with a practiced hand that has learned exactly how much pull is awake but not alarmed. Responsibility loves repetition because repetition trains kindness to arrive on time. Legacy, finally, is the long shadow cast by these small choices. A community that treats hours as promises bequeaths to the wider world a sense that time can be hospitable. Towns learn to listen for bells. Markets pulse with the monastery's pulse. Craftsmen internalize the worth of consistent starts and careful endings. The later centuries will build iron lungs for cities, tower clocks that breathe regularity into the day, and the seed for those lungs is planted in places like this, where rule, rhythm, and responsibility teach ordinary materials to speak. When a pin falls in the night and a tray answers, the sound is bigger than its size. It is the signature of a people who have decided not to leave one another waiting in the dark. Candles graduate from scenery to instrument. The first evening the bell rope sulks and the sky refuses to collaborate. A plain pillar of wax looks modest enough on the workbench. Yet in a monastery it becomes a timeline you can touch, measure, and tune. You cradle the weight, feel the tack of beeswax on your skin, and sense the promise buried in the wick. Time ceases to be a distant star chart and becomes a domestic flame, persuading minutes to melt into hours with manners. This is not sorcery, only a patient agreement between materials and intention. Fire eats downward, wax retreats, gravity waits, and a small sound at the right moment shepherds a whole dormitory from darkness toward duty. Monasteries treat such agreements like liturgy in miniature. A sacrist retrieves a knife smoothed by years of sharpening and scores faint rings around the candle's flank. Each mark a guess at an hour. He knows this room's drafts and this niche's personality, and he has learned which windows gossip with the wind at absurd times. A soft pencil line might appear as well, because charcoal is honest about where the flame has already been. The workbench becomes a desk for an unusual kind of arithmetic. Not numbers on parchment but lines etched into wax, destined to dissolve into sound. The community schedule will lean on those lines like a choir leans on the precentor's hand. Beeswax behaves like a polite guest, burning with steady light and a fragrance that turns a cell into a chapel. It doesn't smoke unless insulted, and it keeps its shape longer, which matters when pins must sit like patient swallows on a telegraph wire. Hives that drank clover yield one temperament, heather another. A few candlemakers swear chestnut flowers make wax that keeps better posture in humid seasons. Whether chemistry justifies the bragging or nostalgia does the heavy lifting. The hands in this house remember which batches behaved, and the notebook of memory grows fat with scent and season. Mainstream knowledge sticks easily here. Beeswax is prized across medieval Europe for clean, even burn, and for the prestige of the material itself. Tallow, by contrast, burns like a neighbor who forgets volume control. It smokes, it droops, it carries the kitchen into the choir whether anyone invited it or not. Still, poverty makes philosophers of many houses, and tallow has its place in corridors, storerooms, and moments when soot on stone matters less than light on a task. If the candle clock must be tallow, the sacrist sets wider marks, trims the wick more aggressively, and warns the waker to listen for earlier pings. It isn't elegance, but it's honest work. A small mercy hides inside the compromise. Tallow's softer body clutches a pin more snugly, which can help accuracy when the wax would otherwise crack. Wicks govern the candle's character like spines govern posture. A twisted linen wick stands proud and burns eagerly. A braided cotton wick indulges in a dignified pause between sips of air. Too thick, and the flame mushrooms into a smoky hat. Too thin, and it drowns in its own glossy lake. Trimming becomes ritual. A neat snip at an angle, leaving a tidy point that sips air without gobbling. The sacrist keeps a tin of trimmings that looks charmingly like a box of quills offcuts, proof that attention generates its own archaeology. Without a well-mannered wick, hours lose shape and the tray hears either silence or chaos, neither of which serves matins. Measurements begin long before prayer. A dry afternoon hosts the testing. The sacrist lights a fresh pillar, shelters it in the intended niche, and notes the drop in height at quarter-hour intervals. He whispers each change as if dictating a psalm to a scribe. A thumb in 15, 2 in a half hour. Chalk lines bloom on a nearby board showing where the wax level ought to be when the bell would otherwise demand its say. Then, with a conspiratorial glance at the rafters, he blows on the flame slightly to mimic a draft and observes the candle's manners. Clocks of gears and springs will later boast, but this humble rehearsal already turns material into method. Calculations feel domestic rather than scholastic. A ruler appears, but fingers and eyes do the majority of the work, calibrating by habit. Marks are spaced at intervals equal to the expected burn for 15 minutes. Because redundancy is a friend at midnight, the tray will sing once for the waker and again for the waker's conscience. If the house plans 2 wakings, one for the hebdomadarian to rise early and prepare, another for the dormitory at large, then pins Nestle at different depths like paired arrows in a quiver. The resulting score on wax looks like music written without a stave, and in a way that's exactly what it is, notation for the performance of waking gently. Error creeps in whenever the weather forgets its lines. Humidity makes sand sulk and water clocks hesitate, but it also fattens the flame, slowing the rate by a sly margin that matters at 2 in the morning. Cold tightens wax, heat relaxes it. Summer turns the candle into a more generous hour, winter into a brisker one. Seasons therefore enter the recipe the way salt enters soup, by taste recorded, not numbers insisted upon. The sacrist's ledger, whether in parchment or in memory, lists seasonal offsets by room. Nave niche, -2 minutes in dry north wind. Dormitory, +1 in damp. Science with sleeves rolled up, faithful to experience. Pins evolve from whatever metal lies around. Clipped bits of wire, slivers of bronze trimmed from a bell-fitter's scrap, hair-thin nails inherited from a carpenter's kit. Each pin takes a slight bend, the gentlest hook to prevent premature escape while granting gravity its due when the wax loosens. Heads are flattened so they feel similar under a fingertip in darkness, and shanks are cut to lengths that release cleanly without lodging like stubborn teeth. Occasionally, a proud tinkerer files a tiny collar into the pin to create a microshelf in the wax, claiming it improves predictability. That claim earns a maybe and a promise to revisit the topic next winter. Trays shape the voice of time as surely as bells do. A shallow metal dish catches falling pins with a bright, precise ping that behaves like punctuation rather than proclamation. Copper rings warm and quick, iron rings lower and lasts longer. Bronze, when available, offers a comfortingly bell-like timbre in miniature, though the expense can be hard to justify for a niche contraption. The tray's position matters too. Too near the wall, and the sound muffles. Too far in open air, and the note vanishes into stone. Acoustic tests consist of simple theatrics. One brother stands by the dormitory door while another drops a pin and waits for a thumbs up in the gloom. Reflectors enter the scene like quiet stagehands. A thin hammered plate behind the candle throws light forward and sounds slightly outward, teaching both to travel where sleepers' ears and eyes will catch them if needed. Highly polished surfaces glint like pride but glare into the waker's eyes, so a gentle satin finish becomes preferred. In some houses, the reflector doubles as a lid for the candle box by day. Thrift dresses itself in cleverness when storage is scarce. The geometry of the niche, arched top, curved back, turns a humble spot of masonry into a resonant shell, not unlike a musician's soundboard hidden behind plaster. Niches learn to act like well-behaved rooms inside rooms. A shallow ledge guards against drafts. A lip keeps the tray from wandering if a passerby's sleeve brushes where it shouldn't. The stone around the alcove grows glossy from years of hands tending flame, the monastery's version of a polished doorknob on a house loved by generations. A tiny vent high in the recess carries away smoke without tempting the flame to lean sideways. Builders rarely drew blueprints for such things, but habit, that master mason, lifts the corners a little and trims the inside so sound doesn't die there. Portability matters when the candle clock must travel with the waker. A small wooden caddy with a clamp for the pillar, a sliding arm that holds the tray at just the right distance, and a handle like a friendly question mark turns a stationary idea into a wandering one. The waker loops the handle over an elbow so both hands are free for tapping shoulders or nudging doorposts in kindness. The device won't win beauty contests, but the first time it pings halfway down the dormitory and still lands delicately. Everyone treats the caddy like a guest of honor at breakfast. Scent sometimes volunteers as a co-conspirator. A sliver of rosemary pushed into the wax near a certain mark perfumes the moment a hair before the pin falls. A prelude detectable by anyone whose nose is awake even if his eyes aren't. Lavender makes another appearance in experiments. Laurel has its defenders too. Whether these practices were widespread or scattered like stars is uncertain, and honest voices caution against romanticizing universal habits from local quirks. Still, the idea is charming and plausible. Smell rides memory's fastest horse, and a scented hour might tug a drowsy mind toward its appointment with surprising tenderness. Scriptoria adopt candle clocks the way careful readers adopt bookmarks. A copyist can set a pin for the length of a chapter, promising himself a pause when the tray speaks. Margins gain tiny annotations, 2 pings to finish this quire, which would bewilder a future scholar if they weren't accustomed to monastic pragmatism. The flame's position becomes a metronome for eyes. When it reaches a certain line etched on the wooden stand, the reader trades pen for stretch, parchment for breath. Where water clocks are too fussy and sand too costly, a candle does the civility of asking only to be watched and tended. Kitchens, being practical kingdoms, borrow any tool that keeps stew from sulking. A pin set for the right behalf of a simmer tells the cook when to add barley. Another warns a helper to lift the bread cover and check the crust's courage. Evidence for formal kitchen candle clocks is more scattered than enthusiasts sometimes admit, and historians are still debating this question, particularly because later recollections love to paint earlier centuries with conveniences they wish had existed. Even so, a clever cook in any era notices that a calm, thick beeswax pillar is as reliable as an apprentice who never yawns during none. Matins depends on the midnight version most of all. The first pin is the candle's whisper to the hebdomadarian. Wake, set the choir's breath, check the lamps, and make sure the antiphon doesn't arrive late and apologetic. A second pin belongs to the dormitory at large. The small metallic invitation for feet to find sandals and hearts to steady against the cool stone air. Double pinning becomes tradition because redundancy is mercy, and mercy is policy here. On feast days or winter's learned nights, a third pin may hide deeper still, a failsafe against weather's pranks and dreams that cling too sweetly. Training a novice begins at the workbench with a posture lesson masquerading as craft. The elder brother shows how to seat the pin with a slow twist, not a stab, because wax resents violence and repays it with cracks. He demonstrates how to listen to the candle before it speaks. A faint sizzle when the wick needs trimming, a sneeze of smoke when the draft woke up. He teaches the novice to mark not only the candle but also his own impressions on a slate. Tonight, damp, wicks trimmed long, pins held late by a breath. Skills ripen when language catches up with sensation, and a monastery is a school for both. Troubleshooting sessions read like practical poetry. If a pin falls early, suspect a warm corner or a wick cut too short. If late, suspect a stubborn wax blend or a pin pressed in with unnecessary zeal. If the tray rings too softly, polish the rim or move the niche a handbreadth outward. If too loudly, warm a small strip of wax under the tray's lip to mellow the resonance. A crooked candle insists on drama, tilting heat to one side and chewing faster along that path. Solution: rotate the pillar every quarter hour or seat it in a holder that refuses to pick favorites. The goal isn't laboratory perfection. It's confidence with ears attached. Terminology ambles along behind the practice, trying not to trip on definitions. Is the candle clock mechanical? If nothing clicks but the pin and nothing turns but the flame? Purists draw borders around gears and escapements and keep the word mechanical in the town square, while pragmatists shrug and count gravity as a perfectly respectable engine. The truth wears both cloaks depending on weather. What matters to the house is less taxonomic clarity than reliable midnight sound. Academic debate is honest and useful, but the choir doesn't require a footnote to stand up. Comparisons with water clocks and sandglasses make the candle's personality clearer. Clepsydras thrive when someone babies them. Level surface, constant temperature, clean spout. Neglect provokes petulance. Sandglasses are elegant for short sprints but become prima donnas when humidity kisses them. Candles, by contrast, forgive inattention up to a point and repay a few minutes of setup with hours of faithful burn. They also perform the double duty of light and signal, an efficiency beloved by houses that count every resource twice. The competition is friendly. Each instrument holds court in its proper room, and the monastery keeps peace among them. Craft passes between houses like recipes, with travelers acting as their feet. A visiting brother describes a pin shape filed into a leaf, flat and broad, which he claims releases more reliably than wire. Another shares a trick of rubbing the pin with tallow so it slides the instant wax loosens. Notes about scribal abbreviations and psalm sequences travel alongside these details, because in monastic life the sacred and the mundane share the same luggage. Over decades, a network of candle lore grows as real as any collection of sermons, and possibly more actionable at 2 in the morning. Economics attach themselves quietly to wax. Beekeeping thrives where flowers are friendly and winter mild. Elsewhere, trade fills the gap. A cellarer who bargains well imports bricks of beeswax that smell faintly of fields you'll never visit, and the house reserves the best for liturgy and timekeeping. Tallow remains the poor cousin for corridors and chores. There's even a small arithmetic of thrift. Pins are recovered after each fall, counted like spoons after a feast, and straightened for another night's duty. Nothing in this system is disposable in the modern sense. Even the melted wax becomes the future candle, a lesson about continuity disguised as housekeeping. Safety occupies a stool nearby like a gray-haired aunt who loves everyone enough to nag. Flames stand away from curtains. Niches keep distance from straw mattresses. A bucket waits in the corner though nobody expects to need it. The waker rehearses how to shield a flame with his palm while he moves. A miniature eclipse taught to every novice on his first week. Haste is the enemy. So is pride. A humble checklist. Pins seated, wick trimmed, tray aligned, niche clear, becomes a lullaby for the building. A way of telling the stones that the humans inside intend to be careful with their night. Mathematics, though rarely named, sneaks into fingers. The distance between marks carries ratios born of tests. A thumb for the quarter hour, 2 for the half, 3 for the full, with a bit shaved or added depending on wax and week. The habit of checking after a psalm or two creates a feedback loop before anyone invents the phrase. Someone may even scratch a tiny table into the inside of the candle box. This pillar. 1 thumb equals 13 to 15 minutes in fair weather. And the house treats it like treasure. Precision never aims to chain the night. It simply wants to shake hands with it confidently. Psychology supplies the quietest proof that the device belongs. A bell can shatter sleep as if a glass had fallen. A pin's ping curates waking the way a librarian clears a throat. Sleep seeds ground without panic. Voices gather without the shuffle of guilt. The body learns to pair that delicate sound with the act of rising, and routine turns obedience into ease. Over months, your mind begins to wake a breath before the ping, as if the familiar light sculpted time not only outside your skull but inside it. That is the true trick, teaching nerves to treat punctuality as pleasure. Legends accumulate the way soot writes its own margins above a niche. One brother reports that in a mountain priory, a single candle marked with pebbles pulled from a sacred stream kept perfect time all winter. A tale so lovely it ought to be true whether or not it is. Another house swears their sacrist learned the method from pilgrims who had used incense coils in distant lands. Rings marked with dyes that burned like scented serpents toward a pin. A story that sounds more like cross-cultural analogies than direct borrowing. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate is half the fun, reminding everyone that facts travel with tales and each teaches the other how to walk. Alternatives hover in peripheral vision for comparison. East of these valleys, incense clocks and oil lamp timers carve night with scent and droplet. To the south, astrolabes make geometry speak with starry grammar. News of such instruments arrives folded into travelers' pockets. And even if your house never sees one, imagination borrows their logic. Timekeeping is a hospitable art. Methods greet one another and exchange hospitality at borders both literal and mental. The candle is neither primitive nor parochial. It is simply the right friend for this building, this climate, this vow of waking without startling. Storms test the whole arrangement the way illness tests friendship. Wind hunts for cracks, pressure makes the flame shiver, and nerves ensure the waker hears ghosts where there are only rafters. Backup plans step forward. An hourglass warmed in a sleeve to keep sand spry. A water clock tucked in a sheltered corner. A lay brother assigned to wake on the second pin even if the first misbehaves. Reliability is never a single point of failure here. It is a braided rope, and the candle forms one strong strand among others, flexible enough to bend, strong enough to hold. Design takes a bow when someone decides to write the process as if drafting a recipe. Cut the pillar to the night's reasonable length, trace the hour lines, warm the pinheads between finger and thumb, press at a shallow angle. Set the tray at a distance equal to the pin's fall plus a kindness for error, and test with a trial light for 5 minutes. Record the flame's gait. Check the niche for drafts with a single hanging thread. Adjust with a brick or a screen. Place the caddy near the dormitory stair for the waker and leave a whisper of instruction. First ping, rise. Second, rouse. Rehearsal the first night looks like theater without audience. The waker sits near the niche, listens to the candle tell time in its syllables of melt and sigh, and whispers the duties under breath like lines before a premiere. A hand tests the tray's ring and wanders along the corridor to catch how the sound behaves after 2 corners. A second brother stands in the dormitory and, eyes shut, records whether the ping arrives as invitation or rumor. Adjustments follow, tray nudged, pin reset, wick trimmed, until the sound feels like a friend's hand on the shoulder, not a stranger's knock at the window. Pinging finally becomes a verb that belongs to the house. Ears, attuned by repetition, learn its harmonics the way voices learn modes. On a clean night, the note lands like a silver thread. On damp nights, it drops an octave and carries a woolen coat. Either way, action follows. The hebdomadarian rises, breathes a prayer that tastes of honey and smoke, and sets the room to readiness. Meanwhile, sleepers practice the art of waking without resentment because the summons is measured and kind. A better alarm exists in centuries to come, perhaps, but none more fitting for stone, vow, and season. Aftercare for the instrument closes the loop before dawn. Spent pins are counted back into their dish. Wax pooled in the tray is sculpted into a small puck that will rejoin the pot during the next candle-making day. The wick is squared and the pillar's sides smoothed where a wayward drip tried to tell its own story. Notes are added to the ledger. Late by a breath, suspect damp, and the niche is swept like a hearth. In caring for the device, the house cares for the hour it served. Gratitude expressed in cloth and attention instead of applause. Echoes of this practice will leave the cloister without asking permission. A merchant who visits notices the calm reliability and pins his own candle at the inn when a pre-dawn departure matters. A night watchman adapts a tray and pin trick to punctuate his rounds. A traveler invents a pocket version for a tent. The lineage that later leads to spring-driven alarms and eventually to pocket rectangles capable of singing oceans begins in the same place the best inventions often begin, with a human body, a community promise, and a small sound at the right moment. Candles, by becoming time, teach you that measuring can be gentle and that waking can be kind. Hardware quietly becomes ritual the first time a sliver of metal turns midnight into music. Pins, trays, notches, none of them look like theology, yet they end up carrying a vow across the dark like careful porters. A candle by itself is a river of time. Add a pin and a shallow dish and the river starts speaking in clear syllables. Each syllable is a tiny clang no larger than a breath, and still the dormitory hears it and says, "Present." Hesitation dissolves because the instrument doesn't shout. It suggests that gentleness fits the place, where attention prefers to be invited rather than dragged. Before the show, a workbench inherits the gravity of a stage. The sacrist slides the fat pillar of beeswax forward, sets a small ruler beside it, and looks up at the rafters as if the ceiling could remember last winter's burn rate. A soft cloth wipes dust from the metal tray, and the cloth smells faintly of smoke and rosemary because everything here has met the candle before. Tools line up without fuss. A small knife for scoring, a tin of pins sorted by length, a shallow dish for spent metal, a stub of charcoal for notes on wood. Preparation tastes like confidence, and confidence tastes like sleep that will be surrendered without resentment when the ping arrives. Instead of numbers on a page, the evening earns its equations in wax. The knife's point draws the first ring, then another a thumb below, then another still, until the candle's flank looks like the ribs of a hollow sea creature. Each mark corresponds to the time a flame will eat in this niche, in this weather, with this wick trimmed to this angle. Science doesn't need Latin here. It needs humility and a memory with good manners. The line for the waker sits a hair above the line for the dormitory, because one person must cross from sleep to duty before the many follow. That offset will rescue mornings more times than jokes can. Monastic shops know how to make do with whatever season leaves on the sill. Nails retired from carpentry become memorable citizens in the pin tin after a file reshapes and a cloth polishes. A bell-fitter's scrap of bronze, when clipped fine, sings with a sweeter tone on the tray than plain iron. Copper behaves like an eager student. Bright, quick, slightly showy. So it's kept for places where a short, high ping travels better. This sort of scavenging is neither poverty nor romance. It's the discipline of using the world kindly. The mainstream historical point is simple. Medieval households, monastic and lay alike, reuse materials with a creativity modern sustainability departments would envy. Tonight, the lesson turns tactile. Fingers warm a pin between thumb and forefinger so the wax will receive it without complaint. And the pin's head is turned sideways so it rides the flame's heat like a gull riding a current. The bend on the shank looks insignificant until gravity meets softened wax and finds precisely the encouragement it was waiting for. Pressure must be firm, not bossy. The wax disapproves of being stabbed and will repay the insult with cracks that swallow minutes. The first seating at the Wake the Waker notch feels like a promise performed in miniature. The second seating feels like insurance that hopes never to be cashed. Hands learn a private vocabulary of textures long before mouths memorize the right antiphon. Smooth beeswax under a fingertip is unctuous in a way tallow cannot imitate. A pin filed well offers no burr to catch a thread. A tray tapped experimentally answers with either a shy tone or a confident one. A palm cupped near the flame measures draft the way a sailor reads wind. And a quick twist of the wrist settles a pin's head flush with the surface so no snag will create an early fall. This is craft more than cleverness. Yet cleverness arrives as a dessert when craft is served faithfully. Pins deserve family names once a house has handled enough of them. Sparrows are the short and quick, good for quarter-hour reminders in the scriptorium. Swans are longer, with flattened heads that rest content until the wax loosens. Ideal for the midnight wake. Pilgrims are the skinny travelers that make do in tallow when beeswax runs shy. Invented labels like these never appear in charters, but language follows affection. Double pinning becomes a policy rather than a quirk. One for the waker, one for the company, sometimes a third for feast day insurance. A mainstream truth holds steady. Redundancy is how fragile materials accomplish reliable tasks. Angles behave like morals. Slight deviations create strange consequences. A pin set too perpendicular falls prematurely when heat tunnels along its metal spine. A pin laid too flat refuses to release even when the wax puddles like a sleepy lake. Practice chooses a compromise. A shallow entry, head just proud of the surface, shank kissing the wax at a slant that invites melting to loosen its grip. Heads sometimes grow a tiny, hammered flange so they sit exactly level. Shanks sometimes receive a gentle curve so friction agrees to let go at the right syllable of the night. Details like these don't show in paintings. They show in mornings that are neither late nor startled. Gravity writes the punchline while the candle delivers the setup. Heat persuades, wax relents. The pin's weight discovers that resistance has changed its mind, and a silver moment later the tray hears a new fact arrive. A ping that might be dismissed at noon becomes an event at midnight, the way a single cough in a theater becomes a character when the dialogue sleeps. Sleepers do not jerk upright. They unspool. A body shifts, a breath lengthens, sandals find the floor, and the staircase receives feet in an order that sounds like rain learning to make harmony. The device never shouts. It simply permits the hour to keep the promise the rule made. Because sound matters as much as light, the tray earns a craftsman's attention. A lip rolled outward slightly throws the ring forward. A bottom bowed just so avoids the dull thunk of a flat plate on stone. Coppa's bright timbre pleases short corridors. Bronze's warm core pleases vaulted spaces. Iron's steady, unpretentious voice suits the dormitory's close air. A felt pad under the tray kills sympathetic buzz. because nothing ruins dignity like a rattle. The waker tests from 3 spots, near the stair, at the dormitory door, halfway down the row, and calibrates loudness to a Goldilocks mean. Wake the appointed, spare the unappointed. Materials decide personality in quiet ways that show up only under patience. Beeswax, with its tidy crystalline structure, melts evenly and resolidifies faithfully, making repeatable marks truly repeatable. Tallow leans and pouts, pulling pins off their marks if the room grows sneaky warm. Bronze pins stay temperate under heat, releasing almost theatrically on cue. Iron cools too quickly and adheres a breath longer in damp weather. Copper crosses the finish line with sprinter's haste, a virtue in some niches and a vice in others. These are not fairy tales. They are the blur of empirical notes monks keep whether or not ink ever meets parchment. Acoustics turns masonry into a collaborator instead of a backdrop. Curved niches gather sound and push it outward like cupped hands. Flat recesses cause echoes to chew on themselves and die. The corridor's width decides whether a ping travels as a thread or as a ribbon. The dormitory's grain of straw mattresses absorbs high notes and leaves low ones to wander. An improvised reflector, a hammered plate behind the candle, throws both light and tone forward with enough grace that sleepers swear the ping arrived from inside their dream and asked nicely to be let out. No mathematician appears with diagrams. The ears do the calculus on the fly. Placement becomes ethics once sleepers are involved. A niche too near a novice's bed will teach resentment rather than responsibility. A niche too far from the waker will teach excuses and, "I never heard it," which might even be true. The chosen spot in this house lives at the dormitory's bend, where sound must pass every bed on its way to forgetfulness. The tray sits at shoulder height, so the note aims level rather than at toes, and the candle's light kisses the ceiling instead of stabbing eyes. A small linen curtain on a rod can be drawn to soften the glow while leaving the path for sound clear. Kindness expresses itself in inches. Practice turns a complicated instrument into a friendly habit. The waker checks pins at Compline, trims the wick, tests the tray, and walks the corridor with eyes half closed to simulate the knight's self who will need to navigate without fuss. A second brother stands as audience at the far end and raises a hand if the ping arrives like a rumor rather than a word. A third checks for drafts with a hanging thread, because wind loves to play pranks near the stair. This rehearsal doesn't break the sanctity of night. It builds the sanctity by sparing sleepers the drama of improvisation when the hour is due. Calibrations belong to the ledger of common sense. The pillar is measured against the ribbed marks, the burn rate noted for the season, and the offset for damp, memorized like a recipe's secret pinch. Winter asks for closer spacing. Summer tolerates longer strides between pins. On feast nights when psalms multiply, the waker moves the pin a hair deeper to buy the choir an extra breath for the longer procession. Numbers remain simple and honest. Finger widths, knuckle spans, the distance between 2 familiar scars on the sacrist's left hand. Accuracy hides inside these folk units, not because they are precise but because they are consistent inside one life. Failures teach faster than compliments. A pin slumps early when wax softens on a tilted candle. A tray rings twice when a careless sleeve bumps the caddy. A head set too proud snags a passing cowl and tugs itself free before its hour. These mishaps read like entries in a comedy book until a choir arrives either flustered or late, and then comedy turns into homework. The house tells stories about last winter's 7-minute matins, and everyone laughs now because everything turned out fine, but the learning etched itself into practice. Rotate the pillar, set the tray deeper on feast eves, and keep sleeves honest near the niche. Solutions arrive dressed as small corrections rather than grand redesigns. A thin ring of wax under the tray's lip dampens bright overtones on nights when the dormitory echoes like a well. A pin rubbed with a breath of tallow releases more predictably in dry cold. A wick trimmed to a neat conical point avoids the sooty mushroom that would fatten the flame and slow the burn. An extra note, literally a small parchment square, hangs inside the candle box. If wind kisses from the north, move caddy 2 bricks left. Improvisation earns respect when it is methodical rather than dramatic. Etiquette wraps the whole machine in kindness so the instrument serves community instead of vanity. The waker doesn't race the corridor like a herald. A calm pace signals that duty is friendly. A light tap on the doorframe replaces names spoken aloud, because names tug on dreams and snap them rudely. A handbell stays in reserve for illness nights when a second signal is needed, but most nights the pin's ping and a shoulder touched lightly perform the whole motion. The rule doesn't legislate these inches. Tradition does, and tradition learned the inches by listening to sleepers breathing and deciding to be gentle. Records look unglamorous and turn out to be gold. A slate in the sacristy carries shorthand that reads like a sailor's log transposed to land. Damp, slow by a breath, heather wax, steady at 1 thumb per quarter. Copper pin, too eager in the small niche. Margins in a copybook occasionally host a line that makes a future reader blink. Finish the choir ahead of the second ping. Or, move the pin to spare Brother Martin's cold. These scribbles are not fussiness. They are love letters to reliability, a way of telling tomorrow that today tried to leave the campsite tidy. Legend adds its spice without demanding footnotes. One traveling brother boasts that his old abbey used pins shaped like leaves, so the falling sound included a flutter rather than a single ding. A flourish that sounds suspiciously like pride, and yet charms the ear that imagines it. Another tells of a priory that embedded a grain of millet ahead of the pin, so the candle hissed just before release. A whispering prelude that wakers grew to adore. Whether these tricks were commonplace or rare is impossible to prove, and historians are still debating this question whenever a line in a ledger hints and then refuses to confirm. The stories persist because they carry the smell of plausibility alongside the perfume of wish. Debate also paces around the category line like a watchdog that isn't sure who belongs inside the fence. Is a candle alarm a mechanical device when nothing ticks and the only moving parts are flame and gravity? Purists reserve mechanical for gears, axles, escapements, and regulated motions. Pragmatists wave the word toward anything that turns intention into reliable effect. Literature reflects the quarrel with a shrug, because the sources themselves are uneven. One house writes about hour candles, as if everyone knows them. Another barely mentions the trick at all. A mainstream point can still be made without fuss. Monastic communities routinely use simple, calibrated aids to keep the hours, and the candle alarm sits comfortably among them whether or not it wears the mechanical sash. Aftercare makes the closing scene feel like gratitude instead of cleanup. The waker plucks spent pins from the tray, drops them into the dish with a small, satisfying rain of proof, and straightens any bent shanks with the nail of a thumb. Wax pooled in the dish becomes a coin set aside for remelt day. Soot smudges on the niche wipe away with a cloth that already knows the choreography of that corner. The pillar's scored ribs are refreshed with the knife's kiss, the wick squared for the next watch, and the caddy stowed at the landing where a hand can find it in the first seconds of purpose. Responsibility ends as it began, with attention shaped to fit human hours. Coordination emerges the moment the ping travels into bodies like a bell-shaped breath. A novice sits up as if a hand had pulled a ribbon inside his chest. An elder swings his feet to the floor and remembers for the 1,000th time why the small sound matters. The dormitory shifts from lake to river. Blankets lift, sandals scuff. The stair offers its shallow kindness. And the church receives a community that arrives not in a clatter but in a sequence that sounds like intention. Candle, pin, tray, and niche have done what statues never do. They moved people. Rhythm slips from workshop to choir without needing a handshake. The hebdomadarian hums a pitch before speaking, and that pitch aligns with the silence the pin created, the way a key turns smoothly in a well-tended lock. Lamps in the nave burn with clean, cone-shaped flames because the same hands that respect pin angles respect wick lengths. Pages rustle in the same register as the trays note because materials eventually learn to collaborate when humans invite them. Nothing here is spectacular. Everything is aligned enough that prayer can take the stage without tripping over the scenery. Continuity carries the trick beyond the walls because other lives also need soft transitions from sleep to duty. A merchant binds a pin into a travel candle and sets it by the inn window to wake for a market cart. A watchman adapts the method to mark rounds with grace instead of bellow. A student in a city house presses the tiniest needle into a stub of beeswax to warn him before the curfew bell. The idea scales down without fracturing because it is made of universal parts. Melt, wait, fall, sound. Technologies that last tend to possess this humility. Memory begins to prefer pings to shocks. After weeks of faithful nights, your body wakes in the exhale between release and ring as if the ear and the candle had signed a pact. The mind, trained by kindness, stops bargaining at midnight and simply rises, the way a good friend rises to open the door when he hears a familiar knock. The monastery has taught nervous systems to trust time again, and that is no small doctrine hidden inside a sliver of wire. Now the path is clear to the hour itself, where the small clang's work becomes the choir's work and the choir's work becomes the morning's. Orientation for a visitor would end here, except that the night itself is eager to demonstrate what the tin and tray have only promised. Pins crouch at their marks with the patience of chess pieces waiting for opening moves. The waker sits near the niche like a shepherd who knows where his flock will pass. Breath settles into the tempo of anticipated obedience. When the flame bites the first score line and the metal sighs away from wax, the house becomes a hinge and turns. The next chapter's doorway stands open. The vigil at midnight, orderly and somehow still messy, where quiet chaos shows how the instrument performs under the pressure of real sleep. Midnight behaves like a careful stagehand, dimming the monastery until every plank of the dormitory floor remembers how to be quiet, and then letting a single note, your candle's tiny ping, slip into the scene. A breath later, the room changes shape. Blankets become capes, straw whispers, belts find buckles by touch. The air tastes of cool stone and honeyed smoke, and your mind, which a moment ago argued sweetly for more sleep, switches to something like professional mode. Rise, steady, sandals, door. This is the hour the rule claims without apology. The night office that pulls a community from private dreams into a shared sentence. Somewhere beyond your cell, the waker's caddy glints like a small comet. Pillar clamped, tray ready, second pin waiting at the right depth in case the first invitation dissolves into a dream. The waker doesn't hurry. He manages momentum. A light tap on a doorframe here, a shoulder brush there, and you join the stream heading toward the stair with that peculiar mixture of calm and purpose that belongs to midnight religion. Nobody speaks. The building does enough talking. Hinges that mind their manners, floorboards that have learned to exhale instead of squeak, a lamp that keeps its flame neat. Between the first ping and the first psalm, timing is choreography. Sandals land on the shallow steps in a rhythm that sounds like intention. The stair's geometry proves its wisdom once again. A draft tests the corridor and loses because the niche's little curtain blocks its ambitions. A novice fumbles for a heartbeat, and your hand steadies him without words. Duty at this hour never feels like a performance. It feels like a relay in which each person carries a small baton of presence and passes it without dropping the music. Around the bend to the choir, benches sit like waiting boats, and the church drinks the moving glow of lamps with practiced grace. Lamps, by the way, have been trimmed with the same finesse you used on the candle pins. Wicks squared, smoke minimized, flames neither proud nor timid. The first brothers to arrive take the outer edges. The elders take their habitual places as if the stone remembered them, and your body remembers how to be one instrument among many. The vigil is officially called matins or vigils, and its bones are sturdy enough to carry centuries. Psalms, readings, responses, silence arranged like carefully spaced stones across the river of night. Under the roof, the precentor gauges the room's breath the way the sacrist gauged burn rates. He inhales, finds a pitch that will not strain voices still shaking off sleep, and offers the opening line with a confidence that will carry the timid through the first minute. The chants modes taste different in the dark, cooler, rounder, less concerned with lifting rafters and more concerned with shepherding thoughts. You let your voice be carried for the first bars, then feel it stand on its own feet, a small miracle you never bother to explain. Beside the waker, routines blossom like relief. He checks that the pin dish holds what it should hold, resets the pillar for the next interval if the night will ask for one, and sinks into the choir with that particular brightness people get when they've already done a thing that mattered before anyone else was watching. A soft clink from the sacristy confirms that a lamp needed a touch of oil and got it. Someone slides the Gospels into place on the lectern and pats the page as though the letters were an animal that likes to be reassured. Meanwhile in the kitchen, a lay brother who doesn't mind keeping odd hours leans over a pot and listens to the kindest sound in any house, the low talk of something warm becoming more itself. Barley swells like a good idea. A log shifts and decides not to spit. He times his stir with a psalm you are singing in the choir, an invisible thread that ties spoon to melody. Morning will be better for this collaboration with the night office, and you will taste punctuality later without naming it. Across the nave, the reader's voice pours the first lesson into the room like clear water. During winter, when nights are longer, the readings follow one another with generous pauses, and the vigil lengthens like a shawl you don't mind wearing a bit longer. In summer, when dawn flirts with impatience, the office shortens accordingly. That seasonal elasticity is not sloppiness. It's the famous medieval practice of temporal hours in a different costume. The day stretching and shrinking with the sun while the house preserves the shape of devotion. Mainstream history stays steady here. Monastic nights are structured by psalmody and readings, expanded in winter, condensed in summer, always looking for that balance between zeal and the human voice's stamina. Often the timing that looks effortless holds a dozen small rescues you only notice when something goes slightly sideways. An elder coughs and bows his head into his sleeve so sound lands like a courtesy instead of a cannon. A novice nearly skips a verse and is reeled back by the precentor's raised finger, the same way a sailor might correct a sail with a tug that saves the whole boat. At the lectern, a candle hiccups because a wick mushroomed, and a knife appears as if by magic to trim it back into compliance. Grace at midnight is mostly logistics with excellent manners. Sometimes the house needs 2 wake-ups if a feast doubles the load of psalms. That's when your earlier double pinning pays out like a well-placed investment. The first ping rouses the hebdomadarian so lamps shine and books lie open when the dormitory arrives. The second ping admits the rest of you into the theater of silence, precisely when the room wants you. Feast nights can be long, a fact someone always mentions at dinner as if it were a meteorological forecast. Jokes cushion the discipline. Set your soul to vibrate, a cheerful elder says, and the table laughs in its sleeve. Rarely does the system misbehave, but when it does, the chaos remains quiet. A pin falls early and the waker checks the clepsydra tucked in the sacristy corner, a fragile veteran still valued for arbitration. Moments like this make the cross-training of tools feel wise rather than fussy. If the water line agrees that the hour is shy, the waker delays his corridor patrol and prays another psalm in the niche's company. If the line says the pin is right and the house is late, he moves with that calm efficiency you hope to imitate, encouraging wrists into sleeves and feet into sandals with the minimum of drama. Carefully, the waker guards against escalation. A handbell waits in his caddy's pocket, but he avoids it unless illness thins the ranks and a louder promise is required. In some regions, and more famously in Eastern monastic traditions, a wooden semantron, a plank rhythmically struck, announces the hour with persuasive thuds, a practice admired here from a respectful distance. The Latin West leans on bells where it can and on the hush of candle pings indoors where it must, a cultural preference that shows up in both architecture and bedtime moods. Before the psalms climb their steeper hills, the invitatory wraps the room like a cloak. Come, let us sing. That sentence lands kindly in the dark because it asks rather than orders. You feel yourself become part of something bigger, less because of doctrine and more because the choreography fits a body. Knees know when to bend, shoulders when to relax, eyes where to settle. The office is not a concert. It's posture training disguised as prayer, and it works. After the first reading, silence takes a turn. This is not the hush of uncertainty. It is the industrious quiet of attention being given a long hallway with polished floors. Voices fall still, breaths even out, and the room seems to enlarge because the materials have agreed to cooperate. A distant owl edits the air for a second and then loses interest in your liturgy. You feel the candle at the niche the way you feel a lighthouse even if you cannot see it. A punctuation mark waiting with mild patience for its next sentence. Later, the vigil steps into its middle passages where the mind likes to wander and the feet threaten to turn fidget into choreography. You anchor yourself by paying attention to tiny realities. The smell of parchment, the way a vowel in the psalm lifts exactly at the point where the melody expects it, the low friction of your thumb along the book's edge. Spiritual advice in this house doesn't try to erase the body. It gives the body good work. Midnight is better behaved when hands, eyes, and ears have something dignified to hold. Eventually the second pin falls with a tone lower than the first, the acoustic equivalent of someone polite clearing a throat near the back row. That's the dormitory cue if fatigue was deep at Compline and a second wake was chosen. The sound doesn't interrupt. It joins. The hebdomadarian doesn't even look up. He trusts the system he set. The choir accepts fresh feet the way a river accepts a branch's stream, without comment, with gratitude that never pretends to be surprised. Suddenly a draft tests the choir's patience, and the lamp flames lean like listeners. A brother stationed near the door moves the latch without looking as if he were adjusting a harp string. The building rewards such attentions with a return to equilibrium. Every now and then, a bat does an exploratory lap near the high beams and never forgets it has its own business to attend to. You permit yourself a private smile and keep singing. Very little of midnight chaos needs commentary. It needs kindness and habit. Meanwhile, a chronic yawner, you know who, has armed himself with a curious remedy passed down from a neighboring house. A sprig of mint tucked in the sleeve, pinched between fingers whenever the jaw starts plotting mutiny. Whether medieval monks truly traded Antillon tips with fervor is impossible to prove, and historians are still debating this question when they read anecdotal marginalia that may be more affection than evidence. Still, a little mint-scented defiance harms no one and probably helps the neighboring baseline. Across the aisle, a novice misplaces his page and experiences that eternity-long panic particular to knights and libraries. The elder next to him executes the oldest rescue in the book. A single finger tapping the correct line. A tiny nod. No drama. You learn to love how the house prefers course correction to criticism. Monastic pedagogy is just timekeeping applied to souls. Predictable cues, gentle resets, humility about error, gratitude when things land where they should. Outside the walls, the town sleeps badly or well according to its own weather. In a few hours a merchant will creak open a gate. A baker will coax dough into obedience. A shepherd will lift a latch for the hillside. Inside, your office unhurriedly aligns those futures without talking to them. Like a distant lighthouse lending confidence to sailors who never see the stone that holds the lamp. This is the quiet social technology people forget to count. Communities borrowing stability from a house that treats hours as promises. Nearby, a small oddity has crept into local custom. The waker keeps a thin felt pad in his sleeve to press briefly against a cough. A trick he swears stops a sneeze from running away with the acoustics. Whether every monastery used such silence cloths is doubtful, and you file it with other affectionate household lore. But in this building it works and has won the approval of elders who value sound as much as text. Micro-inventions like these are how midnight's chaos remains quiet. Not by banning the human, but by collaborating with it. Past the midpoint, the readings take on a different kind of warmth. A homily steps gently through a passage that would be heavy during the day and becomes delicate now, like glass you're allowed to touch. The reader enunciates not to show off but to keep you from having to squint with your ears. A small, practical side of your brain stays awake to watch the flame behave. You are ready to rise between lessons to trim a wick or to adjust a lamp so the reader's eyes don't fight shadows. Vigil means watchfulness, and guardianship of light counts too. Elsewhere in the building, the infirmarian checks on a brother whose cough has earned him a night in the sick room rather than the dormitory. He times the medicine with the rhythm of the psalms floating under the door, a kind of metronome that keeps him from rushing or forgetting. Midnight care is not an interruption of prayer. It is a member of the same family. The candle in that room is not pinned. It is simply lit, and its steadiness says the same thing the choir says in a different language. We are here. Across centuries, scholars will try to reconstruct exactly how widespread candle alarms like yours were in the Latin West, and how much houses depended on water clocks or human watchfulness instead. Sources are patchy, terms are slippery, and practices vary from valley to valley. Historians are still debating this question for good reasons. Inventories rarely itemize humble contraptions, and narratives favor the spectacular. Your own midnight does not wait for a consensus. The pin falls, the choir rises, and reliability enters the room wearing beeswax and gravity. Inside the choir, the longest psalm of the night arrives like a hill you already know how to climb. The melody provides switchbacks. The text provides handholds. You let the words do the lifting and keep your attention busy with the rope work. Breath where the line wants it, consonants gathered into neat bundles so they land together. A smile tries to escape at a line you love and you let it, because the night office is generous with facial expressions as long as they don't turn into conversations. Before the conclusion, the invitatory's echo returns in miniature, a kind of epilogue that carries the office toward dawn with the same voice that carried it away from sleep. Lamps are nudged toward thrift. Wax is shepherded toward safety. Pages find ribbons. The building, which knows how to keep secrets, rehearses its morning creaks quietly so as not to confuse ears that still belong to night. Your stomach reminds you that porridge exists as a theological category. Grace you can eat. Finally, the vigil folds itself neatly like a blanket. The last response lands. The last cadence finds the stone and warms it, and the community bows as if thanking the room for hosting. The waker checks his dish of pins, nods at the niche with an intimacy that makes you grin, and the dormitory begins its reverse river back up the stair. Some will return to bed for a small, delicious portion of sleep before lauds. Some will linger with books. Some will make themselves quietly useful to the morning. Midnight has done its work. It has taken a scattered collection of sleepers and turned them into a choir that will feel related to itself all day. After you slip back into your cell, attention doesn't crash. It settles. The candle's voice has tuned your nerves. The chant's line has polished your breathing. The building's kindness has reminded your bones that architecture can be merciful. Sleep returns for a little while with better manners because it knows it has already lost its argument and no longer needs to pretend to be a lawyer. When you wake again, it will be to a sky that looks like a page being written on from the east, and you will recognize the handwriting. Later at breakfast, stories will pass like bowls. Someone compliments the reader's steadiness during a stubborn shadow. Someone else whispers gratitude for the second ping that saved his dream from being too comfortable. An elder mentions moving a lamp to spare a tired eye and gets nods that mean more than words. No one brags. The humor remains soft and the theology unremarked because the most important thing that happened at midnight was that nothing broke. Beyond the refectory window, the valley will pretend you did nothing unusual, and that is exactly the point. A city centuries from now will build mechanisms that keep time as surely as your candle, but with springs and escapements rather than melt and fall. For today, in this stone world, the technology of the night runs on modest physics and patient habit, and its output is not data but trust. The candle ping remains the signature noise of a community that prefers gentle cause and effect to drama. You sign your name under that preference with every step you take toward the choir when the pin says move. Within that trust, a quiet ambition begins to grow. If a house can wake this kindly, perhaps it can argue with equal kindness, work with equal steadiness, rest with equal clarity. Midnight teaches manners to minutes. Minutes teach manners to people. The vigil's quiet chaos, those small misfires, those soft rescues, becomes the curriculum for daylight, where the same ingredients reappear with more conversation. You leave the chapter knowing that a tiny clang at the right time has already redeemed a surprising amount of the day, and dawn hasn't even arrived. Dawn behaves like a soft correction after a daring equation solved at midnight, and the first thing waiting in the sacristy is the fat pillar you turned into a schedule. The ping did its duty. Now the materials want their debrief. Wax tells you how the night actually moved, not how you hoped it would, and the tray's tiny constellation of pins offers evidence you can hold. In this house, science wears a robe. You read surfaces with fingertips, you measure by thumb widths, and you learn more from a lopsided drip than you do from any neat theory explained at lunch. Inside the workshop, the smell of honeyed sweetness sits on the air like a memory that refuses to leave, because beeswax has a way of turning any room into a friendly cupboard. Monastic life keeps bees as earnestly as it keeps books. Hives hum along orchard walls, and the cellarer counts wax ingots the way a miller counts sacks of flour. Candles for the altar get the best of the hoard. Corridors and corners make do with whatever the season can spare. That economy carries your candle clock too. and you begin to appreciate how the feel of a block of wax in your hands already tells a story about the night it will give you later. Beeswax, as a material, performs like a disciplined singer in a choir. Steady, clear, and unembarrassed by attention. The burn is even when the wick is right. The drip behaves when the niche is kind, and the scent blesses a room without turning it into a perfumery. Tallow, by persuasive contrast, makes its case with volume. Smoke here, droop there, a kitchen ghost that refuses to go home. Poverty speaks the language of tallow, and lots of medieval houses are fluent. Still, the clock you trust with midnight prefers beeswax because predictability matters more than thrift when a community promises to meet in darkness and not be late to its own vows. Most of your calibration, then, is a conversation between wick and weather with wax as the shared table. Twist a linen wick too thick and the flame grows a sooty mushroom hat that gorges itself, slowing the burn like a bored mule. Trim it too short and the flame sulks in a glossy puddle of its own making, starving for air while pretending to be fine. The right angle of snip matters as much as the length. Diagonal cuts sip air with better manners, and a small tin of trimmings becomes the archaeology of a careful night. No one applauds a good wick. Everyone suffers a bad one. Apiaries introduce a set of temperaments you didn't expect from insects. Clover-fed bees give wax with a pale, cooperative character. Heather lends a deeper hue and a touch of stubbornness. Chestnut pretends to be dignified and melts as if it attended grammar school. Candlemakers swear seasonal differences matter as much as flora. Late summer wax has spent more time learning the sun. Winter stock has learned patience from cold storage. Whether this folk chemistry would pass a modern test is a friendly mystery. The ledger in your head keeps truths that can be tasted and touched long before they can be graphed. Whether, the most opinionated member of the team, changes everything and pays no rent. Damp air fattens a flame and lingers along the wick. Drafts steal heat and then return it in gusty charity. Stone walls exhale coolness after a day of soaking in shade. Your niche behaves differently after rain than it does after frost, and the candle tells you by leaning its light one way or another, the tongue of fire becoming a barometer with manners. The phrase, calibrating wicks like a miniature science lab in a robe, stops sounding like a joke and starts sounding like a job description you happily own. Corridors remember wind the way vellum remembers ink, and your niche learns to act like a small architect. A lip keeps the tray from skittering, a shallow arch gathers sound, and a hidden vent invites smoke out without tempting the flame to chase it. When a north wind teases the dormitory, the candles draft test. A single thread hanging by the niche that whispers by leaning warns you early. You adjust the pin's depth by a breath to compensate. On still nights, you widen spacing because heat will not be bullied. On chattery nights, you hold the pins closer with the affectionate caution of an older sibling guiding a toddler across a stream. Candlemas arrives in February with a cupboard's worth of poetry. A church blessing of candles for the year. A procession of little suns through a winter morning that needs encouragement. Monastic calendars don't need parties to stay awake. But Candlemas nevertheless crowns wax with formality, a mainstream fact that hangs comfortably on the peg of liturgy. The new pillars blessed that day will spend months turning darkness into appointments kept, and your candle clock feels like one quiet heir of that ceremony, a pragmatic child of a luminous parentage. Scent, though not doctrine, participates politely in the lesson. Beeswax carries a countryside's memory. Flowers? Hey! Something politely sweet, and that aroma wraps midnight in a gentleness no bell can produce. Occasionally a brother sneaks a sprig of rosemary into a non-lit corner of the niche so the air smells like attention rather than sleep. The house pretends not to notice, and the waker pretends the idea never came from him. Whether monasteries broadly paired scent with hours is uncertain, and historians are still debating this question when they sift affectionate anecdotes from actual records. The charm persists because it easily could have been true in houses like yours. Flame shape becomes your weather report you can stare at without being rude. A clean teardrop with a steady inner cone means the wick is right and the room honest. A jagged, smoking goblet tells you either a draft is arguing or the wick has gone gluttonous. The hum at the edge of your hearing, the burr of flame eating air, changes with humidity the way a fountain changes with the day's foot traffic. You begin to hear minutes rather than see them, and a quiet pride curls around your ribs when a novice asks how you knew to trim before the second reading and you say, "Listen, tools for the job preserve dignity as much as metrics." A wick trimmer that looks like a pair of serious scissors with a tiny box attached catches the char without sprinkling it like pepper. A conical snuffer teaches extinction to be gentle rather than theatrical. A flat-bladed knife scores wax without gouging it into confession. Nothing here is glamorous. Everything is trustworthy. The tray you wiped last night with a cloth that smells faintly of rosemary rings exactly the way you wanted. The pins you polished by habit fall like well-timed commas. Attention breeds predictability. Architecture contributes its habits to your enterprise, because stone is a slow teacher that never gets tired. In winter, walls that exhaled cool all day continue to loan that coolness to the niche, narrowing the wick's appetite. In summer, the masonry radiates stored warmth like a tired oven, and the same mark gives up its pin a minute earlier. The stairwell's draft acts like a minor trickster no matter the season. So you position the caddy 3 bricks left of the landing to keep wind from drilling a tunnel just when you want kindness. These inches are your best theology. They make a community's promises practical. Kitchen lore spills into wax as if recipes were meant for light as well as bread. Some claim soaking wicks in a little brine stiffens them and cuts smoke. Others swear a light soak in weak vinegar encourages a whiter flame. Whether those treatments were widespread is a historian's playground, not a verdict. Your own hands admit that a pretreated wick behaves more predictably in damp air. For the candle clock, such marginal gains matter because seconds saved from chaos become minutes of calmer wakefulness for everyone else. Hand memory carries more data than a shelf of notebooks. The way a wick resists scissors at the last fiber, the texture of beeswax under a thumbnail when scored, the subtle give of the pinhead as it presses home. These rehearsals teach your body to perceive differences you couldn't possibly name on a page. You begin to trust your wrist the way a good bell ringer trusts rope. A relaxed intimacy that looks like ordinariness from the doorway and feels like mastery from inside your elbow. Craft turns into instinct when repetition gains a personality. Monastery gardens, oddly enough, co-author your candle's behavior. An orchard's shade changes courtyard wind. A row of beans lifts air toward a window that used to mind its own business. A new trellis turns a gust into a swirl by the dormitory bend. You start reading the grounds like a map of how the night will brush against walls and inlets. Weather outside becomes weather inside in neat, traceable lines, and you add garden notes to your candle ledger without apology. Vines high, draft steady. Vines cut, draft mischievous. Materials arrive by season, and the calendar writes itself into the pillar's performance. Midwinter beeswax, cured long and stored in a cool room, feels dense in the hand and stands bravely in a dry niche. Late spring wax warms quickly and asks for a modesty screen so the flame doesn't get ideas. Tallow refuses shyness in summer. It glistens like a bard and behaves like a bored dog. For the clock you remain stubborn. Beeswax when possible, mixed only if you must, and never without adding an extra pin when the blend seems talkative. Candle making itself lives in the background of your day like a heartbeat you rarely notice. Dipping yields slender tapers for processions. Molding yields thick pillars for altars and clocks. The mold surface must be just imperfect enough to let air slip past when the hot wax goes in, or a bubble will birth a drip that bullies the burn. The wick is seated taut, centered with a little wooden crosspiece that looks almost too simple to be responsible for so much symmetry. A new pillar cooled in the cellars feels like a fresh page. Heavy, cool, potential pressed into a cylinder waiting for grammar. Practice nights become your laboratory, and the rule grants you the kindness of routine to test within. One evening you move the tray farther from the wall and ear test the note from 3 beds down. Another evening you exchange an iron pin for a slim bronze sliver just to hear the difference on a damp night. Those experiments polish your confidence until the midnight office sits on it as comfortably as a reader sits on a familiar bench. You aren't chasing extremes. You are removing rudeness from the hour. Water clocks, bless their stubborn hearts, loom in the corner like scholarly uncles, useful, precise when coddled, and easily offended by temperature. Sandglasses perform like elegant sprinters, delightfully exact for a short burst and melodramatic when humidity interferes. The candle's gift is that it consents to be both light and interval, which means your hands can carry a schedule down a corridor with the same ease they carry a lamp. That double duty is why your house chooses wax as the lead actor for waking, while the other instruments remain understudies ready to bow if the star takes ill. Questions linger under all this practice, and the scriptorium stores them the way the kitchen stores herbs. Did every monastery in the Latin West actually use pins and trays as widely as your house does? Or are you an enthusiastic outlier? Were wicks mostly linen? Or did hemp and rush matter more in certain valleys? Did salted wicks properly reduce smoke? Or is that just a charming footnote repeated by people who like the taste of probably? Historians are still debating this question because records about humble devices may hide behind words like timers and candles without details, and because later descriptions love to retrofit invention into centuries that felt more orderly in memory than they were. Candle ends, far from trash, become a secondary toolkit. Pools scraped from trays are collected into a pot for remelt day. Stub ends serve as scribes' friends, sealing wax tablets or smoothing rough thread when a tailor needs a cooperative needle. A sly trick you inherit from a cheerful cellarer involves warming a pinhead in just melted scrap before seating it into a pillar. The wax around the head remembers the heat and forms a tiny collar that releases evenly later. Little improvisations like that are the difference between a clock that pings when you expect and a clock that pretends to be interesting. Architecture answers the sky's moods with stone grammar. In heavy weather, you draw the tiny linen curtain across the niche to tame crosswinds, and you set an extra candle just inside the choir as a reserve beacon for the reader's eyes. In heat, you trim wicks shorter and accept a slightly faster burn rather than indulge smoke. In cold, you seat pins a hair shallower to make gravity's case sooner. The building is a partner, not a container, and the two of you, stone and hands, agree on a policy of friendliness towards sleepers who never ask to learn meteorology. Memory makes all of this portable. By lauds, when the sky has decided on a color and the church smells like an argument between incense and oatmeal, your mind has already inventoried everything you learned in the night. Which wick shape used manners, which pin released like a gentleman, which draft needed a nudge. None of it feels like bureaucracy. It feels like gratitude written as procedure, thank you notes disguised as adjustments so the next night doesn't have to rediscover fire and gravity from scratch. One delightful oddity keeps returning in conversation like a sparrow that knows where the crumbs are. A visiting brother swears his old house kept weather spoons, Thin slivers of polished horn they held near a flame to predict shift by the way condensed breath behaved on the surface. Another boasts of a whisper wall behind the dormitory niche, a shallow concavity that turned the tray's ping into a slightly lower note at night's dampest hour, more audible to sleepers without waking the infirmary. Whether such gadgets were widespread or merely clever local toys, nobody can fix with certainty, and that uncertainty becomes part of the house's charm. Apiary work itself becomes a quiet theological seminar on causation. If you place hives near lavender, candles gain a perfume that makes people think of summer even in bleak months. If near buckwheat, the wax darkens and pretends to be moody. The bees don't care about your hour lines, yet their choices redraw them, and you find yourself blessing creatures that have no idea they're collaborating in the midnight office. The monastery's economy: honey, wax, mead in some places, polish for wood, touches the clock even when you never speak the word. Silence has its own weather, and you start to forecast it with as much interest as wind. Some nights the dormitory holds hush like a glass bowl holds light. Some nights sound carries strangely, ping bending around corners you thought were deaf. The same tray in the same niche rings like a small bell on Tuesday and like a delicate metal leaf on Friday. The difference might be humidity, might be the number of blankets piled on straw, might be the shape of sleep in a dozen bodies. You adjust by ear and smile at how communal physics refuses to be purely mechanical. Occasional superstition floats by the doorway like a moth and then leaves without hurting anyone. Someone tells you a story about blessing pins on Candlemas with a tiny cross scratched near their heads. Not as magic, but as a reminder that the work is part of prayer. Someone else insists that a whisper of ash rubbed into the first score line on Ash Wednesday helps the spring burn steady. A claim you write in the ledger under charming, possibly nonsense. The house never turns these bits into law. It lets affection decorate function without replacing it. Trays wear their own biographies. A copper dish handed down from a long-ago bell repair sings brighter because a bell-maker's leftovers found a second vocation. An iron plate hammered by a lay brother with strong wrists carries a lower, fatherly tone that the infirmarian loves because it slips under coughs without bumping them. You polish them without taking off all their stories, leaving a soft patina that you swear adds roundness to the note. Maybe it does. Maybe affection does. Observation, after months of practice, turns into prediction. When a low front scrapes the valley, you can tell the candle will burn a touch slower just by how the refectory smoke hugged the ceiling at supper. When the tower's bell sounds a shade flat in heavy fog, you know the dormitory tray will read as a tenor rather than a soprano and seat the pin a finger width closer to compensate. Those adjustments are not accuracy for the sake of vanity. They are kindness disguised as craft, the difference between someone waking gently and someone being dragged by the collar out of a generous dream. Responsibility sneaks in as a tutor whenever you're tempted to coast on yesterday's success. Do it again, says the rule without raising its voice. Because attention is not cumulative, it is current. The candle that behaved last night expects the same respect tonight, and the weather that played nice on Wednesday remembers nothing on Thursday. You lay out the caddy, you trim, you score, you press the pins, and you record the little differences that become the big trust the community gives your hands in the dark. Harboring small debates keeps your mind awake without turning it into a courtroom. Are pins better flattened like tiny paddles? Or do round shanks release truer when the wax relaxes? Does the reflector behind the niche help sound as much as light? Or is it your imagination that the ping carries farther when the plate is warm? Do beeswax pillars poured in molds behave more predictably than those carved from blocks? The scriptorium has opinions to spare, and you keep a running list on a slate that earns more glances than a page of high theology on slow afternoons. Eventually, the lesson condenses into a sentence you could tuck under your pillow and not lose. Wax is temperament, wick is discipline, weather is mood. When all three consent to share a room politely, a tiny pin drops at exactly the right moment and a house wakes without bitterness. That ordinary miracle costs a few habits. The nightly checks, the ledger scribbles, the hands that smooth a drip back into decency. But the return is a choir that arrives almost smiling at an hour most worlds would call unreasonable. Finally, before Compline closes the evening like an eyelid, you set tonight's pillar with a steadiness that comes from knowing what stone, sky, and bees are likely to do. Pins nestle at their marks, the tray sits at its practiced distance, the linen curtain waits in its loop for drafts that may or may not bother showing up. A single test tap gives the note you expect. The niche seems to nod. If weather decides to misbehave, you have a pocket full of remedies and a mind full of last winter's lessons. If weather decides to be kind, the ping will arrive like a friend who knocks and then lets himself in. Either way, the house will rise, and the night will not feel like a bully. Comparisons begin the moment morning chores loosen their grip and your mind drifts back to the little ping that carried a whole dormitory across midnight. Candles do that with elegance, but a fair experiment invites the other candidates onto the stage. Water clocks that whisper in measured drips, sandglasses that hiss politely through a glass throat, and the stranger cousins that burn incense into paragraphs of scent. In a monastery that loves humility, tools sit side by side like books on a shelf, each with a bookmark at a different chapter of time. Curiosity pads along beside you like a cat that has learned the schedule better than the bell. Water slips into the conversation first because it has seniority. A clepsydra is nothing more than a vessel that gives up its patience drop by drop. Yet the moment a float rides the surface and a scale marks its climb, the device learns grammar. In your sacristy, a modest jar stands under an arch away from drafts, with a reed-thin spout and a thread-tied pointer that rises against a board marked with careful lines. It does not announce hours. It insinuates them, asking eyes to collaborate. The tone is professorial. Steady, clear, a touch unforgiving when neglected. Clepsydras in monasteries wear many accents. Some are inflow vessels, water added from a reservoir above. Others leak from a brass lip shaped so lovingly you start to suspect friendship between metal and patience. A float fashioned from a cork and a sliver of wood lifts a straw pointer, which traces progress along a strip of parchment glued to a board, a vertical sundial for night. The mainstream historical point hides in plain sight. Water clocks have served scholars, churches, and courts since antiquity, and medieval houses inherit that habit wherever a patient caretaker can be spared. Design determines personality in this watery tribe. Narrow throats promise steadiness but clog with mischief. Wide mouths boast of speed and then grow sloppy. Marks can be equidistant on the board even if the float rises faster at first and slower later. A quirk that teaches you to add wider spacing toward the top where buoyancy lends extra enthusiasm. A tiny vent hole above the spout keeps air from sulking, and a lid of pierced wood deflects dust because grit tells jokes at the worst possible times. Clepsydras, like good books, thrive when the bindings are tight and the pages clean. Maintenance teaches humility. Algae invents itself overnight, life being rude like that, and your reed turns green unless you scrub it with a discouraged brush. Cold thickens the flow enough to make an hour sullen. Heat thins it until minutes grow slippery. A brother who fancies himself an engineer once proposed floating a thin disk of oil to slow evaporation, and while the tidy sheen kept water home, it offended the sacrist's nose and the experiment retired to the drawer labeled ideas that were interesting at the time. Reliability frequently costs fewer heroics than invention. Accuracy, in theory, is a courtly promise. In practice, it is a negotiated treaty. A clepsydra gossips with temperature, socializes with drafts, and quarrels with algae. Even so, the instrument shines for measured intervals. A reading length, a homily span, the dignified pause before a bell. Some houses slip a droplet of wine into the jar on freezing nights to bully ice into reconsidering. A charming fix, more rumor than rule. Whether that trick was widespread remains uncertain, and historians are still debating this question when they chase small notes in larger inventories that never dreamed their footnotes would get famous. Sand behaves like a polite waterfall in a bottle. Flip the glass, hear the hiss, and watch a thread of grains write a slanted line in the lower bulb. The object looks like a miniature hourglass-shaped cathedral window with its own weather. In the scriptorium, a modest timer stands near a copyist's elbow, better at measuring a psalm than a knight. Humidity bullies it into sulking. Static makes grains cling like shy cousins at a feast. A crooked table shaves minutes with simple disrespect. Yet in fair weather, the thing is a wonder. Exact for short tasks and unbothered by drafts that tease flames and floats. Hourglasses drift into European workshops later than dramas like to pretend. Paintings eventually adore them, and ships make them mascots for watches at sea, but inside your monastery their range is modest. Timing a reading, baking a small loaf, pacing a novice through a passage without turning it into a sprint. The broader historical argument about how early and how common they were in the Latin West won't settle politely. Historians are still debating this question because documents describe timers, while remaining annoyingly vague about what, exactly, was flipping. You shrug and keep using the one that behaves when the air is dry. Crisis nights are the best demonstrations. When storms bully the roof and drafts go hunting for candles, sand in its glass throat keeps dignity where flame cannot. When the well house turns mean and the water clock complains about freezing, a beeswax pillar warms the concept of midnight back to life with a ping. Redundancy becomes faith wearing shoes. You discover that salvation, at least in timekeeping, is less about a perfect device and more about a conversation among good enough ones that rescue one another when weather grows theatrical. Scented time tiptoes into your vocabulary on an afternoon when a traveler mentions incense clocks used far east of your hills. Sticks and spirals that burn along marked paths, dropping tiny beads or striking gongs as perfume turns into minutes. The story tastes like a legend, but it also tastes true in a way that makes your hands want to copy the logic. A coil scored with intervals that smell different as they burn? A string of tiny weighted beads that tumble at appointed moments? The room leans forward even before anyone says, "Let's try it," but small. Incense coils, when imagined into your house, become polite guests rather than colonizers. A slender ring of slow-burning composition, powder of resin, a whisper of charcoal, a binder that minds its manners, could sit inside a lidded dish with tiny vents. Where the ember reaches a knot of thread weighted with a seed bead, gravity would contribute a click no louder than a fingernail on wood. Whether Latin monasteries actually used such devices is foggier than a winter field, and historians are still debating this question because direct evidence is thin. Yet borrowing the idea as a thought experiment inside your own walls makes practical sense. Scent rides memory, and gentle taps ride sleep. Cross-pollination happens without passports. A merchant describes a lamp timer used in a port city, oil dripping through a thin tube into a lower cup, the rising level lifting a shutter to expose a reflective plate, light as alarm. Another traveler swears a scribe he met tied colored knots along a long incense stick to mark chapter breaks by scent. Sandalwood for psalms, frankincense for sermons, myrtle for lectures that trailed on too long. Whether the stories are tall, they teach you what you need. Time can be coaxed by smell and shadow as well as by sight and sound. Inside the cloister you borrow structure, not provenance. Debates surface in the scriptorium like friendly whales. One brother insists sandglasses reflect a broader shift to equal hours, 60 stubborn minutes that ignore winter's sting, arguing that such glass fishbowls nudge minds toward standardization. Another counters that monastic life remains happily provincial for much of the medieval period, using temporal hours that stretch and shrink with the sun, while tools are pressed into service accordingly. Both have footnotes hidden in their heads. Both confess that practice varies by place and purse. Nobody throws a quill. Your candle continues to ping on time regardless. Stories from travelers grow legs faster than documents can chase them. A sailor claims his ship turned glass every half hour with a flourish, sand reset by the youngest on watch, and that the glass earned a kiss if the sea behaved. A scholar from a university town confesses to chalking marks on his chamber wall at dawn and erasing them at dusk as a homemade sundial just for himself. A tinsmith shows an hourglass painted with saints, its bulbs girded by a brass cage like a reliquary in miniature. You file these images among the monastery's imagined tools, useful less for replication than for understanding the mood of time outside your walls. Practice inside the house becomes a quiet tournament where kindness is the prize. Water clocks get the early evening readings when eyes are fresh. Candle pings claim midnight for their hush. Sand earns its keep at desks and ovens. Bells anchor the community's turns. Incense experiments, when tried, stay in a corner where ventilation will not turn piety into a coughing fit. You discover that the best system is not the one that wins every competition, but the one that loses gracefully and often, stepping aside when another tool's virtues matter more. Calibration of memory keeps the whole ensemble honest. A slate in the sacristy lists the wink length of the water line at winter temperatures, the exact hiss of sand when humidity is honest, the scent drift of a test coil in a corridor after a psalm and a half. You add doodles, a coil with beads at quarter turns, a glass with a slightly narrower waist, and write down whether the notes behaved. Tomorrow these scratches will look like art from a child with tidy penmanship, but in the night they are proofs, and in the morning they are kindness. Metaphors multiply because your brain loves stories. Water is the professor, fit for lectures and slow clarity. Sand is the copyist, precise in short passages and prone to sulking in damp. Incense is the poet, persuasive and moody. Bells are heralds with strong lungs. Candles are caretakers who carry both light and schedule in the same hand. The point of the metaphors is not spectacle but discipline. Each tool enters the room with a task and leaves when another can do it better. Pride finds no chair. Usefulness does. Quiet experiments never make it into chronicles because they feel too small to deserve a sentence. One winter, a goose quill trimmed to a narrow tube becomes the new spout for the water clock, producing a steadier droplet and fewer drafts. Another season, powdered eggshell in a pinch tints sand for a better contrast against the lower bulb. Easier to read at a glance without lifting the glass. A third trial uses a tiny sliver of tin on a thread above a candle flame, set to fall when the thread burns. A cousin to your pin trick that makes a romantic little chime. These do not revolutionize anything. They curate comfort. Reservoirs for the clepsydra become an exercise in ecology. A covered jar resists dust but grows stale. An open bowl breathes freely but collects airborne trouble. A compromise, lid with holes punched in a pattern that looks decorative from across the room, keeps the air honest and the water clean. Weight and height matter. The higher the reservoir, the steadier the pressure, but the more dramatic the spill when a novice bumps it. You choose moderation and then place a folded cloth beneath to catch the few drops that ignore instructions. Granules, for all their charm, disapprove of laziness. A glass left where afternoon sun warms one bulb skews the next run because heat persuades air and air persuades sand. A cloth laid wrongly under the base leans minutes toward impatience. Even the shape of the waist matters. Too tight and the glass pulses. Too generous and grains race, mocking your leisurely ambitions. The lesson, repeated like a psalm refrain, is that small kindnesses to materials produce big kindnesses to sleepers later. Fragrance invites caution. A coil or stick that burns too richly will dominate a corridor and make the infirmarian twitch. Venting must be real, not hopeful. If a test is made, it belongs in a lidded dish with a narrow, scalloped vent, enough to let scent escape in a disciplined ribbon while a bead or tiny clapper marks the interval. Some houses east of your maps paired incense with gongs for exact alarms. Your walls prefer the aristocratic whisper of a ping. Cultural differences become a mirror for your own preferences. Gentle nudges over loud processions. Culture travels faster than people think, and technologies ride caravans in stories even when objects don't ride saddles. You learn that Islamic astronomers kept time with sophisticated water clocks that flirted with automata, birds chirping on cue and doors opening as floats rose. You hear that Chinese artificers rolled incense into labyrinths that paced whole nights. Whether you see such wonders or merely savor the tales, the effect is the same. Your respect for humble wax grows rather than shrinks, because your candle's genius is compatibility with poverty and stone. Skeptical voices keep the monastery from turning into a museum of gadgets. A historian in training grumbles that many charming devices credited to the medievals actually belong to later centuries that prefer to flatter their grandparents. Another clarifies that evidence for widespread hourglass use before the 14th century in the Latin West is thinner than popular imagination suggests. A third insists that incense timing in Europe is far more likely found in households and guilds than in monastic rituals. Historians are still debating these questions, and your house cheerfully survives the uncertainty by keeping tools that work and letting the rest remain poetry until proven otherwise. Meanwhile, the candle continues to win nights by behaving like a friend. Pins seat where fingers say. The tray sings in a voice calibrated but unassuming. The niche shelters without sulking. You do not throw away water or sand. You stack them like bricks under the arch of a schedule that must carry both prayer and sleep. The elegance is not in the novelty. It is in the choreography that arranges strengths to cover weaknesses, redundancy that moves with you like a shadow that knows its manners. Mixtures take the floor when somebody suggests combining the cast. A candle stands over the clepsydra like a night watchman. The floats rise and a pins fall agreeing on a moment when the waker should begin the corridor. A sandglass becomes the copyist's partner, flipped at the beginning of a chapter with a promise. When you reach the end of this bulb, stretch. Even an incense bead could drop into a tiny brass cup at Laud's opening when the window is open and the whole building smells like baking. Hybrids do not impress the scriptorium's philosophers. They impress your sleep. Records grow thicker because success prefers to be remembered. A line on the slate notes the day when a quill spout cured the clepsydra of uneven drip. Another marks the week when the sandglass stopped sulking after someone rubbed the inner waist with a hint of beeswax to dismiss static. A third celebrates the tiny brass cup that caught an incense bead without ringing like a sneeze. None of this becomes doctrine. All of it becomes habit. Teaching novices requires a tone somewhere between lullaby and laboratory. The first lesson is never "here are 3 devices." The first lesson is always, "here is what kindness to sleepers sounds like." The second is choose the instrument whose flaws you can compensate tonight. Only then come the parts and the pinches. Reeds cut at this length, sand dried near the oven and stored in cloth, coils trimmed and weighted so beads behave. Craft inside these walls is just mercy with a toolkit. Unexpected lessons arrive sideways. Testing a new sandglass teaches patience in copying because you cannot hurry grains. Caring for a clepsydra teaches respect for invisible change because temperature moves something you cannot see. Experimenting with fragrance teaches modesty because power over mood is a responsibility, not a toy. The candle already taught you that gravity can be gentle. The other devices fill out the syllabus with their own quiet ethics. Tools are teachers. Time is the class. Civics shows up in the oddest corner. When the bell rings at Sext in a mist and the town's fields seem to nod back at the sound, you realize that your tools are quietly training the village too. If your house keeps time kindly, the market learns to do likewise, and a shepherd somewhere on the ridge becomes less alone with his fleece of worries because he can read his day against your reliable chorus. The public clock in another century will be iron and translate this kindness into metal. For now, your mixed toolkit is an orchestra someday towns will hum. Finally, the comparisons spiral back to their origin. The hour you owe the night. Candles remain the most portable, most polite, most tunable to stone and sleep. Water is dignified, a scholar that needs a caretaker. Sand is nimble, a clerk that minds small tasks. Incense, when not theatrical, is an embellishment you use like a garnish and not a feast. Nothing here despises anything else. The differences are teaching aids. The goal is the old one. Wake without scaring, pray without stumbling, rest without guilt. Back in the niche, the day's experiments distill into a plan. Tonight the clepsydra will babysit the first half of Complin's reading. The sandglass will serve in the scriptorium for a long paragraph at twilight. An incense test, just one bead, will sit in a lidded dish to see whether a tiny click can be heard by the hebdomadarian and no one else. The candle, of course, gets the stage at midnight, pins seated like punctuation in a sentence already memorized by the house. You feel the relief that comes whenever a tool knows its role. As evening hovers, the sky communicates its own schedule the way parchment communicates when it is ready for ink. Clouds thin and spread like diluted paint. Air cools with the tact of a host who knows how to signal the end of a party. A hand strays to the wick trimmer, another to the clepsydra's reed, a third to the sandglass whose waist feels honest after a day of patience. The room smells faintly of honey, stone, and a memory of mint from a novice's sleeve. Everything seems to be agreeing on minutes. By the time Complin settles like a shawl and silence earns the right to call itself music, your little committee of instruments waits in the wings. The water line glints under lamplight. The sand has been dried by a corner of the hearth and gives its whisper without clinging. The coil in its dish minds its manners, and the candle in its niche breathes with the calm of a tool that knows it is embodied trust. The waker's shoulders drop a fraction, that tiny exhale that says the night will be kind if the house keeps its part. Before closing the journal, you write a single sentence that is not a measurement and not a protocol. Borrowed ideas, tested gently, make home feel more itself. It looks sentimental on the slate and you leave it anyway. The monastery is not a fortress against outside thought. It is a home that tests visitors and adopts the ones that help everyone sleep and wake with fewer apologies. Candles taught you that in wax. Water and sand and scented smoke simply confirmed the story. Tomorrow, differences will appear to entertain you again. The reed will need trimming, the glass will sulk in fog, the coil will burn a hair faster in a draft, and you will correct them without drama. Tools like being listened to, Sleepers like being nudged rather than startled. The night likes being divided by instruments that respect it. You laugh quietly because it all sounds like advice for living, not just advice for clocks. Somewhere in the scriptorium, an undignified sketch of a coil with beads and a caption, "Perfume that knows manners," will make a future reader smile and wonder if the medievals were half engineers and half comedians. The answer, at least in your house, is yes. Devices are simple. Attention is complicated. Kindness is the point. When the tiny pin falls tonight and the tray answers with its precise little hello, you will hear all the instruments applaud from the wings, content to be supporting characters in a play titled Everyone Arrives Together. Blueprints arrive before sawdust, sketched in your head while the dormitory is still remembering how to breathe after matins. The goal refuses to be grand. Build a candle alarm gentle enough to lift one person, precise enough to keep the choir honest, and considerate enough not to wake the entire diocese for a single psalm. Constraints feel like friends, stone walls that carry echoes too happily, seasons that change burn rates, neighbors who deserve their dreams. The design brief is really a hospitality manual for midnight, and every choice you make, pin, tray, reflector, niche, has to serve that hospitality with the kind of politeness that makes people believe time is on their side. Benchwork happens in a small room that smells like bees and iron, where tools live tidy lives and every surface tells a story in scratches. A heavy board becomes your staging ground, with a groove to cradle the pillar and a chalk margin for math done in finger widths. The pin tin sits open, bronze for warm tone, iron for steady, copper for bright. A scrap of linen guards the tray from picking up dust that would turn a clean ping into a cough. Nothing gleams because nothing needs to impress. The only audience that matters will be asleep when your device does its finest work. Intention takes physical shape first as a jig. A wooden collar that slides over the pillar, scored with intervals learned from last winter and last rain. With each notch you twist the collar, draw a faint ring, and whisper the logic to yourself. First ping for the hebdomadarian, second for the dormitory, possible third for feast days. A scribe's knife kisses the wax, shallow enough to guide the pin, deep enough to keep the mark honest if the room warms. The jig remembers seasons so your hands don't have to improvise. Discipline hides inside this little hoop like a psalm hiding its mathematics in melody. Materials decide temperament so you audition them like singers. Beeswax pillars molded in a smooth iron tube stand straighter than hand-carved blocks. Tallow volunteers for corridors but sulks under pins. A modest blend with a beeswax majority sometimes earns a trial when the cellarer frowns at the honey ledger. Wicks twist from linen. Braided cotton waits in reserve for humid spells. A few experimental hemp wicks sit labeled with gossip from a traveling cordwainer. On a slate, you track how each combination behaves in damp and cold, and you indulge the charming superstition that clover-fed wax keeps better posture than heather-fed. Part chemistry, part affection, wholly useful in the middle of the night. Geometry governs everything your ears can't see. The niche wants a shallow arch to cradle sound, a lip to keep the tray from wandering, and a tiny vent high at the back to carry smoke away without teaching the flame bad habits. Distance from tray to floor matters, because notes born too low drown in straw. Notes born too high scrape rafters and wake saints. A linen curtain on a reed pinches light without throttling the ping, and the niche's stone gets burnished where hands have taught it the choreography of tending. A polish that functions like a map of past success. Reflectors transform small flames into cooperative light without turning corridors into theaters. A hammered plate. Brass if the cellarer is generous. Tinned iron if thrift speaks. Mounts behind the pillar at a tilt that spills glow forward and, to your happy surprise, throws a shade of sound along with it. Overly glossy polish dazzles the waker and teaches resentment. A satin finish scatters glare and leaves only usefulness. Double duty pleases monastic budgets. By day the plate caps the candle box. By night it becomes a quiet stagehand, catching light and nudging the ping towards sleeping ears like a librarian guiding a latecomer to the right shelf. Acoustics in stone houses are moody, so you rehearse like a choir master with a room that sometimes sings back. A copper tray rings bright and quick, perfect for short corridors. Bronze carries warmth that lingers, better for high naves. Iron's honest mid-range wins the dormitory where blankets swallow highs and coughs bully lows. The tray's underside gets a felt kiss to smother any rude buzz, and its rim gains a tiny outward roll that projects tone like a cupped hand. With a friend stationed at 3 beds, the novices, the elders, your own, you drop a trial pin and wait for 3 thumbs raised in the half-light. Ergonomics deserves more respect than romance, so the caddy, your portable platform, earns careful hands. A clamp hugs the pillar without bruising it. A sliding arm holds the tray at a measured fall's distance. A handle curves like a question mark to hook over your forearm, so both hands can remain free for door frames and shoulder taps. Weight creeps up, so you shave wood where you can and favor ash over oak. The whole rig gets a strap that lets you hang it while you trim a wick. Beauty hides in balance. The best compliment you can give this contraption is to forget you're carrying it until it speaks. Balance between light and sound becomes an art of inches. Too much flame wakes eyes rudely. Too little leaves you counting prayer on guesswork. A conical snuffer lives in the caddy, schooling extinction when you want darkness to recover its dignity. The snuffer's inner lip carries a breath of beeswax so it seals without squeal. Wicks taper to a neat point. Trims land in a little box attached to your trimmer so stray charcoal never sprinkles a salter. The candle is both lamp and clock, and your job is to make neither function jealous of the other. Redundancy protects kindness from weather. 2 pins at close intervals serve the waker and then everyone else. A third hides deeper for feast nights or damp spells when wax gets stubborn. A backup handbell rides in the caddy's pocket and hopes never to be invited on stage. A clepsydra in the sacristy minds slow minutes as a second opinion. Its float like a scholar raising a hand. Even a small sandglass on the lectern times readings so the knight never has to guess which device to trust. No one tool needs to be perfect if the ensemble compensates for each one's moods. Calibration is where engineering meets monastic patience. On the bench, you light the pillar and measure drop in finger widths at quarter hours, chalking each result while your friend notes the room's breath with a thread on a nail. Pins seat at a consistent angle. Not upright like soldiers, not couching lazy like cats. The same shallow slant that keeps friction faithful and invites gravity to say yes exactly when wax relaxes. A gentle pre-warm of each pinhead between finger and thumb teaches the wax to embrace and then let go with manners. The ledger gathers these behaviors into sentences future midnights can read. Portability receives a second draft after the first night's rehearsal teaches your shoulder about tiredness. A leather pad lands under the handle. A little latch prevents the tray from chiming while you walk. A pocket appears for a spare pin and a linen square, your silence cloth. To cradle a cough or push a door without clatter. The caddy earns a low-profile hook so you can park it by the niche at the dormitory bend and have both hands for steadying a drowsy novice. Every added ounce wins permission only if it pays rent in gentleness. Etiquette gets engineered as carefully as metal. The waker walks at the pace of a lullaby, not a proclamation. Taps door frames with 2 knuckles, not names with a voice. Let sandals talk more than his mouth does. Lanterns wait until after the first psalm to brighten, because eyes need time to negotiate peace with the morning they haven't met yet. Training teaches the difference between urgency and drama. The device exists to remove the second from the first. A well-designed alarm is not merely reliable. It is polite on behalf of everyone else. Safety refuses to be optional, so you draft a checklist as comforting as a blanket. Wick trimmed, pinheads flush, tray aligned, curtain drawn, draft tested with a suspended thread, bucket by the stair actually filled. Not imagined? The list lives tucked into the caddy's lid. Written in generous letters a sleepy brain can love. A rule about sleeves near flames becomes non-negotiable, and the novice learns the pinch and turn motion that keeps fabric away from heat while still letting hands behave like hands. Fire is a friend that insists on boundaries. Good design writes those boundaries into wood and habit. Iteration becomes your religion within a religion. After each night, the dish of pins tells stories. 2 falls clean and on time. 1 a breath late because humidity flirted with the wax. The tray's ring earns a polish or a patina left undisturbed, depending on whether last night's tone needed brightness or roundness. A tiny wedge under the niche's base corrects a pitch you didn't notice until 3 pings in a row leaned toward rumor. Improvement never arrives with trumpets. It arrives with a shaved sliver of wood and a better morning. Fieldcraft proves the lab honest. With the caddy set at the dormitory bend, you ask 3 sleepers to report whether the ping felt like a nudge or a nudge wearing boots. One swears he woke as if his own name had been spoken. Another says he heard a polite bell in a dream that opened into the choir stall. The elder, deaf to some frequencies, smiles and says the bronze tray's warmer note reached him better than last month's copper leaf. Adjustments follow. Tray swapped, angle shifted, curtains fold deepened by a finger. The target never changes. Wake the right person. Spare the rest. Documentation keeps memory from claiming authorship it doesn't deserve. On a parchment tacked inside the candle box, you draw a little plan of the niche and the dormitory bend, mark the reflective plate's tilt, and write 1 thumb equals 15 minutes in dry air. Add a breath in damp, subtract a breath in warm. Underneath, you add a domestic footnote. Lavender near the niche improves everyone's mood. Rosemary warns the waker before the pin. Whether every monastery actually scented ours is uncertain. Historians are still debating this question. But in your house the association works, and the record states what the nose already knows. Debate strolls in with its sleeves rolled when the scriptorium learns about your portable caddy. One brother calls it mechanical and nods toward a future of gears. Another insists it's simply calibrated gravity and ought not to pretend to be a clock. Definitions matter to papers, less to sleepers, and you let the conversation be lively while the device quietly does its job. A mainstream point stands safely in the middle. Before municipal clocks ruled town squares, houses like yours kept canonical hours with an ensemble of simple instruments, and the candle alarm was one persuasive player among them. Legacy hums under the saw and the snuffer. The shape of your tray and the angle of your pins will never win a heraldic device, but the reliability they buy trickles into the village like a spring under a wall. Merchants set early departures by your predictable mornings. Shepherds on the ridge feel less alone because the bell that follows your ping arrives when it should. Apprentices in nearby workshops learn that starting on time is kindness wearing work clothes. A design worthy of the night rarely announces itself. It simply makes other lives calmer. Readiness ends the day as the sky does its last costume change. The pillar sits clamped and scored. Pins nestle with their gentle bends aligned. The reflector plate warms under a test flame and then cools without sulking. The tray gives one bright ping like a throat clearing in a library. A note waits on the caddy's inside lid. First ping for the waker, second for the choir. In storm, move one brick left. In heat, Trim wick shorter and forgive speed. When Compline folds the house into quiet, your instrument settles into the niche the way a key settles into a well-cut lock. The promise is simple. When the hour knocks, it will knock softly, and the door will open. Murphy attends monasteries as faithfully as any brother, and his law knocks politely on the niche just when you think the candle clock has become boringly perfect. A pin chooses independence an hour early. A tray answers twice because a sleeve grazes it, or a wick mushrooms into a little velvet helmet and slows the flame like an overfed cat. Nothing catastrophic happens. No drama, no scolding bells. Just those tiny deviations that turn midnight into a puzzle. In this house, problems arrive wearing slippers and solutions do too. The goal is not perfection at a laboratory bench. The goal is a kinder wake-up than anything a band of bronze could shout. Practice notices the first category of mishap: premature pings. A warm corner, a shallow pin angle, or a wax blend with an unexpected soft streak conspires to let gravity win early. The result is charming only if you planned for redundancy. Because you do plan, the hebdomadarian hears the early ping, checks the clepsydra's float or a sandglass for corroboration, and holds back the corridor walk like a conductor delaying an entrance by a beat. Nothing in the rule requires heroics. It asks for presence. A small margin of error becomes the most practical form of mercy you offer sleepy neighbors. Drafts behave like uninvited playwrights, rewriting scenes mid-performance. A hiss under a door, a sly current near the stair, or a wind that rebounds off the cloister wall pushes the flame to one side. Heat tunnels along the metal of a pin and loosens wax on the hot side sooner than you expected. Mitigation starts in inches. A linen curtain on the niche, a tiny wedge under the caddy to change the flame's posture. A check with the dangling thread that serves as your wind oracle. When the room breathes oddly, you seat the pin a hair deeper for patience, or you rotate the pillar so heat doesn't court the same spot twice. Humidity pretends to be a spectator and then joins the cast. Damp air fattens a flame's appetite and cools the wax slower, stretching minutes like a lazy cat. Dry air sharpens everything and shrinks intervals without warning. The fix is not a speech. It's a ledger note and a habit. Pins go a thumb nearer in damp spells, a thumb farther in brittle cold, and the wick snip gets briefer when summer makes smoke a bully. A tiny tin of chalk sits near the tray. A dusting under the pin's landing zone keeps moisture tantrums from turning pings into dull thuds. Empiricism here is dressed in linen and smiles. Overconfidence whispers before the funniest mistakes. After a month of flawless nights, hands forget to pre-warm pinheads between finger and thumb, and the wax accepts the metal sulkily. Without that brief welcome, the pin clings later, resisting gravity's perfectly good argument for one breath too many. The resulting late ping doesn't break the office. It bends it. A note goes to the slate. Always warm the head, even when cheerful. Tiny courtesies to materials become the closest thing to commandments your workbench ever writes. Angle causes trouble whenever pride tells it to stand too straight. A pin pushed perpendicular to the wax establishes a heat highway along its length. And the moment the flame leans close, the metal says farewell before its line on the candle asked it to. A shallow, consistent angle behaves like a tutor who loves punctuality. Too shallow, and friction grows sentimental and refuses to let go at all. The sweet spot emerges by rehearsal. Head just proud of the surface, shank nestled at a slant that invites soft surrender. Once you've felt the correct resistance under a thumb, the wrong angles complain loudly enough to blush you. Wax slumps in ways that read like gossip left too near a stove. Tallow bends toward the floor during a sultry evening and drags a pin off its mark. A beeswax pillar poured too quickly hides a bubble that collapses at an inconvenient minute. A blend tries to prove it's cosmopolitan and ends up simply inconsistent. Remedies wear aprons, not capes. A thin collar of warm scrap wax pressed around the pinhead stiffens the local neighborhood. A rotation schedule for the pillar every quarter hour during testing smooths oddities. A rule about using beeswax for midnight and tallow for corridors diffuses arguments before they begin. Pins misbehave less out of malice than out of biography. A piece of bronze history clipped from a bellmaker's scrap sings prettily on the tray and releases with manners. A bit of iron gets clingy in damp air. Copper behaves like a sprinter, eager, bright, occasionally premature. Burrs on a shank act like thorns in cloth, and you file them off with the same patience you bring to a psalm's difficult line. A quirky trick rides along from a cheerful cellarer. Rub the shank near the head with the faintest kiss of tallow in dry cold, so the wax doesn't fall in love with the metal. Whether that was common practice is unprovable. It works in this room. Trays surprise you by having opinions. Copper flashes like a small trumpet and dies quickly. Good for tight corridors. Bronze carries warmth that lingers. Ideal for vaulted spaces. Iron gives a stable baritone that the infirmarian appreciates because coughs rarely argue with it. On nights when echoes turn mischievous, a felt ring under the tray's base tamps the chatter. When the ping proves too shy, a slight outward roll on the rim throws tone forward like a cupped hand. You move the dish a handbreadth and the room confesses secrets you couldn't hear yesterday. Sound carries in ways maps cannot predict. Straw mattresses swallow high notes. Thick blankets damp mids. Bare stone returns everything with interest. A ping at shoulder height lands in ears more politely than one born near knees or rafters. 3 test stations, novice bed, elder bed, dormitory bend, serve as your acoustical counsel. After a trial drop, 3 thumbs rise or only 2, and you adjust until the ping behaves like a nudge, not like a neighbor practicing a drum solo. Design becomes manners once sleepers are involved. Backup plans feel like superstition until a storm invents a plot twist. The first pin wakes the hebdomadarian. The second greets the dormitory. A third hides deeper for nights when vigilance may be tired from feast day singing. A handbell sleeps in the caddy for illness cases and hopes to remain unemployed. The clepsydra waits near the sacristy lamp. Steady, professorial, a sober second opinion when a draft bullies wax. Redundancy is not a lack of faith. It's faith that refuses to make one fragile material carry the whole load. Records rescue future midnights from your past hubris. The slate near the niche reads like a ship's log. Damp air slow by a breath. Bronze pin true. Copper eager. Tray 1 brick right in north wind. Wick trim shorter in heat. Margins in a salter record eccentricities. Second ping late, wax stubborn. Moved pin deeper by a nail's breadth. These notes are love letters to reliability, not clerical fuss. Tomorrow's choir does not care how clever you were. It cares that its feet find the floor at the right moment without feeling betrayed. Training buffers the system against the most human variable. Nerves. Novices learn a pinch and twist motion that seats pins without angering the wax. A one-finger knock on door frames that wakes without naming names. And the difference between urgency and theater. A rehearsal night each season plays through late, early, and missing pings like a tabletop exercise for midnight. When the day arrives that a candle sulks or a pin refuses drama, the body already knows the dance. Panic never gets an invitation. Kitchen wisdom wanders across the threshold wearing an apron and carrying fixes nobody would expect to find in a scriptorium. A bread crust placed under a noisy tray quiets bright overtones on echo-happy nights. A pinch of salt rubbed onto a wick's trimmed end discourages extravagant mushrooming. A wooden spoon becomes the world's friendliest windbreak if a temporary draft insists on auditioning. None of these hacks appear in chronicles. All of them keep porridge and prayer on schedule. Scriptorium incidents write their own handbook. A sandglass that sulks in humid weather receives a dry nap near the oven, and a discreet rub of beeswax around the waist quiets static. A trick passed down with a wink. A lamp that throws a theatrical shadow across a page moves one finger width, and the shadow forgets its ambitions. During a long reading, a tiny, almost invisible thread glued along the margin becomes a tactile bookmark you can find with a thumb in the dark. Fixes pile up like paper clips, small and embarrassingly effective. Travelers contribute an intermittent magazine of solutions from other valleys. One swears his abbey used millet grains pressed a hair above a pin so a soft sizzle warned the waker just before the fall. Another insists that a thin stripe of chalk scored into the wax ahead of the pin made a faint crackle that delighted the ear. Whether these were widespread or enthusiastic local tricks is difficult to prove. Historians are still debating this question when they sift affectionate marginal notes that feel like family recipes. In your house, a single grain trial proves harmless and useful, and the habit stays. Terminology complicates triumph because definitions love to argue while devices love to function. Is the candle alarm mechanical, if nothing clicks and the only motions belong to flame, gravity, and a falling pin? The purist in the scriptorium wants gears and escapements on the guest list. The pragmatist smiles and counts anything that reliably converts intention into action. The argument remains friendly and, from the choir's perspective, cheerfully irrelevant. The mainstream point stands. Medieval monastic houses used an ensemble of simple aids: bells, water clocks, sand, candles, to keep canonical hours, especially at night when the sky withheld its help. Evidence remains mixed when curiosity asks how common hour candles were across the Latin West. Inventories rarely list humble contraptions in detail, and narrative sources sometimes prefer the drama of bells to the understatement of pings. Some references to timed candles glow suggestively. Others are silent where you wish they would speak. Historians are still debating this question, and the correct posture is the one you already practice at night. Gentle confidence in what works locally, coupled with good humor about what the archives refuse to confess. Materials forgive only the attention they actually receive. A beeswax pillar poured too quickly traps a bubble that modifies burn rate halfway down. A wick spun unevenly blooms into smoke. A pin stored damp rusts and teaches the wax bad manners. Prevention wears a broom's expression. Dry pins in a cloth, spin wicks tightly and trim diagonally. Pour wax in calm moods with the mold warmed but not ambitious. Accidents shrink in frequency when housekeeping grows in dignity. Safety insists on a seat at every bench. Sleeves keep distance from flame by learned choreography. A bucket near the stair contains more than optimism. The caddy's latch prevents the tray from chiming while you walk. A snuffer arrives at the niche before hands leave it. Infirmary corridors get a different policy. No pins, only lamps at night, because people who cough deserve stillness over experiments. Fire is a trustworthy friend that bites only when disrespected. Etiquette patches more holes than tools do. In the dormitory, a waker avoids names and favors tap talk on doorframes. In the choir, a reader learns to pause if a lamp needs trimming so sound never fights light. In the refectory, the spoon agrees to keep time with the bell rather than compete. When an early ping has roused the waker and not the room, he prays a psalm in the niche instead of pacing. When a late ping teaches patience, The community refuses the delicious temptation to frown. The device may fail politely. The humans must succeed politely. Iteration turns embarrassment into curriculum. After a night of mischief, 2 early pings and 1 tray too close to the wall, the morning debrief reads like a miniature chapter of engineering history. Pin angles return to the agreed slant. The dish moves a thumb forward. The wick checklist acquires a bold trim before compline. Laughter spices the meeting because shame never fixes accuracy. And the real prize is a dormitory that trusts the sound when it comes tomorrow. Weather tantrums, fog, frost, flurries of wind, coax you into ingenuity. On freezing nights, a breath of warmth from cupped hands near the niche keeps the flame honest while you seat the pin. On heavy fog evenings, the bronze tray replaces copper, its warmer tone traveling farther under wool blankets. In gales, the caddy shifts 2 bricks left according to a rule carved into your memory as surely as into the candle box. North wind? Shuffle left. Even the clepsydra receives a courtesy drop of wine to discourage ice when winter gets dramatic. A fix charmingly practical, if not universal. Innovation sneaks in disguised as thrift. A thin goose quill replaces a reed in the water clock and stops the drip from sulking. A spare scrap of tin becomes a micro-reflector that aims a whisper of light toward the waker's path. A leather pad glued under the caddy's handle prevents a midnight bruise from growing into a superstition. Nothing here begs for a patent. Everything begs for a quiet thank you from the sleepers who never learn why the night went so smoothly. Architecture offers hacks you didn't realize were hacks. A shallow concavity scraped into plaster behind the niche darkens the glow while deepening the ping. A whisper wall that turns brightness down and audibility up. A toe stone near the dormitory bend receives an engraved. You feel for it in the dark and know you're at the sweet spot where the ping travels best. The building isn't a container. It's a collaborator. And every edge becomes a tool once you learn to read it with your feet. Community responds to failure with humor that protects dignity. When the second pin came late and Mattin's first antiphon arrived like a guest who lost the path, the refectory invents gentle jokes. The pin wanted a longer nap, says one, and spoons clink with the soft applause of relief. Repair follows laughter, not accusation. Responsibility rotates the week's waker so no one marries guilt, and the slate gains a new line that reads like a promise. Rehearse humid slowness next rain. Failure stories become a genre that makes novices lean in, more memorable than lectures. A bat once flirted with the nave lamps and made the reader turn 2 pages at once. The presenter waited, smiled with his eyebrows, and the room found the right line without deflating. A tray once rang twice because the cowl hem tickled its rim. Now hems get checked with a pinch at Compline. These tales behave like folklore, teaching the house where rakes lie hidden in the grass. Myth mingles with memory when charming fixes last long enough to acquire origin stories. One elder claims the grain before pin trick began when a pilgrim spilled millet at supper and someone saw opportunity. Another remembers a prior who could hear the difference between a copper ping and a bronze ping from the cloister and swears that's why the dish changed. Whether either tale is literally true hardly matters. The practical upshot, warn the waker kindly, choose a tray that suits the room, remains, and historians are still debating this question whenever textual evidence refuses to arrive to the party. Economy meddles with accuracy in predictable seasons. Honey flows out of the cellarer's ledger like a generous river, and wax stocks thin. A temptation arises to mix more tallow into midnight than wisdom allows. The compromise is daylight. Corridors, kitchens, and workshops accept the smoky cousin so that the night office can keep bees discipline. This mainstream point shows up in inventories and rules of use throughout medieval Europe, beeswax near the altar and in places where reliability matters most, tallow where thrift can afford a little smoke. Maintenance evolves into a craft as dignified as illumination. Pins get polished with a rag that smells faintly of rosemary and brass. Trays receive a monthly polish that refuses to erase their patina, because a little history on metal sweetens tone. Molds for pillars are warmed like instruments so wax doesn't sulk into bubbles. The caddy earns a new leather strap when the old one squeals during a fast walk. A comic noise that once tried to upstage a psalm and was promptly retired. Habit is how you teach matter to respect promises. Calm returns whenever you remember that the candle does not owe you perfection. It owes you cooperation. Late or early by a breath is not a scandal. It's weather. The heart of the system is that tiny, courteous sound that does not frighten the night out of you. When things go wrong, the repair is nearly always smaller than your pride wanted it to be. A pinhead warmed, a wick trimmed, a tray moved, a laugh shared. Instruments invite humility, and humility returns the favor with accuracy. Perspective widens after a season's worth of mishaps and mends. The candle alarm no longer looks like a fragile contrivance. It looks like a reliable friend who occasionally needs a hand with the door. Bells keep their municipal dignity. Water clocks keep their professorial patience. Sandglasses keep their elegant sprints. The candle keeps waking exactly the right person with a sound that feels like a favor. That ensemble is the mainstream history in miniature. A house using modest technology to keep vows, long before iron throats owned town squares. Morning shows repairs already bearing fruit. The next midnight's pins fall when they should. The niche returns a ping that travels like a silver thread, and the dormitory's river becomes choir without stumbles. In the kitchen, porridge decides to be cheerful at sext. In the scriptorium, the glass hisses agreeably through a chapter. In the infirmary, a lamp stands modestly against coughs without turning air into smoke. Your slate's latest line, early pin cured by warmer head and deeper seat, has earned a little flourish. Resolve settles over the bench as you press tonight's pins. Accidents are not omens. They are teachers with kind voices. Hacks are simply politeness with tools in hand, and fixes are promises kept in miniature. The caddy closes with its soft latch. The tray gives one testing note that feels like a friend clearing a throat. The pillar breathes its quiet beeswax breath. When Compline folds the house into hush and the niche waits with its tiny grin, you feel the comfort of a system that fails gracefully and recovers quickly. Exactly the kind of technology a sleepy century deserves. Morning glides in like a friendly supervisor, and the first thing it checks is not your voice but your hands. After the night office, the corridor empties toward benches, hearths, anvils, and still rooms, and you discover that the little ping which organized midnight also organizes labor. The same attention that seated a pin at the right angle now seats a chisel at the right bevel. The same patience that read wax and weather now reads grain and temper. A monastery at this hour looks less like a choir in recess and more like a factory of kindness. Each task a verse, each station a stanza, and the whole poem metered by the hours. Workshops spread along the cloister like chapters of a practical gospel. Carpentry hums, smithing glows, brewing breathes, weaving whispers. Beeswax waits near the candlery as if it had fallen asleep mid-sentence. The rule does not micromanage these rooms, but it tunes them. Time is the soft machinery, and you move through it as a gear with good manners. If the candle alarm taught you anything, it is that accuracy and mercy can share a bench. That bench, today, is where the choir's discipline becomes the workshop's technique without anybody needing to shout about the transformation. Between liturgy and labor, the bridge is habit. Every office you prayed contains a choreography of breath and syllable. Every tool you touch contains a choreography of pressure and release. The waker's calm pace down the dormitory becomes your calm pace through the workroom. The pin's clean fall becomes your clean cut with a plane that would prefer not to tear. Minutes here are not coins to hoard or spend. They are handles that let you lift the task without dropping the neighbor who depends on the outcome. Candle making, which looked like a single-purpose craft at midnight, reveals a kind of federation by daylight. Pillars for the altar, tapers for processions, stouter columns for the niche clock, and humble stubs for desks compile into an economy of flame. Molds hang like helmets from pegs. Wicks twist on a frame that resembles a small harp. A pot melts yesterday's scrap into tomorrow's rule-abiding light. The same ledger that held burn rates now holds poor temperatures and cooling times, because inconsistency at noon becomes unreliability at 1 in the morning. In a place that stores theology in song, you store reliability in wax. Bees, incidentally, turn out to be your smallest choir. Hives line the warm wall of the orchard, and you absorb from their traffic a model of timed busyness that would make any abbot proud. Wax arrives as ingot hymnals stamped with the memory of clover or heather, and each bar has a temperament the candlery knows by feel. A quirky custom floats through conversation like a polite rumor. Some beekeepers tell the hives when a brother dies so the colony will not lose heart. Whether this practice is truly medieval here or a later affection sneaking backward is uncertain, and historians are still debating this question. Either way, bees keep time in their own meter and you borrow it. Cellar duties make time visible in shelves and jars. Herbs hang upside down in bundled sentences. Grain rests in measured hills. Vinegar keeps its skeptical counsel in cool pottery. A note on the wall mirrors your candle ledger. Soak barley after none for kinder porridge at sext. Tap ale after vespers for gentler foam at dinner. These are not gadgets but agreements, and the hours are the witnesses who sign without complaint. You catch yourself smiling at how often punctuality makes food taste better. Granges out beyond the main walls, those farmsteads that belong to the house, operate as the monastery's long arms, and the hours travel there too. Lay brothers and hired hands may not chant matins, yet they still know that when the bell at terce rolls across the valley, it's time to turn from plowing to repair, or from threshing to stacking. The night's candle ping becomes the day's bell in their bodies, a rhythm exported without a treaty. Mainstream history sits comfortably here. Benedictine and Cistercian houses structure large productive estates, and the discipline of hours quietly shapes the pacing of agriculture as much as it shapes the pacing of prayer. Scriptorium work, which appears to stand apart from saw and hammer, proves to be a cousin rather than a stranger. Copying a page is just candle making in ink. Melt, flow, set, cool, except the substance is language. You flip a tiny sandglass at the start of a column, not to worship the glass but to guard your shoulders from turning into stone. In the margin you might jot 2 pings to finish the way a smith chalks 2 heats to draw. And the equivalence doesn't scandalize you. Timekeeping has become a dialect the whole house speaks with different accents. Journeys carry your little inventions further than you expect. A lay brother delivering honey to a tavern explains, without condescension, how the monastery's morning never falls apart because waking is timed by something that doesn't scare. A pin that drops when wax softens, he says, and the innkeeper raises an eyebrow and tries it with a spare taper and a spoon. A merchant on the road hears the story, carries it a county away, And the next season a traveler arrives who already knows your trick and has added a reflector beaten from a dented plate. Technology here travels on the same cart as gossip and cheese. Visitors bring their own hacks, and the monastery shows the courtesy of listening. A miller watches your waker's quiet circuit and adapts the idea to the wheel. A peg that falls into a cup when a lamp burns to a mark, alerting him before an overflow in night-thick fog. A bookbinder sees the tray and pin and invents a way to count drying time for glued spines by the soft ping of seeds that tumble from a smoldering thread, scarcely louder than a moth, perfect for late work. Whether these adaptations sprout broadly or bloom only in a few workshops is hard to prove, and historians are still debating this question, but the logic is contagious. Standardization starts sneaking into your vocabulary the way a refrain sneaks into a song you didn't know you were learning. When 3 houses in your order adopt similar pin lengths and tray diameters, suddenly a traveler can service a niche he has never seen. Burn tables scratched into candle boxes begin to rhyme. 1 thumb for a quarter in dry air. Add a breath in damp until a kind of portable grammar appears without a meeting. Later centuries will print manuals. For now, chalk and habit suffice, and the effect is the same. Less friction, more trust. Tools in the workshop start wearing a patience that came from the choir. Planes are tuned in the afternoon with the same tolerance you grant wicks. Neither starved nor gluttonous. Files are oiled lightly so metal sings instead of squeals. Even the bellows in the forge receive their own rhythm, a steady push and pull that mirrors the cantor's hand. You used to think timekeeping was about bells. Now you understand it's about eliminating surprises that don't help anybody. Bakers adopt the vocabulary without embarrassment. A pin set in a stout kitchen candle marks when to lift a lid, and a second pin marks when to open the flue. A little copper tray tucked under a flour-splashed shelf offers a note no louder than a mouse tapping a spoon. The result is loaves that stop being moody and start being punctual. The odd trivial fact peeks in. Some houses keep a laughing loaf from feast day. Bread baked to split its top theatrically, because it reminds everyone that predictability can have a sense of humor. Brewhouses, being laboratories with better jokes, bend the method into their taste. A slow burn taper marked for hours whispers when to stir the mash. A float in a bucket grants a secondary cue. And the bell at none becomes a flavor note because ingredients like ritual as much as people do. The cellarer, half scientist, half shepherd, starts a ledger of good ferments that lists weather, wood, and when the pin fell. If someone later claims this is protochemistry, you will shrug and pour him a mug as evidence that progress sometimes tastes like barley. Forge fires greet punctuality as a colleague, not a boss. The smith uses the hour candle trick for annealing. Pin here for the cool down before quench, pin there for the reheat, and chuckles when he admits the ping sounds like a sparrow at the door. Tempering becomes less about when it feels right and more about when it always worked last season. And that tiny inch forward in consistency cascades into hinges that don't squeal and hose that don't snap. Not every valley cares. Your valley does, and it shows in the sound of gates and the mood of fields. Infirmary routines soften under the same metronome. A nurse times drafts with a sandglass for short intervals and sets a discrete pin for the deep night change of compresses, choosing a tray tone that won't make a cough feel accused. Privacy remains the priority, so the device stays tiny and local, a secret between caregiver and patient. The mainstream and merciful point stands. Timekeeping, when kind, helps bodies heal because it takes the panic out of waiting and the guesswork out of waking. Economy takes notice because predictability saves more than scolding does. When ovens deliver on the hour and looms turn out cloth in rhythms that don't collide with prayer, trade days flow. The monastery does not set prices with the candle ping, but the candle ping keeps promises that make prices believable. A reliable house becomes a preferred partner, and the preferred partner becomes a stable island in a choppy market. No manifesto announces this. Barrels and bolts of cloth do. Markets absorb your habits with the speed of good bread disappearing. A village baker starts coming to the gate at the bell for sext because that's when grain orders get counted without hurry. A carter learns that by the second ping after matins a monk will be at the herb garden gate with the bundle he promised. A shepherd, hearing lauds, knows he can find help at the infirmary without making someone miss the opening psalm. Technology becomes convenience. Convenience becomes trust. Trust becomes a very quiet kind of power nobody resents. Copies of your burn tables and pin drawings travel in the margins of letters like mischievous stowaways. A sketch of a niche with a curved back and a rolled lip tray sneaks between a line about a brother's health and a request for seed barley. A novice's neat hand notes bronze sings warmer in damp and sends it to a house in a wetter valley. No one thinks he is writing history, he is writing to friends. History, being patient and nosy, will show up later and call it diffusion of innovation. Networks arise without heraldry. Couriers carry salter tones one way and pin angles the other. Masons trade tips on arches and on acoustics for tiny trays. Candlers agree without agreeing on wick pulls that work at your latitude. A rumor grows that an abbey by the sea has begun carving faint hour marks on tall sanctuary candles, so the sacrist will know when to prepare the next lamp without looking out the window, and somebody says, "We should try a gentler version." And someone else replies, "Yes, but not near the altar. The clock belongs in the corner." Standard meets reverence and they shake hands. Letters exchange philosophy too, because engineers and poets live in the same bodies here. One abbot writes, "Let the devices remain servants or they will become a second rule." And another replies, "Let them remain tutors so novices learn obedience from matter as well as from words." In a postscript someone adds, "Our bees prefer rosemary," which is absolutely not germane and absolutely belongs, because it reminds everyone that materials make the rules first and humans translate. Borrowing remains humble by design. When a carpenter from the town asks to see the caddy, you show it and then invite him to dinner, because the thing will make more sense with soup and bells. He goes home and invents a shelf on his workbench with a slot for a little dish. He drops a pebble rather than a pin when wax lets go, because his son is light asleep on a pallet and the pebble's gentler sound will do. Your idea returns in a different sweater and waves at you from across the market square. Teachable moments in the workshop keep referencing the choir, and you like that because it saves you from speeches. When a novice rushes a glue up, you say, "Treat it like a psalm, let the syllables land." And he nods because he felt that last night. When a waker misseats a pin, you say, "Treat it like a mortise, wall and tenon must agree." And he nods because he felt that this morning. The motion between choir and bench normalizes itself until nobody can remember to be impressed. Community identity thickens as techniques circulate. A visiting brother recognizes your tray tone during Compline and grins. "Bronze, not copper." We do the same now. A mason from another valley notices the shallow arch in your niche and says, "Ours echoes more. We'll try that," and later sends a message that it worked and a jar of pickled something as thanks. The gifts that travel are not only objects. They are adjustments, millimeters of mercy traded like relics that actually improve sleep. Memory sits in wood shavings and soot as much as in parchment. The candlery's bench bears tiny crescent scars where knives kissed wax year after year. The forge lintel has a dark halo where smoke taught stone a lesson about seasons. The niche exhibits a faint polish at elbow height where the waker's sleeve has brushed 1,000 times. When travelers ask why your methods feel so natural, you point at those quiet glosses and say, because we did them gently and often, which is both an explanation and a benediction. Apprenticeship leans on repetition but steals flair from everywhere. A young smith who grew up waking to the ping brings that patience to quenching. A young scribe who learned to hear silence as a friend brings that hush to spacing. A young gardener who absorbed the idea that time can be scented begins tucking lavender near the path to the infirmary, and patients reach beds calmer than they would have otherwise. None of these acts claim to be innovative. All of them amplify the same thesis. Time is a tool when it behaves, a neighbor when it's kind. Practice winnows what belongs. A few experiments die politely. Incense beads prove too perfumed for your narrow corridors. A complicated water timer grows charming algae. A shiny reflector blinds a sleepy waker. What remains is a set of devices whose virtues outweigh their moods. Candles with pins and trays for waking, sand for pages, water for lectures, bells for valleys. That ensemble arranges not only nights but livelihoods. So bread arrives unflustered, hinges swing without complaint, and sickness receives attention before it thinks to despair. Architects of the future will celebrate tower clocks, and rightly so. Even now, masons you host speak of hearsay, distant towns with contraptions of weight and gear that clack the day into equal chunks. The historical through line is balanced by perspective. Your candle alarm does not invent civic time. It invents civility in time. Whether monastic practice directly midwifes the public mechanical clock or simply shares a temperament with it is a thesis historians will continue to test. And historians are still debating this question with energetic footnotes. You are content to be the quiet ancestor either way. Psalms continue to anchor the day, and their schedule reigns the workshop when enthusiasm tries to run ahead. You leave a joint clamped because lauds arrives. You finish a temper after terse because hurrying would anger the steel. You taste the ale after none because impatience makes bitterness where neither grain nor hop intended it. The clock in your hands is a promise in disguise. I will not make you choose between excellence and prayer. I will simply ask you to place them in the right order. Eventually, the boundary between choir and workshop stops being a boundary. The same person who trims a wick trims a quill. The same ear that hears a tray's ping hears when a saw is complaining. The same posture that made standing at matins bearable makes planing for an hour bearable, with shoulders unknotted and breath remembering its line. You wonder if this is what the rule meant by stability, not only staying in one place, but letting one way of attention soak into every place. Evening arrives like an old friend who knows where the bowl lives, and the cycle begins again without fatigue. Pins are seated, trays checked, wicks clipped, doors latched, threads hung to test drafts. Half of it muscle memory, all of it courtesy in advance. In the kitchen, dough is tucked to rise under linen. In the scriptorium, a sandglass is turned to pace a last short reading. In the brewhouse, a float is checked and nodded at. The house turns itself toward night the way a sunflower turns toward light. Except your light is a little flame that promises sound. Tomorrow will reuse everything you tested today. If a bronze tray carried better in rain, you will leave it in place. If a copper ping woke a brittle sleeper, you will polish empathy back into iron. If a wick shape behaved in damp, you will cut 5 more for winter. The work is not heroic. It is faithful, like a bell rope that trusts the hand and a hand that trusts the bell. From choir to workshop and back again, the same current flows. Time domesticated, community synchronized, kindness enforced by the most polite alarm in Europe. Lamps bloom along the scriptorium like small constellations, and the room puts on its evening voice. A blend of nib on vellum, pages turning, and someone's careful cough wrapped in modesty. Arguments live here as peacefully as books do. Tonight their topic is both tiny and immodestly ambitious. Whether a candle that drops a pin onto a tray deserves the honorific mechanical, and how widely that polite trick truly traveled beyond your walls. Margins start the quarrel long before mouths do. In a psalter copied last winter, a neat hand has tucked a table of burn rates beside Psalm 119, as if the longest psalm deserved a footnote about patience. One thumb's fall equals the time for a short antiphon. The note claims, and a second hand, the kind that likes to lean its letters, adds, in dry weather. A third hand, drier than either, writes, not in our dormitory drafts lie. The debate exists even when the room pretends it doesn't. Vellum remembers what voices avoid. Ink settles into its groove while opinions climb their scaffolds. A senior copyist, famous for finding the middle in any quarrel, proposes a taxonomy on a scrap of wax tablet. Instruments that measure by motion, gears, by flow, water, sand, by change, flame, by sound, bells and Sumantra. The candle clock, he argues, is change-coaxing sound, a hybrid with manners. It is not a timepiece in the ball and spring sense, but neither is it a mere lamp. Heads nod, quills continue, and someone mutters that words should not be allowed to bully things that work. Elsewhere on the benches, a novice copies yesterday's tests with the gravity of a lawyer. Bronze head released truer than iron in damp. Copper sang brighter but premature in drafts. Wick trimmed to a neat spike behaves. Mushroom slows and smokes. A tiny drawing shows the pin's angle shallow, head proud, shank kissing wax, which looks for all the world like a small fish swimming politely toward gravity. The mainstream point hides in his careful script. Repeatable method beats lofty vocabulary in the middle of the night. Shelves around you hold chronicles that take sides without meaning to. One cartulary mentions a timed candle in an inventory, maddeningly content with that single adjective. A visitation record praises watchfulness aided by flame, which could mean anything from lamps to our beloved ping. Another text lists a clepsydra in the sacristy as if naming the water itself. Historians are still debating this question. How many houses in the Latin West actually used pinned candles as alarms, and how often ink dignified their presence? Documentation cares for bells and bishops, devices that whisper rarely get biographies. Ink blots become punctuation for jokes that keep tempers from boiling. If a falling pin makes music, it is plainly a choir boy, says the illuminator who always paints angels with suspiciously human ears. Then we have invented a chorister that can keep time. Someone answers, and the room decides to like that image for the rest of the evening. Humor works here like a wick trimmer. It keeps things from smoking. A pile of loose quires on the corner table gathers experiments as if it were a nest for practical minds. A rubricated heading announces, on the politeness of alarms. Beneath it, columns compare methods. Candle with pins, portable, forgiving, double duty is light, water clock, steady when coddled, moody when cold, sandglass, exact for short tasks, sulky and damp, wooden striker in the corridor, effective, risk of terror, bell, public, decisive, expensive in sleep. No instrument is crowned. The list functions as a map of temperament, what each tool asks from humans in exchange for service. Across the way, a scholar sharpening his quill draws a line in the air that only he can see. Mechanical, he insists, requires a regulated motion, escapement, recoil, a governor. A candle has appetite and gravity, not mechanism. The cellarer, who has no patience for definitional gatekeeping when porridge depends on timing, replies softly, then let us say it is practical. Sleepers do not rise faster because a noun is precise. The room likes both sentences. The argument, for tonight at least, becomes about kindness more than etymology. Tables of trial results provide the room's heartbeat. Burn, mark, fall, ring is the litany, and the column of numbers beside each word feels like a psalm set to digits. A visiting brother contributes a column from his own abbey. Higher humidity, slower candles, deeper pins, and the scriptorium accepts it with the same pleasure it gives to a new antiphon that fits the mouth. Sharing methods turns out to be as devotional as sharing melodies. One shelf further down contains curiosities that serve the debate better than weapons do. A page of recipes for size and ink includes, without shame, a note about rinsing reeds for the clepsydra every week to discourage algae. Another page on binding backs contains a margin remark: sand dried by the oven runs with better manners. Neither line is grand enough to make history. Both make nights smoother. The obscure fact emerges with sensible shoes. Practical care, rinsed reeds, dried sand, explains more reliability than ideology does. At some point, the presenter wanders in and leans against a pillar like a man who has heard too many arguments end in definitions. His contribution is a memory. We once set 3 pins for the vigil of a great feast, first for the waker, second for the dormitory, third for the infirmarian so he could dose Brother Peter on time. All 3 fell exactly when gentleness needed them. That is the defense the candle requires here. A handful of stories that land like little truths on the table and refuse to move. Skepticism remains welcome, because credulity ruins scholarship quicker than cold ruins ink. One brother points to an illumination showing an hourglass in a scene centuries earlier than any hourglass had a right to appear and warns against backward projections. Another cautions that charming claims about scented hour markers in Western houses smell more of romance than of resin. Historians are still debating these questions for good reason. Art flatters its own fantasies, and inventories speak in shorthand that misleads. Quietly, the rule makes its usual cameo. Chapter headings about the divine office and sleeping clothed with belts at hand reappear as moral ballast for the technical talk. The book never mentions pins or trays. It mentions community and punctuality. The room hears the implication as clearly as any margin note. Devices that serve these ends belong. Devices that interfere should be rebuked like unruly vowels. The mainstream fact fits easily. Monastic hours are the metronome. Instruments tune themselves to that beat. In a corner, the illuminator who paints bees with more affection than strictly necessary produces a tiny diagram showing a candle, 2 pins, and a tray shaped like a shallow leaf. He inks a glow around the flame that you suspect is inaccurate but pleasing, and on the tray he writes, "Ping," as if onomatopoeia were a respectable caption. Quirky evidence sometimes persuades better than sober lists. Scribes are allowed to be poets on Tuesdays. A pile of letters from other houses adds fuel that is not entirely metaphorical. One complains that their clepsydra cracked in a frost and asks for your method of pins for nights of north wind. Another praises the gentle alarm for novices who fear the bell in their dreams. A third requests your burn tables because the cellarer is suspicious of any system that consumes wax without witness. These testimonies read like neighborly gossip and, cumulatively, draw the outline of a practice wider than a single valley, even if not universal. Every so often someone reads aloud a line that feels like a thesis. We do not keep time to be right. We keep time to be together. The sentence is copied, then recopied in different hands, showing up months later in a margin next to the office for the dead, and again in a ledger where pins, weights, and seasons share a page. The scriptorium knows rhetoric when it sees it, but it also knows when rhetoric happens to be true. Lost and found pages bring another flavor of debate. How much to write down? One school wants burn tables for each niche and season. Another prefers a single set of rules in a sentence. Shallow pins, warm heads, trim wick, closer marks in damp. The compromise becomes typical of the house. Detailed notes in the candlery, a single proverb in the dormitory, and good humor to fill the gap on nights when weather decides to improvise. A visitor from a cathedral town offers gossip with gears on it. Our clock strikes equal hours now, he says, eyes bright with civic pride. It loses in fog, gains in frost, but the city loves its stubborn fairness. The room neither fawns nor frowns. Instead, it folds the news into the ongoing debate with an easy inference. Equal minutes may govern markets. Temporal hours still govern prayer. Candles keep their brief. Bells don't mind. Someone eventually poses the scholarly question with all the syllables lined up. Causation or correlation? Did monastic punctuality midwife civic clocks? Or did civic clocks teach monasteries to dress their old habits in new metal? The scriptorium smiles because it loves unsolved puzzles almost as much as it loves neat letters. Historians are still debating this question, and the best practical answer remains, yes, often both, delivered with the kind of shrug that means friendship rather than surrender. Another codex offers a small relief to the hungry-minded. An account of Candlemas blessing in which a certain candle marked for hours is spoken of as if such marking were unremarkable. The line flickers with plausibility. The feast, the wax, the desire to measure graciously, and the room stores it carefully as the kind of sentence that becomes footnote fuel in calmer years. Mainstream liturgy and local cleverness often share a bench without filing a joint petition. Pragmatists keep the discussion leashed to usefulness. Does the method wake kindly? Asks the infirmarian. Does it keep us from being late without making enemies? Asks the prior. Does it consume wax in seasonable amounts? Adds the cellarer, who believes theology and economy are cousins. When devices pass those exams, they graduate into habit. When they fail, they graduate into stories told at dinner with laughter protecting bruised pride. Oddities creep in like cats. One letter claims a house used tiny pellets of clay embedded just ahead of pins to make a soft click before the fall. Another swears by filing pinheads into leaf shapes for a lower, rounder note. A third insists that a narrow spiral of wax around the pillar makes dripping regular, though nobody can quite explain the physics without inventing some. Whether any of these were common is doubtful, and historians are still debating this question. But the mood of invention, playful, domestic, compassionate, feels right. Definitions return for another polite skirmish because scholars cannot resist polishing words until they reflect themselves. If we say mechanical, argues the purist, we invite comparison with verge, foliate, and regulated escapement, and we will lose. If we say instrument, counters the copyist. We keep the conversation in the choir where it belongs. The compromise term that wins the night is comically monastic. Device of constancy. A phrase so mild it could be an herb. Nobody is entirely satisfied. Everyone feels seen. An apprentice tasked with copying the burn tables adds a miniature colophon that is more confession than credit. Written with cold fingers near the warmest niche, for the sake of those who hate bells. The line startles the room into that hush that means a joke struck a nerve. Most of what you propose tonight is not about machinery. It is about mercy toward bodies that still have to sing after they wake. Across the evening, the scriptorium behaves like a courtroom that prefers parables to law. Stories win. Of feast days rescued by a third pin no one thought would be needed. Of novices who learned to trust waking because the sound was gentle. Of old brothers who, half deaf, still felt the bronze tray's warmer note arrive where copper never did. Case closed, someone says, but then makes the sign for just for tonight. Because curiosity is a chronic condition here. Eventually parchment gets the last word, as parchment always does. The burned tables are recopied in a hand clear enough for sleepy eyes. A brief treatise, if that is not too proud a word, outlines the setting of pins, the care of wicks, and the art of the ping, written with that balance of cheer and precision this house prefers. The closing paragraph refuses triumph and chooses companionship. These notes do not command, they counsel. Candle, water, sand, and bell each keep a promise if treated kindly. Silence resumes its monarchy, and in it the room hears a small prophecy with its feet on the ground. Devices will come and go, gears will tick, springs will coil, pockets will one day hide private minutes. But the ethics rehearsed tonight will matter when none of you are alive to argue. Wake gently, keep together. Tell the truth about what materials can and cannot do. Treat minutes like neighbors, not enemies. The candle taught most of that without reading a page. By the time the lamps have been lowered and the last quill wiped, the debate has accomplished the most monastic of outcomes. Not victory, but clarity. Pins will be pressed at shallow angles, pinheads warmed, trays chosen for room and season, burned tables updated at Candlemas, and all of it spoken of without any need to pretend that wax is a gear. Everyone leaves knowing what to do and knowing what to keep wondering about. Corridor air tastes of cold stone and beeswax when you step out, and the dormitory's hush feels like a ribbon waiting to be pulled. In an hour or two, longer in summer, shorter in winter, the first pin will drop and the choir will assemble without needing to consult a vocabulary. The scriptorium's fuss will have become the night's ease. Scholarship here is not a trophy. It is a courtesy extended in advance to sleepers who never read the footnotes. Morning will file this evening under useful arguments, somewhere between a recipe improved and a chant cleaned of its uncertain notes. The chapter's conclusion is untheatrical. The candle remains your most faithful tutor in constancy, the pin and tray your smallest teachers in community, and the debate your best rehearsal for a world where people with different certainties must still walk to choir together. Mechanical can keep its parade when it needs one. Tonight, the victory belongs to common sense written in a margin. Soon the lamps are out and the niche in the dormitory softly squares its shoulders for the vigil ahead. Somewhere on the workbench the burned table dries, ink settling into numbers like rain into tilled soil. A final thought arrives with no wish to be admired. Arguments done well become habits done quietly. When the tiny metal sings, it will sing with the confidence of a room that asked every question it could and decided, mercifully, to keep waking people kindly. Beyond the gate, the road breathes a different rhythm, and the first lesson is how quickly habits escape stone when they are kind to the body. By the time Complin's hush fades from your ears, carts are already agreeing on a timetable they never formally signed, and a sleepy town borrows your courtesy without even knowing the monastery exists. A candle in a window nods toward a door latch. Somewhere a shutter taps twice as if imitating your tray, and you realize the night has learned a new grammar that is not made of words. Caravans come through with the patience of people who live between destinations, and the quartermaster finds your pin idea irresistible for reasons that are purely practical. At an inn-yard he rigs a stout candle with shallow scores, sets a seed above the first pin as a whispering prelude, and tells the muleteers, when the ping lands, nobody argues with the dark. We just move. What travels here isn't theory. It's the feeling of waking without resentment, small and portable and instantly adopted by anyone who must rise before appetite agrees. Market lanes absorb techniques the way wool absorbs dye. Stalls that promise hot pies at dawn begin placing a marked candle near the oven's mouth, not as a spectacle but as a safeguard. The first ping coincides with a lid lift, the second with the flu, the third with a boy sent to the pump. Traders learn to trust that sequence more than they trust their own drowsy judgment. And customers notice without needing to name it that food tastes like it arrived on time. A mainstream historical truth strolls comfortably beside the carts here. Bells and habitual schedules shape medieval marketplaces, and the monastery's steady hours often inform the town's unofficial ones. Innkeepers, whose lives alternate between whispers at midnight and arguments at noon, polish the trick until it shines like thrift. A bronze coin bought secondhand becomes a tray. Pins are clipped from an old horseshoe nail. A shallow reflector hammered from a dented tankard pushes both glow and sound across a crowded common room without waking patrons who paid for sleep. It isn't romance. It's housekeeping. The inn's profit line straightens because departures happen without chaos, and a quiet gratitude follows the little ping like a dog that knows which hand is kind. Watchmen find the method flattering because it makes vigilance feel clever rather than exhausting. A miniature caddy, no bigger than a lantern, hangs from a belt, set to drop a pin at each gate's quarter hour so the round keeps honest without a shout. The city still hears the tower when it strikes, but the man on the wall now hears a softer cue first, and the difference between being nudged and being startled starts to restore his manners. History supplies a cousin. In many towns the night watch calls the hours aloud, often with a chant. Your pin gives him a private metronome so his public voice can be steady. Streets learn to carry quiet guidance as if they were built for it. Narrow lanes that once swallowed sound now return the leaf-shaped ping with a roundness that seems designed. Doorways become reflectors. Thatched eaves muffle the highs. A boy sent to fetch a surgeon in the night reports later that he heard a note like a polite spoon on a cup coming from a window, and he knew someone inside had work to begin. That's social acoustics, tones sliding through domestic spaces, teaches neighborhoods to organize themselves around courtesies rather than alarms. Sailors get wind of the idea because sailors get wind of everything that keeps bodies from breaking. The sandglass on deck still governs the watch, half hours of grains hissing themselves into authority. But below in a cramped forecastle a beeswax pillar with a single pin wakes the cook when his stew needs its midnight stir. Trade routes spread methods as efficiently as they spread pepper and gossip, and while the ship keeps calling hours by voice and glass, the berth learns to wake itself with a note too gentle to be a wave. Mainstream knowledge fits that frame. Hourglasses become standard at sea for regulating watches, often long before they saturate inland, while shipboard life steals any clever kindness that fits in a hand. Harbors grow a vocabulary of sound that blends your ping with larger throats. Curfews clack from tower bells. The watch cries all's well. A fisherman ties a pin to a sliver of tin and lets it fall into a cup to remind him when nets must come in before the tide sulks. Sailors call this teaching the wind manners, and whether the phrase ever appears in a ledger or not, you believe it because it tells the truth about weary men who want to do right by the clock without hating it. Pilgrims adopt the technique with the fervor of people who walk farther than their feet would prefer. Wax peddlers along the road begin offering hour pillars, scored in thumb widths, with a strip of tin and 2 pins included for the hopeful who must rise before dawn to catch an escorted river crossing. A woman en route to a shrine sets hers under a wagon and grins when the ping lands a breath before she planned to rise. Her prayer that morning will feel less like a negotiation with sleep and more like a handshake with purpose. Whether such ready-made kits were common is uncertain, and historians are still debating this question because the objects that help ordinary travelers rarely earn names in inventories that prefer chalices and cloaks. Merchants weave the habit into contracts the way they weave nooses into the bottoms of sacks. Quietly, because usefulness does not require applause. Payment at first bell after lauds. A parchment reads, and then, as if the scribe had visited your choir, or at the falling of the second pin should bells be hindered. Language evolves to carry such hedges, and the margin note, in fog, trust the tray, becomes folklore among shopkeepers who have tired of arguing with weather. Households, too, learn to keep a smaller piece. A mother of 3 marks a fat candle for the hungry half-hours of a winter night, sets a pin for the moment she must rise to stir the embers, and discovers that the sound she once feared from the city tower has been shrunk into a friendly syllable that lives on her mantle. A father mending a net sets a bead ahead of a pin, so he hears the faintest tick before the drop and can finish his stitch without swearing at time. Domestic timekeeping quietly removes the drama that used to carry the hours into kitchens like unwelcome guests. Mothers tell one another which pin shape wakes a baby least and which tray sings without scolding, because childcare in any century tends to share recipes faster than priests share sermons. Linen curtains find their way into niches and alcoves. Wicks gain a reputation for behaving in damp rooms. A corner of the hearth becomes a laboratory where caregivers decide that gentler isn't merely nicer, it's more effective. The quirkiest bit of lore slips into the talk like a giggle. A few swear that warming the pinhead between finger and thumb the way the monks do makes the wax accept it with better manners and makes the sound kinder. Chemistry may or may not agree. Practicality already has. Farmsteads hold on to dawn with the stubbornness of people who live by weather. Yet even there the pin finds work. Barn doors, when latched just so, amplify a ping into a tone that wakes the milker but leaves the cow unstartled. A candle set in a draft-free corner of the byre keeps watch like a quiet steward whose entire job is not yet until it becomes now. The bell out on the ridge still rings for the village's shared life. But the dairy keeps its own softer metronome, and milkers start to say their hands learn gentleness from a sound small as a coin. Hospitals and leper houses inherit the invention because pain has always demanded tempo without terror. Nurses mark changes of compress and doses of bitter comfort with pins and shallow trays, choosing a metal that pings warm rather than bright so the sound feels like a request instead of a verdict. The rule's compassion translates into procedure, and the ward becomes a place where waking is not another injury. Mainstream knowledge sits well here. Religious houses often operate infirmaries, and their rhythms, liturgical and practical, shape care in ways later hospitals will formalize with clocks. Universities, meanwhile, try to teach the day to stand in equal minutes and discover they require both iron and flame. A professor who loves Aristotle's tidy categories sets a pinned candle on his lecture not because he mistrusts the new civic clock, but because he trusts his students to drift unless sound joins theory. Before the second pin falls, you will have defended your point, he says with a smile, and the smile does half the work because it replaces panic with a deadline that wears a cardigan. Scholar habits cross-pollinate with monk habits, and the soil proves fertile. Guildhalls approached the device with the practical solemnity of people who turn wood, leather, and metal into survival. A tanner sets a pin for the rinse that rescues a hide from stubbornness. A cooper trains an apprentice to hear the ping before he binds the hoop. A mason in a drafty lodge tempers lime by the fall of a seed in a cup. None of this belongs in a chronicle, and yet everything here belongs in the neighborhood. Trades convert the theology of punctual kindness into the economics of reliability, and nobody needs to debate the vocabulary to taste the difference in a week's work. Travelers return to the cloister with odd souvenirs. A brass leaf tray from a market across the mountains that rings lower than yours. A sketch of a niche carved with a shallow spiral that supposedly improves acoustics. A story about a coastal town where the watch combines song and ping into a refrain the whole district now recognizes as safe. Whether those details will survive the scriptorium's later skepticism hardly matters. What matters is the way your mouth learns to call such objects neighbors. Even when they came on a mule. Letters proliferate like ivy along a wall that had been craving green. A prior writes, "We adopted your double pin for feast nights and found our novices grateful beyond proportion." And a city clerk replies, "We borrowed your gentlewake idea for the night ferry. Passengers arrive happier, and the boat leaves." Slips of parchment with burn tables and pin angles find their way into saddlebags next to invoices and psalter tones. Technology here is not a trumpeted invention. It is a pen-pal relationship. Rumors arrive that feel like metaphors even if they might be facts. A village claims its baker carved tiny notches on a single fat candle and sells slices that contain an hour's worth of wax. Time by the loaf, they laugh. And whether that ever actually happens, the joke clarifies the lesson. Time that can be divided without cruelty becomes time people are willing to purchase. Another tale insists an inn at a crossroads hosts a night where caravans compare ping tones the way lute players compare modes. Historians are still debating this question when they try to separate performance from practice, and meanwhile the laughter travels faster than any adjudication. Customs spring up around the device the way vines spring up around trellises left invitingly bare. Couples about to marry bring a small scored candle to a priest who blesses it in the same breath as their rings. A promise to wake for one another's needs without anger. Families mark ashes onto the first rib when Lent begins and whisper that patience is measurable in wax and grace. The scriptorium would prefer tidy categories, but the village prefers portable rituals, and the pin supplies them on demand. Evidence, when anyone bothers to collect it, hides in the least romantic places. A seller's ledger that mentions wax consumed by night-waking attendants. An inn's account that shows fewer broken mugs since adopting the soft alarm. A hospital's note that coughs disturbed fewer beds when the tray tone was changed from copper to bronze. Big history keeps its gaze on towers and charters. Small history accumulates in dishwater and jar stoppers and the gentle tilt of a niche that understands drafts. Differences between regions sketch a map more nuanced than any drawn with borders. In damp valleys, bronze trays warm into notes that carry under wool. In dry bell lands, copper sings brighter and dies earlier on purpose. In mountain hamlets where bees sulk in cold springs, tallow insists on sneaking into the blend, and pins grow a touch longer to forgive its moods. Methods land with accents, and you begin to love the moment when a traveler says, "In our town the ping sounds like a tiny bell in a well," and you realize the sentence is both poetry and engineering. Sometimes the adoption turns comic and teaches the lesson the hard way. A tavern hangs a tray too near the hearth. The sound arrives half-cooked and wakes nobody. So a convoy of drovers snores through dawn and then blames the soup instead of the physics. A traveling quack asserts that seeds soaked in wine produce a truer pre-ping hiss and is gently exiled to the far bench by innkeepers who prefer results. Each failure enters folklore and, by dinner, has acquired a moral delivered with bread and laughter. Meanwhile, the monastery keeps coaching the world without claiming to be its teacher. A lay brother sent to repair a gate shows a villager how to seat a pin at an angle that releases when it should. The villager shows the brother how a doorway can deepen the ping without brightening the light. Both leave calling the other's trick obvious. The humility at work here is not pious, it's efficient. People who wake well tend to do other things well, and the prestige of being unflustered begins to stick. Gradually, the candle's authority shapes the hours that official bells already rule. Curfews still fall from towers, but bakers start their pre-dawn by pin. Ferrymen coordinate the first crossing by pin. Apprentices keep private promises. 15 minutes more at the bench, then bed by pin. The pin does not replace the bell. It refines it, adds an inner lining of velvet to a coat that used to be all wool. A mainstream point worth holding gently says that medieval time feels increasingly structured not because one machine conquers the day, but because many modest practices agree to be consistent. Architecture follows habit as a dog follows a cart. Niches appear in new-build houses at heights that whisper ear level when lying down. Small archbacks that don't know they owe a debt to a cloister corridor. Windows gain shutters pierced with tiny ovals so a candle's glow can breathe out without letting drafts in. Builders pretend they are catering to fashion. In truth, they are accommodating a sound. When a mason's apprentice whispers that the curved plaster behind his mother's kitchen candle makes the little ping taste warmer, he thinks he's inventing a compliment. He's writing acoustics. Craftsmen adapt materials with the same enthusiasm they bring to new chisels. Potters fire shallow cups whose rims sing best. Braziers learn to hammer trays to pitches requested by customers who know whether they sleep under thatch or tile. Chandlers write short tables in the backs of their recipe books indicating which wicks behave when a customer admits his house is talkative in north wind. Domestic technology becomes a guild science in everything but the statutes. Economies notice because predictability is a coin that does not tarnish. If a night watch completes rounds without waking the district, the town's sleep debt shrinks and its patience rises. If a caravan leaves on time without a trumpet, the market's early hours hum instead of honk. If the baker lifts lids exactly when steam nods yes, customers arrive smiling rather than aggrieved. None of these cause a miracle, and all of them aggregate into something like prosperity. The candle is not a machine that prints silver. It's a habit that reduces waste. Mornings in regions that adopt the practice begin to resemble each other across distances that suns cannot measure. A pin falls in a farmhouse 2 days' walk from your gate and another in a riverside in 4 days' ride away, and both produce that same soft rearranging of blankets, sandals, and breath, the choreography you first learned under the dormitory's beams. The idea has become a mood, and moods travel farther than maps predict because they ride on bodies that are grateful. Evenings prepare for their own excellence by laying out small kindnesses. Trays are placed a handbreadth from walls. Pin tins are stocked. Wicks are trimmed with a diagonal the town has learned to call monkish, and 100 private rooms acquire one shared intention, to wake tomorrow as if time were a friend. The tower still acts like a mayor announcing festivals. The pin still acts like a neighbor tapping your shoulder, and together they behave like good government for the nervous system. Finally, the diffusion writes itself into a sentence you could staple to a beam and forget until a storm tests it. Alarms that cooperate with sleep get invited back. Whether the earliest hour candles began in monasteries or in practical kitchens is, to be honest, less important than the fact that wax and pin taught Europe to hear time before it could reliably see it. Historians are still debating this question, and their arguments belong in libraries. The answer your hands keep giving belongs in the world that must wake tomorrow. A tiny sound does not conquer the night. Tutors it. Tutors you. Nightfall stretches itself thin over the cloister, and the world agrees to whisper while you rehearse a private experiment. Wake before the bell by trusting a candle that knows how to keep a promise. Sleep stands nearby with persuasive arguments and soft blankets, but duty clears its throat with a smile. This will be the attempt that graduates you from "I know the method" to "My body believes the method." And the distance between those two addresses is longer than a corridor. Corridors remember your footsteps from Compline, and the stone answers with a cool acknowledgement as you pass the dormitory niche. The pillar you prepared waits like a modest friend. Beeswax, scored ribs, 2 pins, tray tucked below, reflector brushed to a satin honesty. 1 line marks the waker, another marks the dormitory, and a third hides like insurance for nights when clouds have opinions. Nothing dramatic needs to happen. Something reliable does. Somewhere a draft tries a door and fails, checked by the little linen curtain that turns wind into manners. The thread that hangs as your wind oracle rests still, so you keep tonight's pin depths as rehearsed. A small test tap on the tray gives a bright, well-behaved ring, and the sound travels down the row of beds like a note testing a room for friendliness. Heads remain on pillows. Nobody stirs. Good. The solving of midnight prefers invisible rehearsals. Hands warm the first pinhead because wax appreciates courtesies. The shallow angle you've practiced accepts the shank without sulk. Head proud, shoulder low, gravity already rehearsing its line. Wick trimming becomes a tiny performance measured in confidence rather than length. Diagonal, not blunt. Ash captured in the trimmer's little box so stray charcoal never sprinkles a salter later. The caddy's latch settles shut with a quiet that feels like a handshake. Senses toggle to night mode as if they had a rule of their own. Vision narrows to the flame's teardrop and the glimmer it paints on stone. Hearing expands until the building's hush becomes readable text. Smell admits beeswax and a memory of rosemary from some earlier hand. Touch keeps a friendly distance from heat, while verifying that tray and reflector haven't shifted since practice. Taste, ever theatrical, finds a ghost of incense left from Vespers and decides to pretend it matters. Practice talks you through each inch. Score lines? Clean. Draft check? Honest. Tray position? A finger's breadth from the wall to throw sound forward. Reflector? Brushed, not flashy. Notes? On the slate. Dry, cold. Seat pins a breath shallow. Trim wick short. Expect quicker burn. The house does not need your monologue. You do. Reproducible calm depends on narrated attention. And tonight your words are the railing you hold while crossing the bridge from evening to duty. Ritual includes a kindness to your future sleepy self. A belt lies coiled exactly where your hands will reach at the first ping. Sandals sit facing the door so your feet do not argue with straps. Habit folded with sleeves tamed avoids the comic tragedy of waking a choir with flapping cloth. The small lamp in your cell holds a wick square and a snuffer waiting inside a quiet promise. When the time comes, darkness will recover its dignity without protest. Candles, being patient teachers, reward these inches with confidence that can be felt rather than explained. The flame corrects its posture after the trim, inner cone steady, outer halo modest. A faint burr, the good kind, the burr that means air and fuel are cooperating, rides the edge of hearing. This is not a lecture from a clock. It is a conversation with combustion. You are not merely observing. You are apprenticing your nervous system to a tempo. Underfoot the stone tells the temperature of the valley. Colder than yesterday, drier than last week, kind to a shallow pin. Straw in the nearest beds decides not to gossip when you pass, because the straw has learned you are a careful neighbor. Breath finds the cadence that future minutes will imitate. Long on the exhale, steady on the inhale, and the corridor accepts your quiet like a credential. The building, in exchange, gives you its sounds. Rafters settling, a small pipe muttering, the farthest lamp agreeing to behave. Between the first mark and the second lies a practical ocean called almost sleep. A novice brain, loyal to pillows, will try to hijack the minutes with speculation disguised as prudence. What if you seated it wrong? What if drafts arrive uninvited? What if the tray rings like a gossip? The answer is not debate. The answer is ritual. You return to the cell, darken the tiny lamp, sit on the edge of the bed, and name 3 facts. The wick is clean, the pin is shallow, the tray sang. Facts change weather in the mind. Tools earn gratitude when they stop pretending to be dramatic. The snuffer feels cool, the trimmer clean, the pin tin modest of rattle, the caddy's leather strap merciful to your wrist. A small square of linen waits like a silence cloth, in case a cough threatens the corridor. The gear list for a gentle alarm remains ordinary enough to star in a kitchen drawer. The extraordinary part is the promise it keeps at an hour most devices try to conquer rather than befriend. Breathing becomes the metronome that saves the plan from invention. In for the length of the inner cone, out for the length of the outer halo. Eyes close, open, close again. No counting sheep, which hop like unruly integers. No bargaining with the future. No rehearsing the corridor already rehearsed. The candle carries the schedule. You carry the consent. Sleep takes the hint and arrives wearing soft shoes. Memory slips you to the first time you saw a brother's candle ping wake a whole room like a librarian's cough. Simple, effective, a microscopic public service. That image now anchors tonight because you are trying to do for one set of muscles what the tray does for many. The method works at scale and at whisper, and the part of you that used to distrust tiny sounds now admits their authority. Bells have lungs. Pings have precision. Both keep promises. Only one makes friends with sleep. Instead of counting minutes, you count trust. A single thought returns each time anxiety pretends to be helpful. The material knows the job. Wax knows how to soften. Metal knows how to fall. Gravity knows how to complete a sentence. Stone knows how to carry a note. Your role is staging, not heroism. The chapter on allow turns out to be as practical as any chapter on build. Outside the cell, the hallway quiet becomes almost textured. A fabric woven from little threads of sound you never noticed at noon. A distant creak, a breath from a dozing neighbor, the hush of cold settling. The candle's light does not spill under the door because you asked it not to. The device is working even while stillness seems to have confiscated action. Waiting is not nothing. Waiting is preparation set to low flame. Midway through the night's river, a dream tries to smuggle a bell into your head, full-sized and officious. Sleep interprets duty with too much brass when left alone. The earlier practice, a test tap, a breath's worth of acoustic mapping, returns as a counterspell. Your mind remembers what the real sound is. Small, clean, friendly, nearer to a teacup than to a tower. The dream gives up its fraud and dissolves like smoke in rain. Across the dormitory, someone shifts, and straw accepts the negotiation without sarcasm. The building does not resent bodies. It receives them. The pin sits at its line like a calm letter of the alphabet, and wax performs the graceful math you learned to trust. Flame height holds steady, telling you that air is behaving. Drip lines stay tidy, telling you that the pillar is centered. The reflector sends a modest glow upward, telling you that light has remembered its manners. Behind your eyelids, the route from bed to belt to door plays once, then again. Hands practice for 1 second where feet will land for 3. The mental rehearsal is short enough to avoid waking the room inside your skull, long enough to engrave a calm sequence. Sit, breathe, belt, sandals, corridor. A body woke by a small sound needs choreography already installed, or else panic will audition for the lead. Tonight, you let planning be kindness, not control. Afterward, meaning after the life in which alarms were mostly rude and mornings mostly apologetic. The idea of waking to a ping feels like a small revolution. Gentleness becomes a policy rather than a luxury. Mainstream history fits the mood. Canonical hours have organized monastic days for centuries. Bells have anchored prayer, and before mechanical escapements ruled equal minutes, houses like yours relied on flow and change, water, sand, flame, to tame the dark. The candle sits comfortably in that tradition, less a hero than a neighbor with tools. Next comes the moment that convinces you forever. Heat persuades wax. A meniscus loosens. Friction changes its mind. The pin, which has felt heavy for hours, suddenly feels like itself in a world that says, "Go!" Gravity completes the line. Metal meets tray. A note about the size of a coin enters the corridor exactly as rehearsed, round, soft, clear, and the dormitory, which has been pretending to be asleep, agrees to admire the physics. Silence follows the ping the way a tail follows a comet, attached, inevitable, shaped by the same motion. The first breath you take in that silence is lighter than the last breath of waiting. Shoulders become tools rather than ornaments. Feet acknowledge floor. Bedding ceases to be a treaty and returns to being cloth. No one shouts. The technology works because it leaves human dignity intact. Certain details suddenly matter as if the sound had turned up their contrast. The belt lies exactly where your fingers expect. The sandals admit heels without telling jokes. The doorway passes your shoulder like a friend moving aside. In the niche, the flame shrugs as if to say, "Next part's yours." And the tray returns to being a dish. The metal has performed its aria and now joins the chorus of furniture. Errors, if they exist tonight, are minimal and instructive. A sleeve whispers against a post because you forgot to tame that fold. A stir near the last bed reads more like curiosity than complaint. The wick could have been trimmed a breath shorter for winter. You log those observations without letting them grow fangs. Improvement is a notebook with manners. Shame is a gong. The rule prefers the first. Finally, the corridor becomes motion with a theology. The hebdomadarian lifts the lamp with a yes that your shoulders translate into a pace. Door frames receive a knuckle tap softer than a spoken name, and the room answers with the body's version of present. The little ping has done the communal half of the work. Your hands complete the rest. Everyone who taught you the inches, angle, wick, tray, draft has, in effect, escorted you to this instant and then stepped politely aside. Dawnlight waits its turn behind the east wall, not offended to be backstage for now. In the choir, the air smells like stone that has survived many arguments and now prefers song. The first antiphon fits your mouth and knocks sleep from its last perch. The reading pours like water rather than like law. Memory will keep the sequence. A coin-sized sound, a corridor that understood, a body that remembered not to panic. This is the kind of success that never appears in chronicles and always appears in people's faces. Lessons coalesce only after the office, when breakfast bowls turn steam into philosophy. The device woke without hurting. The room joined without fuss. The ritual felt like consent, not compliance. You discover you are less proud of accuracy than you are grateful for tone. One historical footnote earns a seat at the table. Not every house in the Latin West used hour candles, and historians are still debating this question. Nevertheless, a practical patience with wax, water, and sand belongs across centuries as surely as bells belong across valleys. What you needed from the night, kindness with a schedule, arrived on time and in a voice you are ready to hear again. Legacy begins as a small warmth cupped between palms, not as a proclamation from a tower. A candle's little promise. Melt, drop, ring. Teaches nerves to trust the minute they are given, and from that trust a lineage grows longer than any corridor. Tonight's beeswax pillar becomes tomorrow's habit, Tomorrow's habit becomes next century's civic pride. And somewhere along the way the valley learns a melody it can hum even when no one remembers who wrote the tune. Centuries tilt forward and your bench craft keeps hitching rides, trading robes for aprons and cloisters for squares. Monasteries carry hours like a lantern. Towns catch the spark and blow it into a public flame. Households steal a coal and tuck it under their own pots. Time is not seized here. It is taught, first to ears, then to feet, finally to hands that will one day win springs by feel. The candle's legacy isn't domination. It's an accent that spreads. Somewhere in a market, a clockmaker carves teeth that want to behave, and the rhythm in his head is not a theory from a manuscript. It is a corridor ping he once heard while hiding from rain under your eaves. Equal minutes seduce him with tidy fairness, and he builds a verge and foliate to tame impatience into ticks. The bell above his gears learns to pronounce noon distinctly. The bell learns, too, to apologize for fog. Public time grows confident on shoulders of iron while private time keeps its seat on a dish of bronze. Meanwhile, the dormitory shrugs at the new iron swagger and carries on waking by courtesy. Candles do not mind calendars. They mind wicks. Your pillar is still marked shallow for winter, nearer for damp, and the tray still speaks low and round in wool weather. The sound remains immoral. Wake the few without scolding the many. Bells can have cities. Pings can have rooms. Between them, a civilization grows that prefers nudges to shoves. Consider how many different senses learn to keep time before any citizen owns a dial. Eyes read stars and shadows. Fingertips read draft threads. Noses read the temperature of stone near a niche. Tongues read the difference between porridge stirred on the second pin and porridge stirred late. Even without a numbered face, the body becomes a clock that likes being kind to itself. The technology that lasts is the technology the body doesn't resent. Ironically, the story historians write about clocks often begins with the metal because metal survives, while the wax that trained the mood vanishes into memory that smells faintly of honey. Records name donors for bells and builders for towers. Very few name the brother who thought to warm a pinhead between finger and thumb so midnight would not feel like a command. Historians are still debating this question: how far, how early, and how widely pinned candles were used as alarms in Western houses, because proof evaporates with the wax and leaves only good rumors behind. Outdoors on the ridge, a shepherd forms his own private alliance with sound. The tower bell tells him when to look up. A tiny tray at his hut tells him when to set a pot. A distant owl sometimes borrows the hour and sings a commentary that nobody counts. Rural time resists total uniformity and still benefits from a schedule that can be heard without being feared. The candle's legacy outside walls is this: appointments that do not bully. Indoors in a townhouse, a merchant's daughter lights a short taper scored for study and places a slender pin above the first rib. The click into a saucer interrupts a sentence gently enough that her eyes let go without complaint. She will someday call that kindness efficiency, inventing a modern virtue for a medieval feeling. The path from piety to productivity is shorter than anyone expects when sound behaves itself. Elsewhere, a watchman uses a belt-sized caddy to pace his rounds, setting pins at the quarter hour with the same shallow angle you insisted on in the dormitory. The city hears his call only after he hears his ping. The small sound saves the large one from bluster. Long before pocket watches can whisper into sleeves, people learn that private cues make public duties more graceful. Perhaps the oddest branch in this family tree grows later than anyone in your century can imagine. Bedside alarm candles sold in early modern markets, sometimes with little metal balls that drop into brass saucers, sometimes with pins and plates not too different from the rig that rides your forearm. A buyer sets the ball, sleeps, and wakes to a clink that owes its DNA to your corridor. Whether a straight line runs from cloister to catalog is impossible to prove, and historians are still debating this question, but the rhyme in the method is undeniable. Voyagers at sea maintain their sandglass discipline and still steal a land trick whenever it fits. In a quiet berth, a cook pins a stub to wake for a stir. In a harbor, a fisher sets a bead to warn against oversteeped nets. Maritime hours belong to glass and watch cries. Maritime naps belong to tiny metals meeting tiny dishes, the same gentle syllable that convinced novices to sit up without complaint. Across university towns, equal hours start to stride on the backs of gears, and lectures pretend to obey them. In practice, professors still teach by voice and breath, pacing arguments with pauses that feel like candle marks more than ticks. A small pinned taper waits on a lectern to prompt a concluding sentence before students lose their appetite. A bigger clock waits in a tower to let the city know bread and bargains are ready. Civic time points, academic time persuades, monastic time consoles. The flicker teaches all three to get along. Scholars you feed with soup and jokes continue to wrangle causation into letters. Did houses like yours midwife public clocks by demonstrating punctuality as a communal virtue? Or did rising trade demand gears and then retroactively flatter monks with credit? Historians are still debating this question, and your own best inference remains charmingly practical. Both lines of influence exist, braided like a wick, impossible to pull apart without ruining the flame. Closer to home, your Canlaris notebooks go on doing work their authors never intended. A burn table that balanced winter drafts against shallow pins teaches a bell founder how to hang his bronze so the note travels where blankets live. An acoustic sketch of a corridor niche helps a tower mason choose an opening that favors warmth over glare. Techniques learned at ear-level scale upward more reliably than theories shouted from rooftops. Evidence takes the forms that pay rent. Fewer late psalms, steadier porridge, calmer patience, happier bakers, caravans that arrive without swearing at dawn. None of those wins a chapter in a chronicle. All of them accumulate into a mood that outlives arguments. A valley that wakes gently tends to trade fairly and heal faster. Candle pings become civic vitamins. Quietly in the background, lay people keep domesticating the idea. A mother teaches her eldest to listen for the cup sound before feeding the fire. A father learns to file pinheads into little leaves so the fall sounds rounder under thatch. A grandmother insists on linen curtains near the niche because the light should not scold. The habit builds a pedagogy that the next century will call routine, but you will always call mercy on schedule. Rituals sprout like herbs in windowsills. A family blesses a scored candle at Candlemas with a prayer that sounds suspiciously like your own ledger in fancy clothes. May this light keep our promises. A watchman ties a knot near the caddy's handle and kisses it before rounds the way a bell ringer kisses a rope. Half superstition, half gratitude. A shopkeeper tucks a burned table into a drawer next to chalk and twine. Sacred and ordinary stop arguing. Designers of future devices, lantern clocks, chamber clocks, spring-driven toys that tick like tidy crickets, inherit more from your flicker than they admit. They learn that sound must be shaped to the room, that power must be throttled for kindness, that accuracy without manners defeats its own purpose at dawn. The bedside alarm that will one day crow or chirp or chime privately owes you a thank you for teaching time to whisper before it learns to bark. Households in later centuries turn the lesson into furniture. Mantel clocks that politely strike the hour borrow your voice's roundness rather than the tower's pride. Travel alarms shrink the cue to a bell the size of a walnut. Even the humble egg timer serves as a lay cousin to your corridor science, measuring without violence. The continuity is not the mechanism. It is the ethic. Let tools serve rest as well as duty. Merchants with ledgers grow fond of predictability because it pays. Deliveries arrive cleanly when mornings do. Contracts written to first bell after lauds hold. Itineraries begin to trust midnight crossings set by little clicks as well as by the city's clang. Efficiency rides courtesy like a borrowed horse and arrives at markets in better temper. Watchmen, ferry keepers, millers, bakers, scribes, every trade that needs a soft boundary between night and task adopts some version of the method. Pins become seeds, plates become spoons, trays become lids, sound becomes house-trained. The trick never demands credit. It demands repeatability. Innovation's quietest triumph is persistence. Farmsteads, often accused of being immune to innovation, prove to be immune only to arrogance. A barn learns a ping that cows ignore but milkers obey. A field hut learns a click that tells a boy to wake for frost sparing without setting dogs into prophecy. Rural time bends to weather first and devices second. The trick survives precisely because it respects that order. Hospitals and goose houses fold the practice into mercy. Wards set bronze over copper for low notes that travel under coughs. Hospice cells keep a pin for the nurse's hand rather than the patient's ear. Guest beds in cold towns receive a candle with 2 shallow marks and a note. Sleep. We will wake you kindly. Care becomes choreography. Universities, flush with equal hours, still retain the love of a cue that fits a voice. Seminar leaders adopt small glass timers for exercises and candle marks for threshold moments. The second pin before concluding a disputation, the click before questions. Minds discover that fairness in minutes is not the same as kindness in transitions. The latter keeps attention from breaking when the hour bends. Guilds grow fussy in productive ways. Chandlers agree on wick twist for damp climates. Braziers standardize tray diameters that produce notes within a certain friendliness. Carpenters build alcoves at ear height in new houses because customers ask for that monastic convenience. Standardization follows affection rather than orders. The market votes for manners. Letters and archives keep a faint paper trail of all this ordinariness. We borrowed the gentle alarm for our night ferry, says one. Our novices wake better by pin than by bell, says another. The tray tone changed the infirmary's mood, says a third. None of these are treatises. All of them are proof that technology that refuses to frighten becomes beloved. Rumors thrive as they always do. Some claim an Italian town has a night festival where each neighborhood's ping competes in friendliness. Others swear a coastal city sells time by the slice, candles scored and cut into hour cakes. Whether such color is fact or exuberance is uncertain, and historians are still debating this question whenever they try to separate advertisement from diary. The legend itself teaches. People enjoy the idea of time that tastes like hospitality. Customs crystallize into hand-me-downs. New parents inherit a kindness kit. Little dish, 2 pins, a burned table with scribbles, and discover that their house sleeps better not because the baby obeys time but because time stops trying to shout. Apprentices inherit a pocket slate with a rule scribbled small. Shallow pins, warm heads, trim wick, trust sound. Ideology gives way to recipe. Economies mature in the direction the body approves. If mornings do not open wounds, afternoons can heal the world's paperwork. If waking does not humiliate, work can afford to be precise without becoming punitive. A valley that wakes to a flicker, not a blast, grows citizens who grumble less and concentrate more. Civilization can be measured in decibels as well as in dials. Mornings that used to be negotiations with blankets become agreements with minutes. The difference is audible in steps. in the lack of slammed doors, in the way a choir holds its first note as if its lungs were not offended by being summoned. You did not invent harmony. You simply arranged that the entrance cue be a kindness. The famous clocks will later take the bow. The little tray will have already tuned the orchestra. Evenings pay it forward by laying out the inches with which dawn will thank them. Wick squared, pins seated, tray tested, curtain adjusted, slate marked. This choreography is how a house tells tomorrow. We remembered you. The ritual teaches ownership of the hour without teaching anxiety about it. The candle remains the smallest manager with the best performance reviews. Finally, the line from flicker to factory whistle, from pin to pocket watch, from tray to bedside chime, becomes clear enough to sketch without pretending it is straight. Tools change. The thesis does not. Wake gently, keep together, treat minutes as neighbors. Europe learns to hear time before it learns to see it on dials. And because the ear learns first, the later vision doesn't terrify. What started as a monk-sized courtesy becomes a habit sturdy enough to carry cities. Afterward, to the flicker sits comfortably in your chest. Neither wax nor gear deserves all the credit. Both are tutors. Both borrow gravity. Both make promises on behalf of people with sleepy brains and good intentions. The success you admire is not the machine. It is the behavior the machine invites. When future centuries place clocks on wrists, in pockets, on nightstands, and inside glass rectangles that argue with everyone, the ones that are loved will be the ones that remember what the candle taught. The best alarm is the one that remains your ally. Dimming has its own ceremony, and the room obliges by letting edges soften into friendly uncertainties. Breath goes longer, like a tide that has decided the shore deserves extra kindness. Sentences stretch out and lean on vowels. Stone walls stop being architecture and become weather you can lean against. Not much is required of you now, only the old agreement. Let minutes stroll instead of march. Let sounds arrive like guests who knock and then smile at the threshold. Somewhere beyond the window, a patient star practices staying in one place for the benefit of sailors who are not near water tonight. Somewhere inside your chest, a smaller light does the same job for a sea made of thoughts. Candles did their shift already. Bells can rest. Even the memory of pins is allowed to dissolve back into wax. What remains is a shape of attention that knows how to be kind to itself. A little choreography that lets sleep find you without chasing. Blankets learn the weight of your shoulders again. Pillows relearn the map of your breathing. If plans wander in wearing work boots, send them to the cloister and tell them the choir will receive them in the morning. If worry tries the latch, let the soft hum of an imaginary tray convince it to be brief. Night does not ask for productivity. Night asks for permission to be large enough that you can be small again. By the time the last sentence quietly closes the door behind it, the room has returned to the oldest flicker. Pulse and peace, waxing and waning like a tide that can read. Let the corridor keep its watch. Let the stars mind their algebra. Let tomorrow approach on padded feet. For now, the only schedule worth honoring is the one with wide margins. Sleep comes in like a neighbor bringing bread, sets it down, and says without hurry, "Good night."